Hello, everybody. Welcome to Worcester Council Theater 3000, brought to you as always by Crafty Kombucha. Brendan, how you doing?
Miserable, Brian. How are you? But that's why I'm here. It's going to brighten up my day.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
Yeah.
good time. Um, Bill, I don't know. We got a threatening letter from the poop thing. We're not really sure where Bill is.
He's
We're
been taken
hoping.
out.
Yeah, he's been neutralized,
It was
which
only a
is
matter of time.
unfortunate. Candy got him. Yeah. Yeah, things are we got an interesting one tonight.
This meeting is, yeah, I don't even know where to start. I mean, the obvious one is obviously Eric Batista, right? But did you see
Yeah.
this petition in here about about residential parking permits on Harding Street?
I didn't read I just was skimming it. What does it say?
Well, that's where to begin. So you've got like dozens upon dozens upon dozens of people, including people from Texas, have signed on to a petition demanding the city add like I don't know. They turn all of Harding Street into like resident only parking because of baseball games, but then they're also demanding like 50 solar powered vehicle chargers, and
Okay.
they included in this petition a copy of the Fifth Amendment. Um,
Oh.
yeah, it's like it's very much framed around like the whole. You ever see on YouTube? You go down one of those rabbit holes of like natural citizen folks that love just like antagonizing cops, and they always end up
Yeah,
getting
yeah, yeah. Sovereign
tased.
citizens. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's something like that going on here, but it
Now
involves
the
parking in downtown Worcester.
Fifth Amendment is thou shall not kill.
I, I think that was the one. Yeah, I don't know. It's see, there's some shit going on here tonight.
I'm excited. Yeah.
If we thought crosswalks were the thing to laugh at last week, just hold on, folks.
Here we go. I mean, listen, parking is horrendous down there.
Well, yeah, I mean, but
They
parking's
have
horrendous everywhere. That's
that is true. I do
ever
hate
since
it.
we invented cars. It's
That's the problem.
yeah,
Horse parking was so easy.
just
You
tie it up
just
to the fence.
you jump off, you smack it in the ass, and then it just goes away.
It would showed up at the next scene. You were
And
fine.
then you
Yeah,
grab another horse when you need one. It's
yeah.
a good system. I can't believe we got away from it.
Bullshit.
So yeah, that's gonna be amazing. They're planning on going into executive session about Eric Batista,
Hmm.
and so that's fun.
We also have a lot of Community Preservation Act stuff this week. I don't. That's So it's a state law that allows like a local government to add a small tax onto property, real property, that then can be invested back in the community. You know,
That's fun.
Worcester loves taxes, so I'm
Yeah.
sure this is also going to be a great conversation.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, that should be. It's there's a lot of substance tonight. There's some appointments. Let's see where those are. We have one of our viewers is being appointed to the cable TV board.
Fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. I was able to secure their promise that they would not take any kickbacks from Charter Spectrum and would in fact attempt to destroy them. So
Also great.
yeah, that was very important to me. But yeah, I think there's the big deal tonight is that they're potentially going to illegally appoint Eric Batista the interim uh, city manager, a position that again does not exist.
It doesn't exist, but this
Yeah,
is actually where I get torn. And I made the argument back when Ed was appointed. I was actually a fan of him getting appointed because up until that moment in time, I actually really liked the guy and appreciated a lot of the things that he had
sure.
done. I was wrong. Sorry, whatever. Um, but yeah, the thing that is weird though is so that interim role doesn't exist in the charter, but to frame it like it can't be done because it's not in the charter, that gets you into that weird territory. It says like the only things you can do are things that are clearly stated as
Yeah,
being
yeah.
legal. And
I'm not a constructionist. No, I'm not.
yeah,
I'm saying I think we're using
like
a
I like doing
convenient.
my drugs not wearing pants, right? It doesn't say clearly in state law that I have to
Yeah,
wear pants while I'm doing
yeah.
drugs, but
We're using a convenient argument, I think, a little bit, but I think that there's good reason for it because it does feel like a situation where they're trying to chew him in under this kind of role, and then
100%. Yeah.
not conduct a real search for afterwards. And again, I mean, I agree that there, like there are reasons to do things that aren't explicitly laid out, but it does feel like the acting manager role was specifically laid out for situations like this, that
Correct.
a city employee can take over the acting role, but can't become city manager because they
Right.
don't want this specific situation. So I agree, but I also think that this goes against the spirit of what the charter is actually laying out.
Oh, totally. No
And
disagreement.
in this scenario, I think that I wish, it's a good idea for them to, conduct a search. Ed Augustus isn't leaving tomorrow. There's time to kind of start the process at the very least.
Yeah.
And if they're serious about that, then they should be doing that. And
Well,
if they're not, then
that's the key. They're not
yeah.
serious. And it
No,
would be
they're not at
nice.
all.
I wouldn't mind the lack of seriousness if they just announced publicly, like, we are not a serious body. Like, just we are not doing anything serious here. Stop trying to take us seriously. That it's because that's the part that's a bummer, right? Like, we're all going to be, or whoever's paying attention is going to be sold on the idea that there's going to be a good faith effort in a search, and that's bullshit. Not going to happen.
There will not be. Yeah, and that's a problem, I think.
It's a problem for Eric too, man. Because I mean,
Yeah.
like, if you're going to be celebrated as the guy, like, you should be the guy, whether it's like you're the guy that the only one who was available, or the guy when everybody in the known universe applies for the job. Like, you're still the guy.
That's the thing. There's no reason to think he can't be the guy.
Right.
It's just that when you circumvent the process, then that makes it feel not that cool.
Yeah.
There he is. And yeah, it would help that if he, thought was not only believed in, but was scared of dinosaurs would be actually helpful.
Should be scared of dinosaurs.
Yeah. Come on, man.
yes.
If you're not scared of dinosaurs, then I don't trust your judgment to run our city. I just,
Even that little one from Massachusetts. What's the state dinosaur? The Podokesaurus that they found out in Holyoke?
Yeah.
I mean, it's only like 12 inches tall. I'm not messing with that thing. That's
I'm not fighting a rooster either.
Nope.
I don't go mixing it up with those things.
No, and I feel that's unfortunately, it's going to end up falling apart on Eric over time in the same way that it did with Ed. He's lost a lot of good favor with a lot of people who really liked him and appreciated his prior efforts. And,
well, that's the thing too. And this is an excellent point, is that people knew Ed and liked him beforehand, and it still left a bad taste in people's mouths. And Eric doesn't even have the benefit of the doubt as far as having like a really good rapport with a lot of people in this city. It's just, it's a bad look. It's a bad idea. It's, there doesn't seem to be any upside to it other than like cronyism.
Well, and I was just going to mention too there's something. It's not a direct parallel, but up in Lowell, they're going through a city manager process right now, and they've essentially given the job to somebody who tons of applicants, but there was one favorite who is like very in-house sort of person. It was 1 2-hour interview, gave him the job, and it's like it could very close associates with the Speaker of the House. It just looks bad. Being that it's Lowell and it's closer to Boston, I wouldn't be shocked if it started getting more attention from Boston media.
Sure.
Problems with they went about things, and that could end up blowing up on us too, because there are only so many planning forms of in Massachusetts.
Yeah, so it's going to be it's a slow moving train wreck, and because people are criticizing them, I feel like they're going to dig their heels in a little bit, and that's just going to make it worse. And
yes,
I hope that we're wrong, but again, we're very rarely wrong on this show. I gotta say, we have a great track record to the extent that we actually have breaking news. Is it, Brendan? Are you ready for this breaking news?
Sure. I mean, Bill, I guess this was going to be happening too, I think, but it was Maureen, it sounds like Maureen Bennenda is going to be running for mayor, and she's going to set up some sort of committee to start that process, but looks to announce early next year. And I know it seems like it's a ways off, but that just means we've got months that we can make really good jokes, because we don't want that to happen either. So let's get kicking, folks.
Yeah, we did. I think it's a clip on our channel that we did predict that Maureen Bennenda would run for city council, especially for mayor. It's a bad idea. Again, it's a bad idea. That's definitely going to happen.
Terrible
And
idea.
it's going to be fun because I don't think she can win. I really.
But she can make things miserable, and that's
Sure.
which is always entertaining. But at the end of the day, like, I mean, what we just went through with Sean Rose and Rick Cipro, right? Like, it went the way I think most people thought it was going to go. But at the same time, it's just, when it's over and the jokes are all told and whatever, it's just miserable for everybody involved.
All right. Looks like we are. Yenny is saying that we're live, Travis. This is a great question as well.
Yeah, this one is bizarre because I was having this conversation with somebody yesterday. Like, nobody wants body cameras at this point. Like, the cops never really wanted them, but now even in the activist communities where they have been on the street for some time, nobody's happy with them. It's just not a good system, and
yeah. All the cities that implemented them when Worcester should have back in like 2015 are suing to get rid of them.
Right.
So yeah, it's stupid.
YouTube is better for it, but every other aspect of society has been broken. Yeah.
I just hope that we can move Mayor Bennenda on this issue, much like she was moved on sex ed, you know?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely we'll come around on that one.
Yeah. Staunchly behind the curve.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's always like 10 years behind everything. That's kind of what we're known for here.
Yeah, I'm really excited in a few years when we get bird scooters. Yeah.
But there is an upside to that too, because things do come full circle. As I'm looking at this splash screen for the council meeting with the glass building there, that restaurant is still on the top floor up there, and those big shag carpets and mirrors everywhere, they're all still in place. Eventually, that's what people are going to be looking for dining. A 3-hour elevator ride to go walk around in big shag carpets.
Yeah, it looks like the meeting hasn't started. They're just putting up the screen.
All right, well, we'll just wait for them to begin. Yeah, sick.
Well, there's another one that's interesting too. Is I noticed the other day. So the what's the gun shop down in over by behind Ralph's off Prescott?
Oh yeah.
Gun parlor. They're an official vendor now for DJI. I always get that mixed up.
Oh yeah.
But for their law enforcement unit, they sell specialized drones with like FLIR cameras and whatnot. And I know, like in Worcester, it's a weird thing, right? Like, you would normally see something like that come through a budget, but there's really nothing stopping somebody from buying their own gear, and they can do it locally now. So yeah, you're probably right. The drones are already up there.
Sick. I'm gonna have my own drone that just its only job is to crash into other drones that are flying up there. I have a drone, and when I bought it, I told people if you paid me $100, I'd crash my drone into your dad. And again, I think that I'll crash my drone into the police drones.
Yeah, why not?
I'm happy to do that. I'm a pretty good pilot. I did crash my drone to the extent of breaking it by flying it inside of Wormtown Brewery. But got a great video before it crashed. So.
Yeah, just a drone and have like a little lasso hanging from the bottom of it and just swing by.
Just hook other drones.
Like 15 drones towing around the city.
That's great. And then you just land them at like the home of your enemy, and then they get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
You have to add a little sticker for every drone it takes down.
Oh yeah, a little
Absolutely.
Skull. A drone skull. I wonder what's going on. Are they in executive session now? Oh, here we go. We're live.
All of these people love parking.
Oh yeah. Are they all? There he is. See, look at this. Mo gets it. You guys got to try crafty kombucha. That flavor is so good. It's so incredibly good.
So the galleries are full. From the way people are looking, there's probably a fight up there right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is all sovereign citizen bullshit that somehow involves parking in Worcester, and I'm here for
Texas. Can we unmute it for? I want to hear if we can hear any commotion. They're just going to do the pledge now, but we lost the feed.
Yeah, who needs it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is going to be good. It's an interesting one. Oh, there it is. I really wish this is all people singing live there. Just the crowd.
That's the room. Incredible acoustics in City Hall.
Yeah, it sounds like we might. I mean, feel free, everybody, to call in and counteract that.
I mean, I'm happy to apologize if I'm misreading something, but I'm definitely seeing a copy of the Fifth Amendment tucked into this 5,000 signatory petition for no obvious reason.
That's how you know, because nothing in Worcester has ever had that much engagement.
Yeah, no,
we've never even had that many people at a concert in Worcester. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Yeah, we can mute this for a minute. I was hoping that there's going to be it's a good recording. It's probably like I think we know what the recording is. We've found out before. Yeah.
That's where it's at.
If you pull me over in a boat, then I'll submit to your authority. No, you haven't missed anything at all. They're I think doing just finish that up. All right, let's hear the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, before we get to public participation, are we doing a roll call? Councilor Bergman?
My new... Well, here we go. Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Yes!
Councilor Calorio?
Here.
Mo's driving the limo tonight.
Councilor King?
Limo Bergman.
Here.
Oh
Councilor
my
Merrill Carlson?
God, I'm so excited.
Councilor Ian?
He's in the car.
Here.
Councilor Rivera?
Here.
Councilor Rose?
Here.
Councilor Russell?
Joe Petty followed me on
Councilor Toomey?
Instagram
Here.
today.
Mayor Petty? All right.
Fucking big mistake.
Okay, we're gonna have a
Whoever
couple
is in
of
charge of his
presentations,
Instagram.
and we'll have public participation, and then we'll get into the agenda. So I know there's a lot of people here for different issues. We'll try to get to everybody, but best we can. So first is up. Shaun Rose has been asking for several months to come and honor this group of people, and we've been putting it off. Now I'm glad we did, in the sense that we have a good championship. We left 2 weeks ago, and
I'm glad we've been putting them off.
High school and middle school won the jazz category at the New England Interscholastic Dance Championship. It's the first New England championship in team history. Congratulations.
Oh, is this the Burncoat team? Oh, we might have Jimmy Cash in the audience tonight. His daughter is on this team. We gotta find out if we can get some inside call. If we can get a TikTok from Jimmy Cash.
The dance team also competed in the hip hop and placed in 5th. And congratulations on that. There's about 25 schools across from New England took part of the championship.
Ben White really excited about the dance team.
Brookfield, Connecticut. So again, congratulations. We're going to give out
Easy,
certificates,
Ben.
mural recognitions for each of the dances, and I get to see them perform. And probably like a month ago, wasn't it?
Easy, Joe.
I thought I said they're going to perform in the
some
chambers.
recognition of winning the 2022
You push the
New
table out of the
England
way, yeah.
Interscholastic Dance Championships.
Oh yeah,
Certificate of special.
we got
mural
Annie Cash in the
recognition.
crowd there.
Elise Baden. Did I get that right, Elise? Oh.
Yeah, cases are on the rise, everybody.
Allison Boulder.
Oh, great. The one time we're talking about Jimmy Cash, my mom pops up. She's friggin' obsessed with this guy.
Okay, if I say your name wrong, you can correct me. So, is it thing?
That makes perfect sense, Mo.
Town Tonbury. Okay, Burns. Okay, I got the last name.
They're legit. This is a legit, like, this competition is very, very
Catherine
tough, and they
Ciacciaroni.
did an amazing job.
Naylor Clark.
Look at this. My mom,
Congratulations.
her favorite comedian, Jimmy Cash. She made a TikTok just to
Is it
watch his
Annie
videos.
Correo.
Oh.
Annie.
Nailed that last name.
Mia Davis.
He was kind of thankful for the Davis.
Grace Fitzgerald.
That's an easy one for him too.
Carrie Garner. Tyler Hacker Pratt.
I'm texting Jimmy Cash. He is there right now.
Taylor.
I am trying to get him to yell out Baba Booey, Mo Birdie's
Jalbert.
penis. I don't know if he'll do it. It's an inappropriate time. Maybe
But
you
ruin
make
your
that
kid's
joke,
night. Do it.
But yeah,
And Tasha Karagoris. What? Anastasia. Okay, Anastasia Kakoris. Anastasia.
just read them ahead of time, Joe.
Sorry.
Just-
Yeah, Anastasia, whatever. Get him up here.
I should have you do this. Grace Kelly.
Oh, I know Grace Kelly.
wow, yeah, wow. She's on that team. Holy shit,
They had a shoe in.
she's a princess.
Ringer.
Caitlin Parks.
No, but honestly, I do know Grace Kelly. She did an art program over at Outreach that I
Catherine
taught.
Phillips.
Nice.
We made zines together. She's rad.
Congratulations.
That's amazing.
Sophie Smith.
These Burncoat kids are so talented. You know,
It's a
my
real special part of the
brother,
city.
my brother is
Ray
a,
Vlaco.
works at one of the top restaurants in America. Shaun Connolly has an open mic that just got canceled.
Caitlin Wharton. Congratulations.
Jimmy Cash mops floors. It's like a fucking
Oh, wow.
Man.
Thank you very much. That up in the office.
Thousands of people watch Jimmy Cash mop floors.
Congratulations. Okay, we have two more awards to give out, and to both Kelly.
Are they giving one to
and,
Jimmy Cash?
oh, please.
Justine, and congratulations. Good job.
I don't know your names, so can we see Jimmy Cash? Can we see Jimmy Cash? Where's Jimmy Cash?
Is a first in the Burncoat dance team's already storied history. Your team is constantly the gold standard of excellence and set
Yeah,
the
Bill's
bar
out there
for other teams
speaking for the
across
trees
New
right now.
As coaches, your guidance and coaching has made better students and indeed better citizens out of these Burncoat students. Congratulations for all your success. I anticipate much more in the years to come. So it's my pleasure to present both of you with the
Right.
key to the city of Worcester on the
This
occasion
is
of your
such bullshit.
Burncoat
I
dance team winning the jazz
have been
category of the
openly
New England
campaigning for a key to the
Interscholastic
city
Dance
for
Championship.
years.
Mm.
Joe can follow me on Instagram, but he can't give me a
Where's he going?
freaking key to the city. This is
Climbing
bullshit.
over the desk.
Let me at them.
Get a crowd surf.
They're trying. They're certainly trying.
I mean, it's an honor.
This is bullshit. This is such bullshit.
It's an absolute honor. You just have to do more for the city, Brian.
I'm doing so much by trying to destroy it.
No, you just need to give it to yourself. Call Rassicot while he still has the power.
He's mad at me for trying
Everything.
to destroy the city.
Go figure.
Can't stop us.
Yeah. It's like
No, that's
It's
all
such-
right. No, we're
such
good.
bullshit.
Thank you.
bunch of horse shit. Not anymore. This guy's locked in now. He's streaming on Mondays. He's working on this channel on Mondays now.
Congratulations.
You gotta check it out. This is like when you get to college and they tell you that there's tunnels under the quad, just tricking you into looking it up.
Our update is that Bill should be joining us shortly, but we'll see.
He had to accept his award for being on the dance team.
I thought I recognized him in the back.
I could.
Oh, that's a
That's a fantastic idea.
that's literally what my plan was. As soon as I get a key to the city, I'm changing the locks on my house to fit it.
I was telling people that when I got it, the only thing it opened was glass windows.
Okay,
I bought mine on eBay.
Proclamation
Smart.
to read.
Yeah.
I
And
almost
this
bought one
is
at
regarding
Savers one
National
time.
Public Health
I really
Week.
should have done it.
I think
Wait,
Dr.
literally, it
Castillo's
was
in
just
the
sitting there at
audience, and,
Savers?
So I'm going to read the proclamation
It's like
first.
10
You
years
should
ago.
have bought it.
Ramirez.
Oh, you
Then
absolutely
we'll
should have bought it.
I was a hit. I was too
whatever you
cool.
wanna say,
I thought
Dr.
I was going to
Castillo,
still live in
and,
LA. So I didn't.
But
Whereas the
to
week
have it to
on
say it
April
like
4th to the 10th,
Jesus,
2022,
Joe. Hold on.
is National Public Health Week. And the theme is public health is where you are.
Yeah, buy it and give it
whereas
to
the
yourself
Christian
for
health
like
says
running
differ
naked or something. I don't know.
drastically
Oh,
by zip
Worcester's
code
local Crips.
due to
Did you
differences
go to
in
Fitchburg
built-
State
in
too?
the built environment, environmental quality.
Is that the FSU you went to, or are you talking about fuck shit up?
Access to healthy food, access to education.
Because we don't talk
access
about
to
them on this
healthcare.
channel. We don't want to.
No,
We
I
don't
ain't
get
incurring that wrath
murked
again.
by some hardcore
Has
crew.
illuminated and exacerbated the racial inequities and growing number of local state
This
governments.
is
and
again
public health
main
leaders
South. My
have
problem is
declared
that I've
racism a
alienated
public
all
health
of the city
crisis.
council and almost
And
everyone
whereas
else I know
public
as
health workers
well.
help communities
There's
prevent,
no one left to
therefore,
nominate
withstand
me.
and recover from the impact of the full range of health threats. And whereas Worcester's
They
Division
need
of
the
Public
work.
Health and the Department of Health and
It's job
Human Services
security.
and Latino Education Institute, the health ambassadors who are with us tonight, I believe. And
Yeah, it could be
the
Framingham.
Coalition of the Healthy Greater Worcester have worked
I'm really
tirelessly
disappointed now that everyone in the
address
audience were
racial
here for
public health
like wholesome and
disparities,
legitimate
provide needed
reasons and
COVID-19
not to rip shit up
services to the
over free
city's
parking.
vulnerable residents.
Damn it!
Whereas Worcester was honored
Thank you, Jess.
with the 2020 and 2021 Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Culture of Health.
This is
Prize,
gonna be our
which
new
one of the
T-shirt.
10 communities at the
Children will
forefront
die
of
eventually.
work opportunity equity for
At
all.
Jessica Stamp
The
said that there was no
application, which
Jess
was
in the
put
chat.
forward jointly by the Coalition of a Healthy
That's what she
Greater
told me
Worcester
before.
and Greater Worcester
Oh
Community
well,
Foundation.
I'm allowed to call her
Now
that.
therefore,
Oh,
I,
understood.
Petty, Mayor of the City of Worcester, do hereby proclaim the week
Just
of
you're
April
not.
4th to April 10th.
But
as
to her
National
point,
Public
I
Health
always
Week in
keep
the city of
a
Worcester,
pocket full of
and
change
all
as a
citizens
distraction,
recognize
just
and
in case
participate
a gang of
in
unruly
service.
hardcore
So we
kids
have the
comes up.
proclamation, we
That's a
have,
good call.
Mayor-
And it works for
Mayor,
ska
Martin
kids too,
Rabbit,
because
and,
if you throw change on the ground, they have to pick it up,
Public
pick it up,
Health,
pick it up, pick it up.
Councilman Nguyen, you want to present that to?
Oh shit! Sorry,
Come on in,
sorry.
Okay. Okay. We have-
Hey man, Jeff, do your thing.
come on in.
I don't want to yuck your yum.
I don't want to yuck your yum.
Yeah, we gotta get Doug to
Just
put in
wanna
another
thank, the LEI and all the healthcare workers who are here
request
from the Department
soon.
of Public Health and made the city a safer and better place. So, and much appreciated.
Oh,
Let's feel good action
1774?
tonight.
Yeah, no, that was. I'm pretty sure that was the time that just before the American Revolution, like stuff kind of popped off
Yes,
here.
The Ramirez, good
The
luck in your
Antiquarian
future
Society is here
endeavors.
because the
Yeah, okay.
Massachusetts Spy was being printed here, so it was like because it was moved out of the out
Correct.
of arm's reach of the British.
Good job.
So kind of word was already out that stuff was underway, and we ran all the Tories out of town.
It's true.
Yeah. Over in Tatnick Square, there's a street called Tory Fort Lane, which is where a lot of the Tories hold themselves up in an actual fort, trying to set things out. It was a historical site and accidentally was bulldozed over to build a home.
Dr. Castillo, after that.
Cool. Good
I mean,
times.
we can have Dr. Castillo speak first if you
Okay.
if you'd like.
Sure.
Chairman.
Dr. Castillo.
I thought she fell backwards for a second.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. And through the
Yeah, it's
chair,
pretty chill.
That's how we do.
It's
Yeah.
Public Health Week, and I'd like to be able to honor everyone who's helped throughout this entire pandemic, and I want to honor the people that are here. I want Karen to stand with me here also, if that's okay. I'm just going to also start just by saying that there have been a whole lot of other groups. LEI is incredible, and I also want to give my shout out also to the other groups that have been part of the process. think I've
There you
learned
go.
a
Chowdo.
I think we
Um,
talked about
so
that part of it
Worcester
recently on
Interfaith,
the stream as well. There's
Latino
some good
education you, saw here,
municipal
Central
violence in
America,
Worcester's history.
United
Oh,
Way
it's
for
fantastic.
International
Yeah.
Yeah.
somewhere back here. And African Community Education, ACE, the Southeast Asian Coalition, the YMCA, the YWCA, the Boys and Girls
This is the
Club,
pair.
Girls Inc.,
The gentleman
Worcester Youth
between these two
Center,
ladies,
the
and
Greater
then that
Worcester
lady on the
Community
left with her.
Foundation, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Earn a Bike have all been partners for us.
They'll be
during this
dating soon.
entire week of the pandemic.
They always go
I'm
1-2
just gonna start, and
during
then I'm gonna give it
comments.
to Karen, just to have come up
Are
from
both
HHS
Bo
who's been
Mugman.
doing it. Can they actually come to the front? Huh. Why not? Yeah? What? No? Okay, come on. Keep it moving. Come on, guys, come on up.
Wow, this is a real cluster, this meeting.
This is
Oh,
fantastic.
finally, here he
Here we
is.
get Eric Batista up.
Who have been part
Hey,
of all of this, along with
Bill.
DPH.
Hey,
I want to first
everybody.
start
Sorry,
with
I was too
Alex
busy
Arriaga,
being in
who
the
does
inner
Veteran
circle
Services.
to make it.
Alex,
It's all good.
raise your hand
We're
when
just
I
happy
call
you're
you,
here
please.
now.
Dominica Perone.
It was really hard to
who's
get back
actually
from the
my
inner
right hand, my
circle.
left hand,
It's
who
tough to get
I
out. It's
wanted to
really,
say
you know,
today
in
that
my
she is actually leaving,
experience, very easy to get in.
for,
Yeah.
Right. Sarah was right about that. You
Yeah,
just
we're-
have
I wanna say that,
to
Dominica
ask.
Perone.
It's like
In
that
the
whole
white-
Dante's Inferno thing.
Yeah, yeah. So what's going on here?
We have no
Dr.
idea.
Elia Lufumpa, who's our homeless strategist.
There's a lot of recognition happening. We
Leah
had
Seraphin, who, and I'm
many
gonna say
different
it
people
again,
coming up
Seraphin,
to spread COVID
who,
to the city
does the
council
hub
and city
governance,
manager.
for the city.
That's
Um,
great.
We've declared this
Wherever you
week
are, raise your hand.
National Public
Mahalet-
Health Week in Worcester.
Mahalet Kaleka, who
Okay.
actually
Thankfully,
puts
the
all
week
our
before,
COVID,
thousands of
clinics
Americans
together,
start dying
wherever-
again of COVID. So totally on brand.
Yeah, for
Idris
sure.
Dahoud, who's our doc, who does vaccinations.
But we're not going to reinstate him instead of mask mandate.
No.
That would be
Johanna
crazy.
Diaz,
That'd
who's
be a
our
little bit.
homeless
No.
outreach and recovery
Yeah,
coach
people
for
are.
the city.
Haven't you heard people are done with COVID?
And then I want you to meet
Right,
our
yeah,
vaccine
it's
team
over,
who's been going
'cause
out
we're
since
annoyed
we
by
got
it.
vaccines.
Yeah,
So
I
we
thought
have DeAndre
COVID
Carr,
fatigue is, you know, what you get when you
Andrea
get COVID before you go to the
Tivakova,
hospital. But apparently,
No.
It's just when you
Oh,
miss
yeah.
brunch so much.
This is our new T-shirt that we have to put up, Bill.
Agostina
The
Pedrosa,
city's new slogan:
Oh,
"Kids
but-
die eventually."
Yasmin Masoudi,
Oh,
Dora Hope Sowa. Where's Dora Hope Sowa? Hey. And Roxanne Mateo, is she here? No. So that's our group. Karen, take over.
Well, you
I always
compliment
say
me a
I
lot
should
more
have
than
an
you
interpretive
compliment
dance
Bill,
prepared.
so
This would have been the time.
that might be part of it.
Get the dancers back from Burncoat. So I'm Karen Clark. I'm the Director of Public Health for the City of Worcester and the Central Mass Regional Public
Oh,
Health
sick.
Alliance. So as Maddie, Dr. Castile, Commissioner, indicated, it's
Tim
National
Garvin
Public
from the
Health
United Way
Week,
is not
and
drinking
obviously
crafty
the first thing
kombucha.
that comes to mind is
Matt,
COVID.
you got to get a case over to him.
And I too want to
Canceled Tim Garvin.
Dr. Castile for her leadership and literally leaving no stone unturned to get people vaccinated. It's been an honor to work alongside with you. And I also
The problem is
wanna
vaccinating
acknowledge,
rocks isn't
Dr.
going to keep us
Michael
all from
Gersh,
dying.
medical
We actually got to get
director,
humans
who
on
has
board
done,
with
I
this
think,
program.
1.8 million press conferences now with the city manager and the mayor over the last 2 years. He's Surgeon of the Week and saving people over UMass, so we couldn't be here tonight.
They only hire surgeons for 1 week. That
Also,
seems like a bad
really
plan.
want to
You're
thank
gonna run through
my
them so
staff of
fast.
The Division of Public Health, who some are here this evening up in the nosebleed section.
I think you'll find there's an episode of Seltzer
And
Time
just
that
really want to thank them for
has a
what they do every
particularly
day.
inebriated guest
You know,
on it.
we've had so much
Name
focus
is-
on
you gotta
COVID,
dig.
obviously, over the last couple of years, which has been very
We might do that
political. It's
again.
been very challenging,
I'm here.
polarizing time, very political, and we still come every day. We still roll up our sleeves,
What's a
and we
stork?
always do the right thing, which is not only what the city manager always says in his motto, but that actually came from Dr. Leonard Moore.
There's not much to say.
esteemed Commissioner of Public
The inner
Health.
circle has a lot of lawns,
You know,
and
public
you gotta
health, I
rake
think,
up all the
is a little
leaves
bit
that are on the
misunderstood,
lawns, and they're
and we
wet
know we do our
leaves.
job when nobody's
It's like,
actually talking
yeah, the
about us
initiation has
because we
been
don't have police tape.
a little rough. I
That's
Yeah.
what I thought it was going to
We
be.
don't have the yellow tape
And,
to sort of box around the things that we're
You wake
working
up
on.
at
But
5:30,
nonetheless,
and you go
it's
out and you
put
rake up all the
a spotlight
leaves, and then
on
you get
the
back
work that we
to your
do and the
apartment
importance of
around
it to keep
3,
people healthy
and then you
safe.
fall asleep.
And I don't think
And then
everybody
you wake up to a
realizes that
text that's
public
like, "Where
health
are you? What the hell? The stream
about
started
making
20 minutes
sure
ago."
that
And
Hypothetically.
you say sorry, but you don't explain to anybody else on the stream what happened.
I did like that text, yeah.
You just
Sorry,
log
guys.
on,
tracking and reporting 100 different
and
communicable diseases.
then you're
All that
you're
work
here,
goes
and
on
you're
with
back
our
from the inner
little
circle,
army of public
and
health nurses.
That all checks
in that
out.
we
that's what happens
have all
when
of
you
these
Look at it.
wonderful
you're in the
things
inner
that go on
circle.
every day,
All those
and I
piss
just want you
freaks.
to know how dedicated
Some guy gonna escape it, too.
proud I am of them.
Who's the guy in the
especially
All
top?
over the
those
last 2
piss
years.
freaks.
We didn't go
Just
home.
me
We
and you know what?
stayed here.
We definitely know
Maddie and
Tim
I
Garvin
stayed
not
here. Dr.
drinking
Hirsch and I stayed here.
kombucha and not
A lot of
drinking
people
piss
did,
either.
because
So
that's just what you do.
the
So,
mystery continues.
just want to thank everybody, especially
Ooh.
City Council.
There
the
must
mayor
be
and the
something
city
affecting the
manager
police budget
especially,
tonight because a
and
bunch
Dr.
of these
Castile
fucking dorks
for
are
all your
here.
support over
Yeah,
the
it's really
last couple
cool. They're
years.
approving
So thank you. Thank
body
you to the
camera
staff,
funding tonight,
and thank
but
you
it's
all.
coming with more tasers and a request for a drone.
Can I just ask for the public
Told
health
you,
Okay.
no, we
staff
have
to please
local
stand
drones
up?
now. It's a
Yeah.
Ones
it's
that are
just
here.
helping the local economy.
Yeah,
In
Bill,
case anybody thought.
did
Sandy,
you
Irene,
did you think about how
Chloe,
much you were gonna have to
Karina.
rake when you applied for the tree commission?
No, I didn't. Hey, fun fact: I haven't heard a word from the city manager on either of my appointments, even though I had an interview with.
We're starting to get appointments. I was mentioning earlier today that we have a viewer of the show is being appointed to the cable television board tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, John.
So I am getting snubbed, I think.
Yeah, big time. Big time.
That's great. Well, congratulations, John.
Yeah.
Freaking John.
I can't find that order now.
So, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, but Axon, where most body cameras come from, that is Taser, right? It's the same company.
Yep.
So
That's
why we're getting
exactly
them
what's
together?
happening is that there was a bundle deal that if we buy so many body cameras, you get a discount on tasers. So we bought some more tasers too.
Thank you so much.
Look,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I can
You
say
just
no to
give it
that.
not to buy.
Yeah, I mean, what do
Oh,
You don't
hey.
go all the way to Spags and not take your free tomato plants, Bill. Come on.
Bill, also the most important thing you missed tonight is that Mo Bergman's back in the car, baby.
Oh, he's in the car for this meeting.
Opening shot, completely up his nostrils, and then pull
we
back
love
to
that.
reveal. He's driving the car.
Oh, that's great.
I know we kind of just wanted to put this together last week, knowing that it was going to be Public Health Week.
What?
During the conversation,
Oh, it's
we had
Public Health
I really
Week.
wanted to
Yay.
highlight, because I think that a lot of times, I know that we've been inundated with all things COVID, and we're still working on a lot of things COVID. But I really
know
wanted
why?
to make sure that we talked about all
There
the
it
work.
is.
There's a lot of work going on.
You can
And,
get that on
it's
Shopify.
really important. I also want to just highlight people like the Coalition for Healthy Greater Worcester, Casey Burns, who's been a great partner, all the people from Worcester Together who've been great partners as well in the community. Those
Yeah,
young
I mean-
people that were amazing. So really quick.
Yeah,
if you
it's
don't
great.
know From you, I want to just get some highlight information that a lot of times not everyone is privy to or doesn't have that information, because sometimes there's all these other things that are taking over the
You ever
headline.
just think
But
about how the whole world
recognizing
is
all of the
terrible.
public health and human services staff
Yeah.
leading COVID-19 response since the beginning, like you heard
You just
today,
get like
when
really
everybody
bogged
else
down in the
talked
idea that like
they were the ones that
things
were
are
still
so dark and
activated at
awful.
work. DPH Director Karen Clark, Medical
Yeah.
Director Dr. Hirsch.
Apropos, not
just
like
Worcester,
not
but also the
related to
lead
the
agencies
link
of
that
Central
Brendan just
Massachusetts
sent us in the
Regional
chat
Health
to
Alliance, providing
Axon's
public health
website.
services to Grafton, Millburn, Shrewsbury, and West Boylston. I mean, that's a lot.
I just wish sometimes that
team
there's like a
and
massive,
services. We saw public health
electromagnetic
nursing,
storm that
emergency
wiped out
preparedness, environmental
communication
health and inspection,
across the globe.
epidemiology, community health, tobacco control.
But
Yeah.
then we wouldn't be able to do this stream with all our friends. So I guess,
chronic disease prevention. And our reach
taking,
team,
give and you take.
REACH,
Yeah.
racial and
Or I
ethnic
being trapped inside this
approaches to
MCS
community
painting
health.
is giving me a headache.
The CDC program from the overarching goal of health
She's
equity
reading
from
the end
Latino
user
community in
agreement for
Worcester.
like Apple
And
Podcasts
so
right
this was a
now.
program from the CDC
I have
And
no
then
idea
having
what
grant
she's
to
saying.
support
She lost me
policy
so long
program
ago.
and local resources focusing on food
Her
systems,
frame
built
is so,
environment,
it
physical
looks, she
activity,
looks like she's
breastfeeding,
in the
nutrition, standard, and
Beetlejuice house,
clinical
like after they
community
renovate
linkage
it.
with an additional supplement to support COVID and flu. It's actually a very prestigious grant, and it's
What is she reading
really
from?
proud
What
of
is
the
she
city
talking
that we've been
about?
able to do that.
She's off the
As,
dome, baby.
HHS
No, it's
Commissioner
not.
Dr.
You can see
Michelle,
that she's looking down at a screen.
a
And
constant
she's reading a
advocate and
completely
champion for
monotone
She's-
after.
I mean,
She's
there's
look-
not
she's
enough
just looking
words
at
that I can
shoes.
say about Dr.
She looks over
Commissioner
there.
Garcia. A true
Thank you,
commitment to the community.
Molly,
She
thank
is
you.
not afraid to roll up her sleeves and get out there. Instrumental in creating the Vaccine Equity Clinic initiative to provide access
Oh
to the
my
most
God.
vulnerable population. Additionally, provides
Bill, out
coordinates
of
and
sheer
manages
boredom, I'm
the
scrolling through
city's
the Axon
critical
website
services
here,
as we
and
saw
they're
tonight.
they're actually hiring a
Public
senior
health,
copywriter.
veteran services, human rights,
Oh, that's great.
accessibility, elder affairs, and
Yeah.
youth services.
I
all under
think
that
I
umbrella.
would find the nearest
Public
bridge to
health
jump
focus,
off of if I
homelessness,
learned
mental
how
health,
much
opioid
money the senior
response,
copywriter for
quality of
Axon
life
makes.
team.
Oh
Shout out
my
to them
God, can you
too.
imagine?
I want to just
Yeah.
really quick say we've had really.
I think I might go lay
we've
down in
had
traffic if I learn
nationwide
that
recognition,
information.
Nationwide recognition. So the 2020, 2021, we
Good
got the
one,
Robert Wood
Jeff.
Johnson Foundation Culture of Health Prize. This is one
Yeah.
out of 10
Oh, yeah.
communities in the country.
Mid
One
six.
out of 10 communities in the country at the forefront
Bill,
of
can you
advancing
make getting
health,
tased sound
opportunity,
sexy?
and equity for all. So we're
But think
talking
of how
about
hard they
equity. This
worked
is stuff
writing
that we've been
Chief
really
Sergeant's
working at
speech
pretty
for tonight.
aggressively. And I'm really proud of that. It may not be what gets
You're
the
right.
headlines,
You're right. I forgot about the public
this is what's
policy
happening in one
aspect
out
of the
10
job.
communities, and I hope that we
Um,
have an opportunity to show some
making
of the
cops
clips.
sound like they know what
There's
they're
two
talking about.
video clips that are I think are really important.
Oh my God! I was just gonna say we wanted some new toys, but this is a lot better than that. Not that I'm mad at it and all, but you know, I guess it's good if we sound like we want something better for
The
the community.
CDC recognition, the Terry O'Toole
This
CDC
can't hurt.
Chief of Program
Not that it
Development and
matters.
I'm
Evaluation,
I guess I'm
Physical Activity
pursuing
Award
society.
March of 2022
is me
highlighted
in that
the
one.
achievement from each strategy.
Or
of the
no,
Worcester
I'm ecosystem of devices. I'm
O'Toole is
ecosystem
also
of
a proud
devices.
Worcester native who is excited.
I sent it to the
Oh,
private
uh,
chat, but you guys should put this public.
And
The
this is
I just sent a link to
right?
the Axon drone, which is the most dystopian thing I've seen in a long time.
LEI.
Sick,
But,
can't wait.
I'm
Anyone
not
sees this
sure
flying over your house, you know what to shoot at.
Community partners, as I talked about, director.
Ooh.
I wonder. It probably is the same drone that's on the city council agenda.
I'm gonna guess it's just a bundle that we're getting from.
Yeah, well, it's two different orders, so this is why.
Talking about drones on the city council, Sarai Rivera right now, right?
Health equity. So this has been, you know, we saw a lot of this happening in 2015, really move forward.
It might
and
be
then
your
just
internet. Is
recently
anyone
in
else having an
October,
issue?
The work continued and the new chip.
I'm not having an
in
issue
2021 to 2026, The
mechanically.
chip was developed over a span of 16 months.
I'm having a real hard time paying attention to this. I wish
I
I was still asleep really bad. I wish I did not wake up from my post inner circle nap.
Online now and provides all residents.
This
the
is
opportunity
awful.
to get
Shut,
involved.
like, just
This
shut
is
up. What are you
also
talking about?
community-based
I can't take it.
about making sure that we're inclusive with all our voices, that people are invited to the table, that their voices are heard.
There
that
is
we're working on.
there's
And some
zero
of the
people
work
in the
that is
universe right now that are
health
listening to her.
equity across Worcester. So it's been.
The mayor
this has
isn't.
been a
The city
long-
manager
honestly, I don't
isn't.
think that if some
None of the
those
people she's
foundations
praising
since
are.
2015 had not been put forward, I don't think we would have been able to do all that we did during these last 2 years. So I know that was kind of,
hope
it
so.
seemed like it was
Oh my
long-winded,
God.
but I think it was really vitally important. I don't know, we'll have an opportunity tonight
No,
to show the two
you were
clips that
fine,
I'm
sir. It
referring
didn't seem
to.
long-winded at
But
all.
if we don't, I would highly, request that we take another opportunity to show them. It shows one, the information on the reach and making sure that we understand how amazing that we got that award, that we got that recognition, which is money that's brought to the city to actually do the work. And two, looking at, the Johnson Award
Okay.
from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Culture of Health Prize that we
God,
granted
stop.
in 2020.
Give her the hook.
Those are really two things that I think are really important that we understand, and just really want to just say, shout out because they're an amazing.
The drone is a UAS. It looks like, not. I don't know. It doesn't say Axon in there.
So maybe that's what it is. They have a again,
plus
just skimming through their
population
website here. They
in a lot of ways, it's very intimately connected.
what the hell's going on now? Where'd
When you
Sarai go?
look at the diversity of
Now we're gonna do something that's just as droning.
geographical differences. Worcester is a
It looks like
microcosm of
the back end of their drone package is really just a software package that will integrate with any major consumer or industrial zone hardware.
Treatment facility. that
We
has
just
a
saw
residence
her.
house. It's a place where
What is
people
this
of
YouTube video and
addiction
why?
and feel integrated into the community, and that the community is also
The title is
able to
Worcester, Mass.,
understand
City of
that it
Immigrants.
is a disease like any other disease.
Oh, okay.
It's a warm
that
and
case.
inviting atmosphere. It truly
Well,
has
Cafe
become
Reyes.
a staple of Worcester.
Now I'm hungry.
at Legendary Legacies Incorporated. We work with young men who are the most likely to shoot or be shot.
I wasn't sure if that came through. Did that played?
Sort of criminal behavior. I think
Guys, I got a soundboard.
a universal human need to accept it as being
Sick.
part of something.
Do you have the swear bleep button?
I can.
Well, I think you should.
Once I learn how to do it, yeah.
Value outside of yourself and in the community. And so we're really working toward real conversations. How do we bridge those who have criminal records?
Oh my God.
The Southeast Asian Coalition.
Did Sarai read the script to this video before the video?
Refugees from Southeast Asia to successfully integrate, thrive, and become contributing citizens. Immigrants and refugees came to this country with absolutely nothing. We support them to retain that dignity and respect that they need to.
They didn't recess to executive session yet, did they?
No. No, we're going to bounce right from this to Chief Sergeant, who's going to talk about spending all of our ARPA dollars on tasers, body cameras, and flying robots from the Terminator series.
Right. And then they're going to appoint effectively the strong mayor of the city in private again for the third time. And
I liked everything that the video had to say. It's just
the council for their support.
the presentation of doing it is so strange.
Without you,
yeah,
manager Dr. Hirsch, the community. I see Tim Garvin back there from Worcester Together, and
yeah, it's like you had Sarai Rivera. She's your opener, right? Wears you down, right down to a nub. You can't possibly pay attention after that. And then
great job. I'm glad we had a nice
you
tribute
just
tonight.
zone
You
out
deserved it.
for a YouTube video for
24/7 during that
what I'm
COVID.
sure were nice things,
Every night.
but I don't know what happened in that
Couldn't
at
tell
all.
you. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It was subtle, and I know he's clunky sometimes, but it was, I like, nice touch how Joe just referred to COVID in the
Next,
past
we have a
tense.
roll call for the approval of the minutes.
That's great.
Councilor Bergman.
That's great.
Yes. Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor Gio.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Let's
Yes.
see
Councilor Carlson.
Mo
Yes.
in
Councilor
the
Meehan.
car.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose. Yes. Councilor Russell. Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. And I forgot to mention the manager is having a breakfast tomorrow for the healthcare workers.
Oh,
and,
what's he having?
Council is invited at 8:30 in Levi Lincoln. So people are around. Okay.
I'll
We
be
have
there.
public Participation.
I will be there, Ed.
So we have a crowd tonight, so
I'm gonna bring my own syrup, but no one else can use it. It's my syrup.
You might have snubbed me for a tree commission,
Need your name.
but I am getting my breakfast, Ed.
Your residence. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ted Costas, resident of Worcester. The reason why
He can't handle that type of seasoning.
discuss the Community Preservation Act that's on 9E, and I did have some things prepared to say. And be honest with you, I know you.
The cops want Jones because things have been going so well in Yemen.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go on record
We're
to
like,
say that
we
I
could
believe
do that.
At the time when income, just to remind the council that we just had a raise in property taxes. Not much, but it was enough, where people are having hardships and still are struggling, small businesses, small homeowners. So to get involved with this act right now, I believe it could be filed for another purpose, maybe near future, but this is not the time. And I believe that's where we want to keep it at that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is your name, city of residence, and item number?
Fred Nathan, City of Worcester. Mr. Mayor, City Manager, City Council. So 9E, I understand, there is a whole.
So they did that whole public health presentation before
time again.
Before public comment, huh?
Bread has gone up, milk has gone up. What has gone down? Nothing. Next item.
I love him.
We should have had this guy on the roast.
What a treasure.
I'm not 100% behind him. I'm 1,000,000% behind him. Get it?
Whoa.
Next item, 8A,
Bits.
the city manager or
Do
the
you get it?
proposed interim. I don't want to see them bring somebody in if they're only going to keep them 9 months. If you have no intention of going forward after
They
9
do
months,
have a lot of intention.
Yeah, don't worry about that, dude. What are you, new here?
Not put him through that torture. I believe that is. Oh, nope.
This guy looks like a 6-foot
We talk
turkey.
about borrowing
He's
money.
my
We
favorite.
talk about doing this. We talk about doing that. Everything costs money, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, City
The
Council.
day that he
You all know
accosted me
that.
with that tiny little Trump
I mean,
flag,
we built
it was
the
one
park.
of the most
The
hilarious
money
days of
for
my
to
life.
build the park. Now, if you want a bond in item.
Do you think
to
we can get him
purchase
to do a
the
drop
Denholm
for us?
building For what is it? 6.8 million, is it?
Yeah, and by which we stick one of our phones in his face and just record whatever the fuck he says.
Yeah.
1,000,000%.
Think about
Thank you. Next speaker.
We really need to send somebody to
Is your
this
name, city of
thing.
residence, and item number?
Len Zalauskas.
Jimmy
I
Cash was in the
apologize. I don't
room.
know
He
the
could've
item number. I'm here on a held item.
done
which is
something.
in support of the Fair Share Amendment. I'm here to urge you all to support the Fair Share Amendment. Basically, the only one it hurts is if you make, about $20,000 a week. So if you make $20,000 a week, you're going to get hurt.
So all of us in the
It's
inner
gonna
circle.
cost you about
Obviously.
$31 in additional taxes.
Reagan leaves
per
paid.
week. So if you
Yeah,
make
that's how much I made
$20,000
today.
Make $20,000 a week.
Psych.
You're going
Oh, this is one of my mom's friends, apparently.
$31 a week in tax. Okay, so I urge you to support this. We need the money, and I'm a school teacher, as many of you know. On the
Oh,
council.
that's
School
We need the
teacher.
money in the school system. We also, even though we just got
my
some
mom
money
knows
for
him from her
roads,
cabal of
it's
groomers.
still not enough. We have plenty of road work to do, plenty of side work.
She
side
calls them
work to
suitors.
do.
I love the way like the
And
brain dead right wing, like the y'all
vote
part,
for
like
the Fair Share Amendment.
takes a word like groomer and uses it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Idaho has it.
Oh, her
Really,
again.
it really lends new meaning to the phrase dog groomer.
Oh my God.
Holiday for city employees. It should have been done over 100 years ago.
They're grooming kids to be pedophiles, folks.
We should celebrate the fact that we no longer
Or something
have
like that.
slaves in this country.
I mean, I agree. They shouldn't do that. I don't want anyone groomed into being a pedophile. If that's what those books are doing, then we need to look at these books. But I think,
Yeah, I think we do need to look at these.
Yeah.
Right.
Donald Trump's Make America Great Again.
Travis, please turn this up a little bit.
That statement came out in the 1880s when the Ku Klux Klan wanted to push back the Negroes back to slavery. Or
I'm watching the woman
Luckily,
over her
that
right
did
shoulder.
not happen.
She was looking straight forward. And
Oh, she's looking upset right now.
all the hope
and
lost
make
out of
that
her
a
eyes.
legal holiday. I also want to comment
This lady is here to scream about critical race theory, and Mayor Petty's gonna have to be like, it's not on the agenda.
I agree.
Oh, she puts an arm up.
If we give him 9 months,
Oh, what a boss move!
Batista, as city manager, and most positions in the city, 9 months is probation. I think, as we have usually done, we should make a search and not just.
No, we don't usually do that.
In such an important
We should,
position
but
in the
We
city.
should. We don't do that. We haven't done a search in 30
I
years.
think what should have happened.
That's like
was
the blink of an eye to
interim.
this woman,
Get a
though.
few more seconds.
Yeah.
Interim means until something else happens.
Interim's
And
also
that's
not
what
in the
we-
city charter.
Why would we wait 9 months to do a search?
It's literally what
for
they're
the
doing is
city
illegal.
manager's
Thank
position?
you.
I mean, she and Fred have found common ground. They should get married right
What's
now.
your name?
Nico can perform the
Garvin, United
ceremony.
Way, 44 Main Street.
I
run
know they
the
want
Denholm
it so
building. I'd like
bad.
to speak about the Denholm building. Nice to see you, Mr. City Manager, Mayor, councilors. More than 2.5
It's
years
familiar.
ago,
Human
the
beings
nonprofits in the
city.
Denholm building approached the city saying,
That's
"We
not
know
what we do here,
we
Travis.
know
Get
exactly
Sorry,
what
oh,
that help
I
was.
bet he
We have a
smells like
building that is
cheese.
Old, it
this
is
guy's
beautiful,
a-
it's historic. It is not working for us. Since COVID,
This guy is
hit,
just too
as all
fucking
of you
nice.
know, the nonprofits have rallied.
He must be an
Community of
asshole.
Public health. What we've done with Worcester Together, what we've done with taking care of kids, what we've done with
Tim
remote
Garvin and I
learning
got
hubs, what
slimed
we've done
together
with
on
vaccine
Worcester City
equity.
Common.
We
By
believe
Iris,
deeply in
actually.
folks.
Yeah.
You all know that a month ago, we lost power.
Cool.
We were homeless. We struggled.
Her sign
We
is the
continued
famous
our work.
Stars and
We
Straps
came to
logo.
the city. We asked for your help. You've now put an offer on the table. We thank you. And I look at each counselor that I have worked with for the good of this city, and I ask you to support this effort so that we can get to the place that we need, so that we can actually
Probably.
focus on the work
mean,
that is important in this city. We thank you for that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're all on the same page that the city has been fucking with the Denholm building for like a year
and
plus,
also here representing
so that they
the
eventually
Worcester
sell it to
Community
the
Action
city.
Council as executive director and
So they can
longstanding
develop it
resident
into
of
apartments.
the Denholm building.
Yeah, now the Worcester
One
Redevelopment
of the
Authority
largest
owns it.
anti-poverty agencies
What do you
in the
think's going to
city.
happen
Like
there?
my good friend Tim says, it's always hard to follow Tim, but I try to do it. We're really looking at the future, and while I appreciate the beauty and history and nostalgia that the
Yeah, they
Denholm
were fucking
brings,
with it.
my grandmother bought a lot of shoes there. My father worked in the men's department and never knew that I worked in that building. So I have my own heartstrings attached to that building. But what I can say is that what we have done for the last 55 years in our work in this community, and especially in the last 2 years, in the last month in particular, through COVID.
Is the plan to tear it down?
That building is not.
Yeah, they want, well, the city wants to buy it,
our staff
but they're
or
definitely
the community and the citizens that
tear
we
it
serve.
The city's going to buy it,
My
give it to
focus
the
and I hope it's with the future of
WRA.
my colleagues in
Because they're already saying they're already
Probably.
they're already planting quotes
to
and
exit the
saying
Denholm
like, well, it
building,
might not be
looking
salvageable.
to the future,
That's
Yeah.
which is a shame, but it might not be.
equitable, effective services.
Yeah,
that
they have a
in
plan.
physical place that manifests the quality of the services that we
I
all
bet it was
provide.
really cool in its
And the
time,
Denholm building
but
just isn't
I've
doing
never
that
seen
for
it
us
nice.
anymore, and it doesn't provide an
Still
equitable,
a cool building.
accessible, fair space
Just,
to meet
yeah,
our clients
not,
and our customers where they
Just
are.
gotta get
Oh,
those-
hey,
And I'm looking forward
congrats!
to being in a beautiful
Oh,
new
that's
space
lovely.
that will afford
Nice.
us those opportunities.
Now they're gonna
and
now
really
they're gonna
rise to
tear
the
your whole
level
neighborhood
of
down.
service that we provide today. So I am here in support of 10.4.
Better get packing.
And I want to thank the manager and Peter Dunn in particular for your help over the last few years, helping us navigate this, and appreciate the support of all the council in this particular matter. Thank you.
Aw.
Thank you.
I
Did
always
you
thought it
fuck
was-
the generator?
Residence and item number.
Hi, I get called Grandma Wolfpaw around here, and my English colonization
Wolfpaw.
name is Rhonda
She
Dix.
definitely told them to go
And
fuck
I would like
themselves
to
last
Yeah.
time.
ask the next
Yes.
Yeah,
Denholm
that's the one.
city
That's
manager
Wolfpaw.
Do you have an
if,
item number? Or?
They could please this time include the Native Americans in the Native American Heritage Month, since this town did nothing. So that's going to still be brought up. Media's talking to me about that because we would like to know why you're forgetting us in this town.
Okay, thank you. We can work with the
City
clerk
manager.
and do something. Thank you.
So dismissive, Joe. like it's just so shitty.
Mr.
Like
Chairman,
whatever.
Craig Blaze, President and CEO of the Worcester Business Development
That
Corporation.
drives me crazy.
Here to speak on item 10.
Dude, Craig Blaze is the most whoever named Craig Blaze, that is right. That guy is Craig Blaze.
It would have been awesome to watch Wolfpaw re-break her hand, smashing his face into the ground.
Yeah, for sure. That would be great.
Some way we could figure out a creative way to save the building and help them in a very, very dire circumstance. We funded a study
Hypothetically.
Along with the trust and looked at the building in depth. We met with real estate brokers, developers, creative financing through mass development. We turned over every stone possible to try to figure out.
Worcester Redevelopment Authority, whatever this guy runs, and the
Worcester Business Development Corporation.
Worcester Business Development Corporation, and the
at the time,
Worcester Economic Development Coordinating Council are like really the real powers in the city, and we have no control over them whatsoever.
Through the building,
There's no democratic recourse there. They operate in a silo, and there was nothing we can do about it.
Working closely with the city administration,
money
the
talks.
city manager, chief development officer,
Yep.
individual counselors who have been at the table involved
And
in
it
this.
talks to
We found
the
a
city
path,
manager and the city
to
council
find a home
without us knowing what it's saying.
Yeah.
Create the vision
And without anyone
private.
particularly caring about that.
center here in the city. Many
Just,
communities have this. One stop, it's going to be great. Continue to be downtown.
I mean, I
on the
think
bus
that
line.
it's
So
great to
I
move
ask-
those
I ask
organizations
the councilors
into
to
another
please,
space.
please vote and support these two items this evening so that we continue to
Don't
help
know
the
that it's
critical nonprofits who are
helpful to the city overall.
in the community,
Take an iconic piece
have
of
a place
architecture
that's respectable, efficient,
and
works for
tear it
them
down and turn it
financially
into
and provides
useless.
stability for them for years and years to come.
I mean, it'd be one if it's apartments and they're
say
affordable, then yeah,
I'm
like
proud to be
hey,
part of an
I'm always in
administration,
support of
working with
that.
the
But
administration,
I
and with
just
people
don't
in this
know.
community to save
Whenever
No, you
those
know- you
projects
think-
come up, I don't know how much of that is affordable and how much of it is actually helping.
Yeah, I think that we should have some more plywood luxury units. That is a really good thing.
The Worcester
That
Historical
helps everyone in the
Commission
city, and
working
everyone
together
likes
with
it.
us. We
So,
save these buildings, but unfortunately, we can't save all of the buildings. So hopefully, this is a solid plan that the council will get behind to help our nonprofits.
Yeah, the market building is
create a
amazing.
development opportunity downtown, and to save 18 Chestnut Street, which I would remind you is a historic building that will be now full of life and vibrant for years and years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, State Representative O'Day.
Oh, Jimmy's here.
Jimmy O'Day.
Hey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for calling me out of order. Good evening, manager, city clerk, members of.
What a guy.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and O'Day.
What a
Love this
freaking
freaking guy,
brought to
dude.
light. First, last week, I sent in a written statement on behalf of it last week. I was out of town, so I was disappointed I was out of town. I was disappointed that it was held, but happy to be able to come here this evening.
I was disappointed I was out of town too last week.
Favorably on the fair share amendment.
The only thing I'm
What's
bummed about
being
is I missed
requested
Nick's. I
here
missed
this
closing of
evening in
Nick's
this-
like an idiot.
in this
You
chamber
fucked up.
is being,
Yeah. It's
requested
just what happens when you
across
fuck
the
up.
Commonwealth.
I mean, I didn't go either, but I didn't fuck up.
And I think Mr. Zalaskis, who spoke,
'Cause I wasn't trying.
did a great job of really identifying
Really, the rest in.
I'm sorry.
success.
Were you aware that Craig said that they're going to be moving all of the not-for-profits at the Dental building up to the old Unum building on?
I did
Chestnut
see
Street?
that. Yeah.
He mentioned it. I just hadn't heard that publicly before.
I was not aware of that. No.
I saw that today somewhere. Not a lot. No details on it.
That will be
Just.
raised. It's being called the fair share because it's.
Oh yeah, the last night at Nick's on Sunday night was pretty weird energy in there.
Was it?
Yeah.
Why was the energy weird?
It was just like a little bit of desperation and a little bit of Shaun being very frustrated, understandably, and kind of done. and it was just a
24,000
weird,
millionaires and billionaires
mix of
across the
people there.
Commonwealth.
It was just weird.
We
It was
have
strange.
most
I was there
conservative
for
individuals leaving
about 20
to
minutes,
move to
right
New
near the
Hampshire.
end, and I was
New
just like,
Hampshire
"Yeah, we gotta
has
go."
never had an income tax. If they were leaving, they were
You
going to go
know,
before
the
now.
vibe can't
Do
always
not
be.
be swayed by
I think
some of the
our
items
last
that
open
you
mic
will
last
hear
week,
over the
last
next 5
Monday,
months.
was
The
pretty
opponents to
great.
this bill will probably likely spend
It
up
looked
to
insane.
$40 million.
That felt like the end.
So think about what
Yeah.
we could do.
Maybe
with
I
an
shouldn't have gone
additional
back.
$2 billion each and every year.
Yeah, I heard the Nikki
Each and every year
and Dan show
for
went
our
great.
schools, for
Their
our
shows, so
education, for our
I'm glad they got a chance to do one more
bridges,
there.
rail, you name it. Those are the two targeted areas.
Yeah, that it definitely
money
it felt like a
will
lot of
address.
that too.
So I
Like,
hope that we will have a unanimous vote here this evening, and look forward
Was
to
there
that.
really a special
Thank you very
guest
much
last
for your
week?
time, and look
On
forward to seeing the council.
I don't know.
under this
Bo
evening.
Mergelman says I missed the special guest, unless that wasn't to me.
Anybody else?
what happened last week, guys?
Thank you, Mr.
That was the lunatic
My
that
name
started
is Ann
off with
Lisi. I'm a resident and
the sort
homeowner
of
at 38
hilarious.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Oh
that
yeah,
guy.
we got a name, we got a band.
On the
Travis.
What was that guy's name?
It
We
was
definitely got to ban that guy.
something crazy.
because we believe the time is
Yeah.
right for us to stop leaving money on the table.
Well,
There's a
I'll
serious
text it
amount
to
of
you
matching
once I
funds
find it.
available
Yeah, sounds
to
good.
the communities
Not
that
worth
adopt this act.
discussing
It's
any
been
longer.
in
Hopefully,
play
we
for
don't
20
manifest
years.
them.
You were asked about
Right.
this about 3 years ago.
Oh,
and
that's what it.
we
Yeah,
believe
that's
the
what it
time is
was.
right now.
Something
The
along those
action
lines.
that's being asked of you specifically.
I think Brad ended up
is to
reporting them
put
enough
the
times
measure on the
that
ballot at the next
they
general
got
election
auto
on
banned,
November 8th.
but we should check on that.
And I want to address the very sensitive topic about tax increases, which this act provides legislation that would enable you to create a surcharge on
Oh, hell
residential
yeah.
and commercial properties.
Hey,
Families
get yourself some crafty kombucha, everybody. It helps dissolve the trolls in your life.
entirely exempt. They would
You're
not
right. If
pay
you dip
any
a troll in
amount of
crafty
surcharge whatsoever.
kombucha,
The
they
first
will be
$100,000 of value would be exempt.
returned
So
to
at 38
an
Street, for
elemental
instance,
state.
with the tax bill that I currently send in of about
It's true.
$4,800 a year, I would be charged another $64.
How best would you describe it? It's like
Money be contributed to a
it's
common fund
tea-esque in a way, I
enable
would
us
say,
to
but
do,
more flavorful.
Yeah, it's like an iced tea. If you put an iced tea and maybe like a soda and a wine together.
Yeah.
Then
Yes.
you're
It's got a
getting-
little bit of It's
getting in the ball.
preservation and
it's
affordable
very
housing.
refreshing.
And I have some other friends in the community who are here to
And
address each of those things.
it's got a little bit. The ginger lime especially has a little bit of
My name is Frank Callahan.
ginger
and I live
ale,
at
kind of a
53
ginger
Elm Street.
beer esque.
I'm here about item 9E. I come today
Yeah,
in support of the Community
it's.
Preservation Act. and
I don't drink a
enormous
ton of
law which has
kombucha.
been
The
in effect
kombucha I do
since,
drink is
the year
crafty
2000.
kombucha because it's the only
In the following
kombucha
2
that
decades,
I think is
187
up to my high
communities have
standards,
approved the
and
CPA,
I love it.
representing 65% of the Commonwealth's population.
There
These
it
include
is.
the cities such as Boston, Brookline, Newton, Cambridge, all of
Yeah,
the Cape and
it's
Islands.
it's good stuff.
Recently, Shrewsbury passed the CPA, and the CPA item will appear on the ballot this year in Westboro and Westminster. And it's
You could
also
bring
the
that
same
back,
product
Bo
going
Mergelman.
on the ballot in Boylston.
Oh yeah.
Worcester is one of 26 gateway cities in Massachusetts, and 13 of these
It's true.
economic
But
engine
yeah, like
communities have the CPA, including Springfield,
grocery store
Norwalk,
stuff is
New
not
Bedford, Fall River,
not the good
Pittsfield,
stuff.
Holyoke, and Quincy.
Wait, is this
Last May,
CPS on the
Worcester
agenda?
City Auditor provided a report to the community on the
Yes, it
Community
is.
Preservation Act
Where
to
is
the
it?
city council. And using
What?
the
I missed that.
1.5% level proposed to the council, more than $4.2 million annually would be realized for Worcester.
It's so dumb that Worcester doesn't do the
I
CPA.
believe that
Yeah.
figure is conservative based on the recent.
Like,
increase
it's
in the
hilariously
CPA
dumb.
fund. I'd also like to mention that we
9E,
all are
thank
hearing
you, Yanni.
about the ARPA and how much it's going to be helping out with
I missed
housing.
that.
But the CPA probably won't be.
All right,
kicking
we're
in
at
Me because I'm a
7:30.
dumb idiot.
And right around the time that the.
Let's
Oh, it's
take
in the
bets.
petitions.
stopped,
Let's take bets on when they're
coming
actually
to
going to
the
end this
city,
thing tonight.
the
I'm thinking
CPA
9
trust
o'clock.
fund would be a mechanism to keep on.
9? Yeah, that's probably about right. I'll say 9:01.
No municipality is
You dirty dog.
902.
Oh, fuck you too, bud.
I urge the council to vote to place the CPA on the ballot. Thank you.
Brendan's gonna say $1.
$1 of time.
Packard, Worcester. I'm speaking on the CPA as well. Historic structures are a source of community pride, economic development, and also
Deb.
are expensive to maintain and restore.
Jesus.
Saving and repurposing older buildings is an important part of making our city livable. Property owners from across the city reach out to Preservation Worcester.
Good stuff.
Looking for information for funding resources, and they're terribly hard to come by.
Even Tim Garvin's yawning.
Developers, small
Mo Bergman, you're an
businesses,
influenza.
nonprofits, individuals, cultural
This person
organizations, and even the city of
does a lot of
Worcester
good work in the
will
city.
be able to apply for.
But my
and use
God,
CPA
giving
funds
Soraya a run
for
for her money here.
preservation projects. CPA funds would provide a direct and dedicated revenue.
No, one of the
source
items
for
I
all
missed on the
sorts of
agenda is
historic
we are going to
preservation
name
projects.
June 25th as
Please give voters a
Hazardous
chance
Waste
to
Drop-Off
decide
Day in Worcester.
by
That should be great
placing
content for the
CPA
show.
on our ballot.
See who
Whoa.
can come up with the best hazardous waste
Excuse me, from the passage.
over on Millbury Street. So, I mean, centrally located.
The poop thing finally will be brought to justice.
Has to be under 25 gallons or 25 pounds, but I don't see any restrictions here as to what they won't accept.
Oh man,
Yes,
that's
thank
great.
you for.
I'm trying to think of who.
testimony.
I think on as far as who we deal with on a weekly basis, Ed's voice drives me the most crazy. I can't hear. It's like a Cthulhu thing. Like he starts talking, and my mind goes
been
like
active in the community with
elsewhere.
projects and Earth Day cleanups. As some of you may know, the Community
trying to think of
Preservation
who
Act
else.
is a smart growth tool that will help communities.
No one's as a dynamic a speaker as Gary Rosen. That is one of the big.
Also
Gary Rosen really like he captured the essence of why old people love Trump and like really brought that energy to the Worcester City Council. And
Shrewsbury, as mentioned earlier,
I commend him for that.
It's true.
Not it's a competition, but speaking for me though, as a Worcester homeowner and who's active,
I
in our
prefer
community,
women
I
to
think
be
we would
seen,
benefit
not
greatly,
heard.
and you would see a lot of
Yeah.
spaces and have and give citizens an
Wow.
opportunity.
Why?
to
What's wrong with that? Yeah.
And also give them.
What do you mean?
That's
stakeholders.
actually incredibly misogynist.
Yeah, that's not great.
It's like a classic.
Wait, I don't get it. Why? What?
I think I think Mo is saying because you criticize the way that woman was speaking. He's making the leap to say that you don't like women.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's
well,
a stretch.
Well, yeah. You can say whatever.
Mo, you're driving around your car. I think you're maybe
much rather than be at the.
This guy's
park
getting off jokes.
So thank you again. That was serious. Thank you again for putting this on the ballot.
Thank you.
You can learn a thing or two from this guy,
Brian. See your residence and item number.
My comedy career is over.
Good evening. My name is Henry Hernandez. I'm a Worcester resident at Penny Street, and I'm also here to talk on behalf of CPA. I'm sure that we all here have heard the word resident city before, and also a welcoming city. The question here is, or the question we should make ourselves.
Worcester is not a welcoming city. We need to dispense with this
Worcester have been spending their
I
entire
think that's
life
what
here.
he's saying.
blatant
People
propaganda.
want to come to
Yeah.
Worcester. And that means that brings me to the point that it's not a secret anymore that Worcester is actually in crisis, in a housing crisis. And
Yeah,
that
how
Worcesters are
surprising that we can
struggling
hear him
to
through a
stay
mask
on it.
and everything.
For many of us, even in this room, Worcester is a city that saw us born and being raised on. And for many of us as well, it's the first city that we came to when we came to the United States. That being the case, today this could not mean nothing to a lot of Worcester residents. It's because they're struggling on a day-to-day basis just to be able to be in the city, to stay in the city, so that the kids can live in this resident
note
city,
here,
getting the
Travis.
best education as possible, but it's not being fair. I am today here to urge you to create a path towards affordable housing. And CPA
Mo
being the
Bergman,
first
I'm whatever
step,
you want me to be.
all city council
Yeah,
members
I'm
to support
misogynistic.
The
What's wrong
Community
with that?
Preservation Act as a first step to create affordable housing.
What, you want me to be racist too?
Nobody clip that. No, don't encourage him.
What, you want me to be racist too? Sure, I'm racist. What else? What else?
The next speaker, name and city of residence, item number.
It's all fake. 2022. Who cares?
Bryan, 21 Tennyson Street in Worcester. I want to first of all just quickly thank all of you for your remarkable public service. In these
also has
difficult
comic
times.
energy.
And I also just want to take a moment to thank our city manager at Augustus for his remarkable service over
this guy
many
can
years
talk.
to the people of the city.
Yeah, I don't like this stuff.
I'm
You know,
here as the
emphasis
final
on
speaker
guy.
on behalf of number 9E, which is requesting all of you, the city council, to place this issue before the voters on the November ballot.
Yeah, clip that
you know,
too.
There's two
There you go.
ways
What
that
do you want from
the
me?
CPA can appear before the
I'm
voters.
starting my comedy career.
The first option is the city can join
Open it up for Rodney
overwhelming
Dangerfield.
majority of the other 187 cities
Joe
that
was
have
mayor at one
adopted
point, yes.
CPA by having the legislative body, city council.
I just like the
select
thought of a
board, who had
dude mayor.
The wisdom.
It's the dude mayor.
The voters, and let the voters decide the issue.
Dude is a
Or
gender neutral
you
term.
can require the petitioners to gather almost 6,000 signatures, which
Like Connie
Same
Luke,
shirts, too.
that's a
is
dude
more
mayor.
signatures than we require for all the offices here, city councilor and the mayor. So 3 quick things on why I think this is important and why we should allow this to go right to the ballot. Public health, public resources, and public democracy. Real quickly,
Yeah,
as
he's
you
gonna
all
try and
know,
sell
having
us
gathered signatures
solar
to gather
panels
6,000
for our
signatures,
house.
you need to get about 10,000 to 12,000 signatures, raw signatures to submit to the clerk. And that requires 12 to
Raw
15,000
signatures.
face-to-face conversations to get those signatures. Now, thank God that we are in a downside of the pandemic. We hope that it will stay that way. But we do know there's some troubling signs out there.
No.
And I really ask, is it in the best interest of the public to unnecessarily force 12 to 15,000 face-to-face
They're all
conversations
riveted.
at this time? Second, public resources to certify this number of signatures will take a remarkable amount of resources from the city clerk's office, both personnel and people, as well as money.
Yeah, he doesn't need that mic.
And I would make a case that could be better spent
There you go.
for public purposes. And then finally, public democracy, and by simply saying the reality here is that most city councils have allowed the voters to decide this.
And
by
finally,
personal
public democracy,
having confidence that the voters will make a good choice.
Whoa,
The
this is a
reality
good
is
offer.
that
You'd be
the
stupid
spirit
not
of
to
my
buy
money.
it.
is
Take
when we
my
let
money.
Every citizen who is able.
I would love to have a
opportunity
tape.
vote on an issue. I would ask
Me and
you
my
to
friends
allow
could
the
get
citizens here to
drunk,
have a public dialogue,
shoot each
let's
other.
get to
Yeah,
it
you were
by
never in a
supporting the
dorm room where
CPA
somebody had a
by
stun
placing it
gun.
on the ballot. We want to end
Yeah.
dark money. We're not asking you to publicly support.
I'm really enjoying their
All we're
website.
asking
They have
you is
so
to
many
give the issue to the
options
voters
here for
and let them
tasers.
decide. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
I mean,
all the members
go
of
over to
the
their civilian series.
Yeah,
Ooh, some good
okay.
stuff here.
Anybody else?
You could have a lot of fun with the stuff they have. The Bolt 2 is for you, Bill.
Hi, good evening. My name is
All right,
Irving
cool.
with, Canal
Is it like
District.
one of those cow
I'm
guns that
petitioning
they
for
had in No
9B,
Country for Old Men?
regarding the parking.
Yeah, Javier Bourdain just cattle prod.
Over the last 2 years, that they've eliminated all
The
residential
Woos
parking,
Hawks.
Call it.
converted into metered parking. And constantly, what's happening is that it's forcing the residents and the workers in that area to get citations
Oh,
if
this
they
is that-
continue to park there, because there's a 2-hour zoning
Harding
area.
Street.
The problem with that is that many of the workers that work in that area, they can't take breaks that often, so they get tickets. And many of them are facing their licenses being revoked. And in some cases, many of the business owners are experiencing high turnover because people are quitting because of the circumstances that they're in. The other challenge is that the municipal spots that are there, they're not guaranteed spots. So during large events, a lot of those spaces are taken. So workers and residents don't have guaranteed parking there. So we're looking to see what the city can do to help resolve this problem. I had a meeting with Councilor Carlson, and she helped me a lot tremendously and helped me clarify a lot what's going on in the city. And I'm looking to work with you guys to help come with a resolution.
Sure, she
The other
did.
concern that I want to bring to your attention is the handicap parking. Currently, the main street parking doesn't have access for handicap, that if they're in a wheelchair, they have to go up on the main road and go up on the ramp. And it makes it very unsafe because particularly in the Harding Street area, where the intersection of Harding Street and Temple Street, there's a lot of accidents there. In fact, just this past weekend, there was another accident. It's probably, with the peanut that they just built
Craft
over there,
Tea
the
Baja
Canal
Blast.
District and Harding Street in particular, there's a lot of people that tend to speed in that area.
Shockingly
So it
enough,
makes it
they all
unsafe for
pair well.
people walking in that area, especially during
Hey.
large events, and also people that are in handicap that need additional assistance. The other thing that we were looking to discuss as well was guaranteed parking rates.
Sounds amazing.
They put in new municipal spots for residents and for workers, and there is an introductory rate of $63. But my concern is that next year that's going to be 120. The year after that's going to be 180. And that's what's going on at Union Station. You know, I used to park at Union Station. It was $190 a month. I was paying almost $2,400 a year to park there. Plus, I had an electric car, so I was being penalized on top of that because I had to pay for electric every single day, which is roughly $23 a day. So there's days that you're paying between $30 to $50, you know, just for parking. And right now,
Probably
with the
should've
events,
quit,
you know,
bud.
all the municipal spots are now available for rent. So, you know, railers parking, for instance, can be parking for $50, which is not realistic for residents if they're looking for
my
parking and
God.
there's nowhere else to go. So I'm really looking to improve
charge
communication.
$50 for
I've
railers
recommended
parking?
that potentially putting, you know, signs on the street with QR codes that people walking by can take a picture of it and scan and be able to get live updates from the city of what's going on in the area and what we can do to help improve communication, because that's been a really big challenge. You know, I've spoken to about 90 different residents in the area, and they're
And
all
one guy
really
from
upset
Texas,
about what's
apparently.
going on, but I think that there's ways that we could work together to resolve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Did your name say your residence and the item number?
Yes, good evening.
What was this complaint that it just costs money to park?
Neighborhood.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
District.
Oh, this guy.
On item
This is the mushroom guy now.
Mushroom guy.
Yeah, David the gnome.
David Slatkin.
Yeah, Mr. Slackin.
He's slacking.
And apparently
but-
that passed the Human Rights Commission. They approved that that order to decriminalize mushrooms, which I
Oh, cool.
believe does nothing, but is awesome.
Yeah, no, it doesn't do anything.
to our intimate times outside.
But that shouldn't stop anybody.
Is he
from
saying that we
taking
should not be
mushrooms.
able
in addition to other
nude
privacy issues that will
sunbathe?
come up with that.
Mushrooms, guys, gotta say, very expensive right now.
For searching for homeless
Oh, yeah?
encampments.
I tried to buy an eighth,
Broken up behind
and
Walmart.
the guy was like 60, and I was like 60.
Poverty and addiction shouldn't be a crime or criminalized.
That doesn't seem right, Bill.
And
Yeah, and then I tried somebody else, and it was even more money than that.
If the Worcester Police Department
I had to buy,
Hypothetically,
like,
I
a
think you should
pound.
just hop on shroomery.org and figure out how to grow them yourself, man. It's a nice hobby.
Hypothetically speaking, that's something you might be able
Yeah.
to do.
And then going on to 1030.
I don't know if I trust myself to grow them myself, honestly.
I trust you.
Disbursement of
Well,
1.5
They're literally fungus. Like
from the
it's
manager's contingency
you're fucking up
ordinary
by doing it
maintenance,
correctly.
To fund vendor contract for police
Yeah,
full
but
frame
you know,
cameras.
you
I
can
just
do
think
it
is,
bad though. You can like make yourself
an
sick.
absurd use of taxpayer dollars. I don't think that
That's what it is. It's a form of
that's
food
how we should be
sickness.
paying for these body cameras.
No,
I
but
think
like
that
bad sick, not good sick.
find those funds through their own budget or come to city council.
You know what I
to
mean?
request
Good
an
sick.
Increase in their budget for the upcoming year. And through the chair, Mr. City
Those
Manager,
20 cops in the
would
corner are going to beat the
service.
shit out of this
I
kid in
think
the
a lot
bathroom in about 5 minutes.
Pundits pay attention to president's first 100 days.
I just always recommend going to Gentle Dental on Park Ave and booking yourself a teeth extraction. They'll give you ketamine.
Lastly,
So
related to 12A, in terms of appointing Mr. Batista
you
as
just
the next
fall down a
citizen
K-hole and get half your teeth taken out. It's a good time.
Fall down a K-hole.
Well, if he assumes this new role. I just think
This is
that
one of the wildest half days of work I've ever had.
Did they really give you ketamine?
Swear to God, dude. I don't know if it's because I'm like 1.5 times the size of a normal person. They're like, we're gonna need the good stuff on this guy. But
We're gonna need the stuff for horses on this guy.
it also didn't work the way they wanted to because I still like almost got up.
Please raise your hands if you want to be heard.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to go into the
I
Zoom
actually
platform for anybody who
yeah,
likes
I
to
was
speak during the
screaming.
virtual participation
I was
portion.
screaming
You
in the
raise your hand
dentist office.
devices, you press star
But I had a
9 to join
blast.
the
I
phone.
loved it.
First speaker to identify is Kathleen Roy. I'm not new Kathleen now.
Pretty great day.
I would have had a blast myself.
Yeah, they may just sit in the room while during the whole surgery. I think I don't know. And, I was just screaming.
Okay, not hearing from Ms. Roy. We're going to move on.
My dentist could not stop me. I was about a second away from picking him up and throwing him across the room.
Item 9E. Worcester residents
Oh,
cannot
here
take
we
on
go.
another tax
Kathy
to
Roy.
cover CPA.
Oh, this is the why we can't have nice things.
We are dealing with very high gas and grocery prices.
So
And
you
with
guys saw the
Worcester's higher
Madison
property
Cawthorn
taxes,
story
we
this
are
week,
already
right?
overburdened.
Yeah,
Which
Item
of
to
the
be
city
filed
councilors would be
on
invited to
behalf
these
of all
sexual
the
parties?
residents of Worcester.
Oh, Donna Calorio.
Can you please say your
And
full
she's
name
backing
so
that
the
ass
residents-
up.
Kathleen Roy,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
Okay, Kathleen Roy, I'm a resident of District 5 in the city of Worcester.
Thank you.
I am calling,
See, it's not all perfect over here in District 5,
oh, okay,
folks.
thank you so much, I'm sorry.
Sometimes it's a fucking nightmare.
Have a good
Molly, you
evening.
missed
Mr.
a
Mayor,
sort of a
that's
Jimmy Cash
Casella. I'm gonna
cameo.
try to mute Joe now.
A lot of honors for people. And now we got Kathy Roy just talking bullshit.
She's such a fucking bullshit artist, dude.
Okay, now him from Mr. Guitar will move on.
Oh yeah, and Maureen Bennenda is running for
Isaac
mayor.
Gerard, I'm going to try and mute Isaac
That's
now.
so annoying that she's gonna win.
Hello, my
We're
name is
gonna- no,
Isaac
she-
Gerard.
we're gonna destroy her
As a
career.
Citizen of Worcester, I'm calling about a couple.
I'm
items.
John
Firstly,
Manfredo,
item 12A.
and I
urge the council not
approve
to anoint
this
Batista to the position of
message.
interim city manager, and instead vote to designate Assistant City Manager Batista as the acting city manager. The role of
Oh.
interim city manager is
Oh.
not a position recognized.
What was
by any
the
version of
password?
speech that is
Fidelio?
Currently available to the public. The acting city manager is
No,
clearly
Molly, stay.
defined in section 3.9.
I'm surprised
8.2
someone's
of
calling
the
on this
city
point.
charter,
That's a good
and its
point.
clearly defined procedure documented for transitions of power. I have nothing against Eric Batista. I simply want to see our city handle the search for a new city manager.
Oh, Molly, I also became fully misogynistic.
Yeah. We forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would also like to voice my support for a re-examination of our city's current system of government to understand if a strong mayor system.
Yeah, we
may be
saw-
appropriate
we shared
for
the
us,
script.
as it is for
No.
most major American cities.
Oh, Molly did too. Good.
Lastly, I want to
She
speak
became
on
a
items
scientist.
10, 11, A,
Good,
and
good.
B. I would like to say that I'm strongly opposed to additional city spending on body-worn cameras.
Yeah,
and
it'd be
or unmanned
great
aircraft system for the police without
if
additional
anybody
regulations in
wants
place
to call in
to
on this
oversee
issue about the
procurement
city
and use
manager.
of these devices. Thank you.
If you emailed or called earlier, that's great too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Matt Whitlock. I'm gonna
But
try
it
and mute
feels like something
Matt
that
now.
they will do if they don't get no pushback on it.
And they'll do if they do get pushback on it. They'll just
They
be
will
like,
too, but it's I think there's a chance. Hey, I reached out.
So you're
to my
saying there's a
Instagram
chance.
follower Joe Petty.
Mute Francesca now. Francesca, can you hear us?
Yeah, Nicole Worcester, Nicole Apostola, really good stuff on the city manager. She was around for the last time they tried to do this exact same thing, and the similarities
asking the council not to
between
anoint Eric Batista to the position
Oh.
of
Anoint.
interim city manager,
Yeah.
but instead as acting city manager. The role of interim city manager isn't a real position in the city charter, and doing so I feel would circumvent.
So stop making shit up, you assholes.
So I also want to talk about
What's this person's name?
the drone
Didn't catch it.
surveillance and
Well,
oppose that as
Closed
well.
captioning has been particularly bad about names tonight, so I haven't really been
Misuse
looking.
of
Yeah.
city funds, as well as to the
You must be
opposed
so
to
proud.
body cams. Again,
Yeah.
if the Worcester police can't find that money within their budget, they shouldn't be taking other city funds. That's all.
Here, here.
Hell yes.
Mr. Mayor, that last speaker can identify as Alex Guardiola. I'm going to try to mute Alex now.
What?
Good evening. My name is Alex Guardiola. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy for the Worcester Regional Chamber of Commerce. Here to speak on item 10.4B.
I hate this guy.
The WRA to pay costs associated with the acquisition, rehabilitation, or demolition of 484 Main Street. The Den Home
That's where they got
building
it.
here in downtown has served the city of Worcester in many capacities over its 130.
Wow. All right. They're trying to skip Yenny. Great.
1900s. It was the bus
Trying. You villain.
in the city. Over time, the city began to be occupied.
This might be
by
the
local
phone
nonprofits
lines,
and other
Yenny.
office spaces, serving
This
them,
just might be the
well
call-in
throughout
users. They'll
their
switch to
tenure.
Zoom after this.
Unfortunately, over time, the building has fallen in disrepair and would need millions of dollars of investment by all the condominium owners in the building.
But if you do get on, Yenny, ask what's up with Bill's application to the tree commission.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Board of Trustees.
Into well-visited
weird.
locations.
Neither.
Demolition or reinvestment, showing the WRA's capacity and transformation. Each
This
year,
guy
we
sounds
discuss
kind of like
the
Fred
dual tax
Savage.
rate. And again, this is an opportunity to take a building that has been mainly owned by nonprofits,
Yeah.
much needed repair, to a building with many opportunities that could move from receiving only $70,000 in tax revenue per year to upwards of $1 million in revenue per year. Further, as we continue to discuss the 18-hour
Are you sure? Can you ask them where my key to the city is?
on prime real estate will add density.
The Chamber of Commerce just needs to like shut the fuck up
and event spaces in the
in
downtown
general.
neighborhood. Lastly, let it be known that the members of the board of the Den Home Condo Trustees stated
What's more
publicly
menacing, the Chamber of Commerce or the Chamber of Secrets?
of having a city retire and not the other way around. The nonprofits and other tenants would relocate to other parts of the city in the vicinity to a more modern location. We owe it to these nonprofits in the city to support them in this endeavor, as they have been an integral part of the city's success. I thank you for your time.
Integral.
Thank you.
They've been so integral.
Mr. Mayor, I think we got one more speaker, Yenny Jarosh. And I think
That's fucking right, you do.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, what's your name and say your residence?
Hi, I'm Yenny Jarosh. I'm in the Newton Square area of District 5. I'd like to ask that the council join the many cities across the state, including Springfield and Boston, in supporting the Fair Share Amendment on 12C, I believe it is, as well as 9E's Community Preservation Act going on the November ballot. Both of those have been well spoken to already, so I won't go into my notes. On item 9D, I'd like to ask that the city council support this, but also ask that we do more than a plaque if possible in the future. People need to know that the American Revolution essentially started here in Worcester with a nonviolent show of force, when we kicked out the British judges and officials without firing a shot. This should be celebrated by more than just a plaque, but at minimum, we should have one.
But we were prepared to kill them all if necessary.
38J, I request the city council push back on the current purchase of body cameras. The state's law enforcement body camera task force has not yet, but likely will soon release their regulations for the usage and storage of body cameras and their footage. Why are we entering into a 3-year contract when it may not meet the regulations the state will be instituting in the coming year? I also request the city remember in the future to click the on button in account settings on Zoom for live
Oh, that'd be
captioning
great.
feature to be active for meetings, as it's not right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And is that it? We're going to close that part of the meeting. We're going to do what's
Job, Yenny.
We're going to move around on the agenda. So the first petition is hearings and orders 787.
I wish I was so sexy.
Which is tonight. The motion to open the hearing. And with that, we will,
What a good comment. What an evergreen comment.
Yeah, that line was so good.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yeah, we need this is a new T-shirt, Travis.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Just
Councilor
the
Rose.
suggestion.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
That they do
No,
their
the,
job.
no, the comment that I
the
wish
comment
I
we're
was
talking
so
about
sexy.
is- I wish I was so sexy.
It's just a funny sentence.
That, to close the hearing and to adopt. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman. Yes. Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
That would be really funny on a shirt. Like a Facebook shirt. It's like Vietnamese kind of.
Did they seriously
vibe.
skip Nelly? That's
They skipped Nelly?
Yes. Councilor Russell.
That's bullshit.
Councilor Toomey.
That's what that is.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We'll skip over executive session for now. We'll come back to it. Petitions.
That's fucked.
9A and 9B, the traffic and parking.
If you can, try and
Nico,
keep an
you
eye on
fucked
the
up now.
TV in the background. Mo's face popping up is fantastic.
Speak on 9B.
Sure.
So I know that this council is well aware of all of the issues that have taken place in the Canal District with the parking issues. There's a new issue that has come up that we were unaware of. And that issue is in the building that the gentleman who spoke earlier tonight in 8587 Haddon Street, that building has 0 parking. Now, we know that all of the other buildings at least have some parking. This building, when this building was rented to the residents at a time when the Canal District was pretty quiet. Then what happened, fast forward, is they were allowed to park in the Compass parking lot, and then obviously the Compass went back to its original owner. These folks now have no place, not one parking space.
Should have thought about that before you built the ballpark, huh?
8587 Harding Street. So it's something that I think that most of us were unaware of, that we actually had buildings that there is 0 parking. The other issue here is that we have some
It's
folks
so
who are in that
obnoxious to
building
hear
who certainly have
a
mobility issues.
official in a
So the
city
question now becomes,
talk about parking like
we
this.
would say for a resident to apply for a handicap placard, you're in an area that is, you know, pretty busy, and
It also rocks that the only way they decided to solve the problem of parking in the Canal District was just make it more expensive to park.
down there.
It's like literally all they did.
residents who
Yeah,
live
problem
there.
solved.
And we certainly do need to address the issue with folks on the parking. I know we can't guarantee that the parking is going to be $63 forever, but do we have a time frame that we believe that this parking for $63 would be good for? People now are getting
We're gonna let them
extremely
park
worried
over at
because
the
they
old
believe,
Greendale
some
Mall,
reason, I don't know
and
why,
then we'll
because
shuttle
discussion
them
hasn't
back to
taken
their
place
apartments every
in
night.
City Hall that I'm aware
Because the
of,
buses are
but
free.
those parking rates going up. Again, as I stated to them when I met with them, it's not like we can guarantee, but I don't.
We are
believe
completely allergic to the idea of being a real
$60
city.
a year and go up next year to
Yeah.
double that.
Auburn has
So,
plenty of parking. I don't know why we can't be more like them.
you have to have, the manager.
And you have people trying to launch rockets at us.
About having a meeting with these folks. We do need to follow
Yeah, you ever think of that?
Jeez, I hadn't until now.
Yeah, you remember which end of that we were on?
Yeah, the receiving. There's still a big part of WPI that was blown up by that
So
dude.
we'll take
Well, you know.
9A, 9B, and refer that to traffic and
In the name of
parking.
science.
9C was a hearing on April 12th, 2020.
Now look at us now. We're
9D,
never going to space again.
the manager. Roll call.
Unless Elon Musk says we can.
There he is.
Could you repeat the item?
Yeah.
Petitions 9A and 9B, the traffic and parking, and also
The
set a hearing
absolute
for
best.
National Grid.
Just
like
don't
federal
come.
on safety, which is 9C.
Just
As
don't.
I imagine he hasn't in a long time.
Refer to the manager. Outside the open house. And I take those collectively.
Just don't. I wish I was so sexy.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Oh, I wish I was so sexy.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nian?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9E, Frank Callahan requests the council approve the attached order.
Thoughts
that will
on where
allow
Bo
Worcester
Mergman's
voters to
going?
Determine if the city should adopt the community preservation Act finding question on November 8th.
Just gonna buy
2022.
cocaine off of a Worcester cop.
We can do a roll call on that. I think Councilor Bergman has recused himself. And
That's correct.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Corio?
That is correct.
Thanks. I just want to say a couple questions. First of all, I believe
Thanks.
in the process and I believe in democracy. And the process of gathering signatures, I think, is a very important part. I know myself, a couple years ago, I ran a ballot
It's
question.
you know, it's
statewide.
this is very I love that you guys both fucking nailed that at the same time.
168,000 signatures,
Uh-huh.
certified signatures. So I know what it is to gather signatures. So I believe in
Or
the
it's
signature
parking.
gathering part. I don't believe
Oh,
in
Donna
sticking
Gloria, you don't
everything
believe in
to the
fucking
on the
anything.
ballot.
Every one of
Once
your
it goes on the
arguments
ballot
is
and
just
signatures
such
required, then
in
it goes out
bad
to the
faith.
people, and then it becomes a fair and
What's so stupid? If we're just going to do direct democracy
right
for
now,
everything,
I
you
don't
wouldn't be
believe
sitting there right
that we
now.
should
Just
circumvent the process itself. So I believe we
The
should,
process. Yeah.
I'm not going to vote for
What
this
is
because I
the
think
process?
gather the signatures, go to the ballot, and then let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we're going to do a roll call on this, and I'm supportive of it. I think for the reasons already stated by the petitioners who are here tonight. And I think we've lost a lot of money to the city over the years, and with the new revenue sharing.
Yeah, if she doesn't say that about Batista, then she's so full of shit.
Yeah, very briefly, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to this. I know back in 2018, we had similar arguments in opposition for this, and we've lost millions of dollars, Mr. Chairman. We know we're the largest city without this particular act, so I look forward to putting it on the ballot and the people decide. Thank you. And I appreciate folks who have brought
We're the
this
largest
forward.
city and also the dumbest.
Thank you. Okay, do a roll call. Roll call.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for
Sounds like you
clarif-
just heard of that word.
It's a roll call to adopt the ordinance placed on the
Roll
ballot.
call?
That's the one the
Roll
law
call.
department
Okay,
reviews.
roll
Yeah, we're
call.
going to have the law department review it after it's
So-
passed. We'll have the law department review it for the elections, the election board.
The Board of
Make
Election
sure
Commissioners, yep.
Make sure it's correct.
Council Bergman has recused himself. Council Colonia.
Very good comment.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Why would Bergman have to recuse himself on
Council
this?
Carlson.
I think probably for the amount of property that he owns.
Council Nguyen.
Yeah. Right.
Council Rivera.
Why isn't George
Council Rose.
recusing himself then?
Council Russell. No. Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, the order is adopted,
Hey.
as well as it was sent to the law department.
Okay.
My man.
Thank you. Okay. We'll just do some appointments real quick here. So we have Transfer Information Communication of the appointment of David Sullivan to the Off-Street Parking Board, and also Transfer Information Communication relative to the appointment of Paul Franco and Brenda Jenkins to the Elections Commission, and also the appointment of recommend the appointment of the Saka Chroma and James Bedard to the Citizens Advisory Council, and recommend the appointment of John Keogh to the Cable Television Advisory Committee.
Keogh.
Take those
He's our
correctly.
Yeah.
Roll call.
The fact that I'm not on these suggests that I got passed over.
Wait, yeah, where's Bill Shaner?
Gloria.
Yeah, I got. Well, my meeting was like
King.
3 weeks ago now. So
Yes.
Council Mayor Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
We're gonna have to find out what happened here.
Yeah.
You've had 3 weeks to think of something nice to say about Ed.
Yeah. Council Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor
Oh, I'm not gonna say fucking something nice about that asshole. Just appoint me to a goddamn board, idiot. You're on your way out. Who cares?
Piece of shit.
Fucking loser.
Needs to leave
Fucking
tonight.
piece of shit
So,
loser.
I'm gonna take, if you don't mind, the held items.
Yeah, I'm gonna sue your ass for being a fucking idiot.
Manager position, if that's okay with everybody. And,
What do you say?
Here we go.
Maybe we'll come back to police and fire and
They're going to leave for executive session, then come back.
Then come
All
back for
these-
police and fire after that.
Yeah.
Oh man, these
Pieces of shit.
the cops are bummed.
12A is the City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby appoint Eric Batista as the next interim city manager with the term to begin June 1st, 2022 for the period of 9 months. And also request the city clerk provide the council with a report concerning the procedures and timelines followed during the 1993, 2004, 2013, 14 city manager searches and appointments. Council Cora.
I feel like Donna changed something about her hair.
Is it less frizzy? You think?
I think the color's different too.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Could just be that striking carnival red sweater.
tonight we're here to talk about the interim position.
You mispronounced cardinal.
City manager.
Oh, carnival red.
Service.
It's carnival red.
Ending on May 31st. And also listen to the people over the last few weeks.
Yeah, the two callers before
we're
you
very concerned
mentioned
where
it.
we go as a city, I was asked. Who's going to be in our leadership team?
Yeah, can you, Travis,
and
bump it
city
like
manager
one or
leader,
two?
Superintendent, new superintendent coming to board that people are rightfully concerned. Are probably scared and a little bit worried and asking me, what are you going to do? And I decided to put this item on. I thought about it for several days. And,
We're so scared.
I thought, and I know that Eric Batista, I'm going to change the word interim to acting. I asked the law department, even though we, over the last
okay, that's a development.
2 or 3 churches, we always use the word interim. So
no, you haven't always.
And the reason I chose, and I put this forward, and there's no great way to do this. There isn't. We can have a process. We can have. And people should realize this is.
Yeah, maybe you don't let your city manager give fucking as much notice as somebody who works at goddamn Taco Bell.
Acting.
Ever thought of that?
Person go through a process would be the permanent city manager, and this is for that short period of time as the manager leaves. And I thought it was important because I want a seamless transition. That we name someone now who can work with the manager over the next. How many days you have left?
Listen, that's the only issue. If you call him acting, then great. Then there's a process there.
Mr. Batista's name
yeah.
Up.
If they're calling him acting, then I have no fucking problem with it.
Almost 10 years ago when he first started here.
We'll even ignore the fact that he and Ed came to this agreement last fall when he turned down the job at Clark, if you want to use the right language. Yeah. You actually had no say in this whatsoever, Mr. Mayor.
And it's not the sexy work he does, but it's the important work that he does.
Excuse you?
I want to thank him for that. He's been
There's no sexy work.
For the city
What is he talking about?
The
no one is doing sexy work in City Hall.
And what's important is too is people should realize when
what does he think is sexy?
He stepped up with Kathy Johnson to do the budget, and he's continued in that role since then for the last several years. So he understands the budget.
I wish I was so sexy work.
Which is very important.
I wish I was so sexy work City Hall.
Very important committee. He ran that for us, the Youth Violence Prevention Committee, which I asked to put forward with the city manager, and that committee has grown to be very, very successful. And I want to thank him for that.
This is very good.
He's also working on the contracts with the city manager, with the unions, understanding the issues there, the legal issues, and someone who understands the city, who grew up here in the city, lives here in the city, and has put his life work into the city of Worcester.
All right. Thank you, Matt, for doing this very important work.
Transition. I know there's some issues with the 9 months.
Also, Concord Grape. I didn't know you had Concord
want,
Grape.
That was part to protect us in the city manager. That's why it was put in there. And to be fair, that we put in 9 months for the previous 2 city managers when they were interim, both Michael Bryan and Ed Augustus. Both had 9 months to serve. That was counting from March. I should have been counting from June.
When they were interim. Dude, he can't even hide that he's following the same playbook here. Yeah, I talked to the law department. They said it didn't matter if we said interim or acting, so we'll calm you guys down.
But here's the thing. This is great, though, because if they call him acting, then they have to do this correctly.
Right.
And we know that he, like...
That was on my mind from the very beginning when the manager...
Because if they they were trying to say interim, so they didn't have to follow the process. Now, if they're going to say acting, they have to follow that, or else we got
we need to have a search.
Yeah. And the process was totally different with Ed because he was not in City Hall. So like
exactly.
They couldn't use the word acting because he wasn't a City Hall employee.
That we didn't lose that. And we also talk about succession plan.
Well, a lot of people don't know this, but Joe Petty is actually a big fan of the stream, so he's following along. He's very aware of what's going on with us.
And the last 2 years we talked about inclusivity, diversity, and I thought this is a good chance also to do that here in the city of Worcester. And in the process, we've done it a number of different ways. We're pretty much consistent on the process when we try to be transparent. And and this goes to the changing faces here in the city of Worcester. Worcester's changing. Faces are changing. People coming to the table are changing. And so I think we need a transparent process going forward and making sure everyone is included. We see a lot of change. That's what makes people nervous too when the manager leaving, the superintendent.
But now this eliminates the possibility that Eric could be the city manager, right? If they stick to that word acting.
Well, the language there really isn't as firm.
The last search
It doesn't say like
committee in certain respects.
in the charter
For
very
myself,
concretely
on the
that the
last one,
acting
with
cannot
Council Russell
go
on
on
that
to
committee.
be.
And
It certainly sounds like
time to put out
they
Michael
meant
Bryan,
it that way, but it's
there were
not like
5 city councils that were put
written
on
in
that committee.
stone.
Time back in 1993.
I'm
there
pulling up
were
my draft copy of the charter just to see
MO
what this one
committee
says.
plus small group of community people, business people, and community people as part of that. And so as we get, that's why we're asking this so the council can read how we did 1993, 2004,
Joe, you can't read.
2014, so you can see the process and can work on the process. And so next week I'll probably bring forward an audit because the council proceeds.
Don't lie to us, Joe. You can't read.
The appointment of an ad hoc committee as outlined in Rule 50 of the rules of the city council and how we can appoint that. And we have time to do that. So we do have time to work on this, and and people can read the information as the clerk has been. I asked the clerk to start putting this stuff together quickly so we can put it in front of the council, hopefully for next week, Mr. Clerk, if you can do that. But again,
This is going to be unanimous, isn't it?
Support for Mr. Batista.
There's absolutely no way I get put on that committee. I can't even get on the fucking tree commission that doesn't exist.
Show how good he can do.
What do you know about trees?
I love them.
Councilor Russell?
I've taken enough mushrooms to know as much as I need to know about trees.
Madam Chairman, since the city manager, by the way, I'm going to talk a little bit about process that I was involved in 8 years ago, and it's worked out well. When we look back at it, it was a little sloppy. It was like they say, if you want to like sausage, don't look at the way they made the sausage. And that's kind of what happened in my memory. But in a perfect world, Mr. Chairman, I would be in favor.
Wow, this is great.
Having someone as a temporary city manager, only for a very, very, very short period of time, someone that didn't want the job, because when I look back at that process from 8 years ago, where the Municipal Operations Committee, along with Mayor Petty, spent a lot of time going around the city, listening to folks, interviewing candidates, interviewing search company to assist us. I mean, we even rearranged the furniture in the council chamber for the meeting. We had the furniture in a horseshoe. We had the 3 last candidates for the city manager's job at the table with the horseshoe. The mayor came down from the podium up above.
He gave us each roses. It was romantic.
And we asked, a million questions of each of the 3 candidates. And, and I look back at that process and I wonder that, if we were to do that again today,
but with
what would it accomplish? And Mr. Chairman, I went through my own mental Rolodex, if you will, of people that I know in city government, people in the city. And I couldn't think of anybody better than Eric Batista, quite frankly. And like I said, in a perfect world, I would have preferred
this is
an
the
open
exact
process
same
without an
language.
incumbent sitting in the seat. But I think if you're going to have an incumbent city manager, even if it's only for a 6-month or a 9-month contract, sitting in that seat, and you're going to be asking folks to come in and apply for a job where there's already someone in it, I don't think that says a lot.
It's actually kind of sad and humiliating that Peter Dunn has to sit directly in front of the camera while an elected official is. I can't think of anybody else who could possibly do this job.
Yeah, right.
If Eric gets hit by a bus, we're just going to have to shut the city down. There's nobody else in this building that could possibly do this job.
That's such a good point.
We need going forward. 2 years is a very short period of time.
God, I bet City Hall is like the most miserable place in the world to work.
Discussion about charter change and putting things like that on the ballot.
Look at how miserable he looks back there.
Peter's in the development side of things, and he's actually he's one of the handful of I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound negative, but I mean it in the most loving way. He's a total nerd, and he's awesome at his job, and actually knows how things work in the city.
Right.
But he's not like the most exciting person in the world. So
he was a city manager, and I remember specifically Councilor Palmieri, who was the chairman of the
How come Nicole
Municipal
Valentine
Operations
doesn't
Committee
come
at
up in
that time, saying
conversation at all?
he
I
is
love a
the
wonk.
city manager.
That's it.
He's not the acting. He's not the temporary. He's not the whatever. He's the
Because
city manager. And we went in.
I'm
that
not
process
being fake sexist
good
anymore.
that,
It's definitely just because she's a woman.
Manager
Like she's
stayed
easily
that he
just
is
as qualified, if
stayed.
not more
He did such
qualified
a great job.
than
But I
Eric
think that
Batista.
we really need to
And
just
wasn't
realize,
considered at all.
You know, what are we going to be doing?
What do you make of that?
In a process.
Just her name
We've
doesn't get
already
brought
got
up at
somebody
all,
sitting in the
but-
chair.
and they all just
If
start
we've got
kissing
the
this guy's
support,
ass.
we've got the confidence in the person. Let's give them.
I mean, it's entirely possible that there was a conversation that we're not aware of where she just like doesn't want it.
Things done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Why are they saying it's for 2 years?
Rose?
Who just said 2
Thank you,
years?
Mr. Chairman.
George.
He said it a bunch of times.
I rise to express my support of Eric Batista becoming our next acting city manager. I do agree with the interim tag and title, and I
No,
appreciate
we definitely
the
can't.
resident who emailed me, and I assume or presume others on the language there and the impact of the language as it relates to this role. Eric Batista has been here with the city. It would have been easier if Eric had a Wikipedia page, because then I wouldn't have had to do my diligence and doing all my research on him over the past few days.
I
But,
turned off the
dude,
soundboard, but
Eric's
that would
been
have been a
with the city
great,
for
great
10
rim
years,
shot.
2 city managers, saw through a recession,
God, he's such a
development,
kiss
a
ass.
pandemic, development, growth in committees, leading committees, in the room.
They're literally just
a
going
lot
to
of
like
conversations
anoint
where
this
we were making
guy.
hard decisions
Yeah.
with our current city manager.
Well, I mean,
they're
let them walk
In terms
into
of
this
stability, Mr. Chairman,
trap.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
where they name him acting, and then
we have lost the
force
city
the issue
clerk and
on whether or not
city
they're allowed to
finance person Tommy
just name
Zadelis,
him
Chief
like
Lavoy,
permanent.
Aaron Williams,
Yeah,
Teddy
right,
Anderson,
right.
Stephanie Williams, Kathy Johnson. We've lost, and with Ed, we're looking at losing nearly 150, 60 years of institutional knowledge. I think if we're
We're looking at losing some old guys.
Brings us right back to 1744,
life work,
1774, whatever it was.
Going to school, already high
It's the
school,
process.
college,
It's the process
and
that's
back here
not
raising his family in the city.
cool.
and
I mean,
rising all the
I
way
don't
up
have much
to
opinion
be the
about
second in
Eric,
command of the city.
and to be completely honest
Yeah,
with you,
it's totally the process.
It's the process. You'll notice that they haven't let Eric Batista speak. during
and
this.
that's we were talking about this before you got here, Bill. Like if they wanted to help him out, then they would do this correctly, because this is just going to make him look bad.
We
Yeah.
often talk about process, transparency, including community as values that we hold dear to our hearts. And I know that this has cast a
They
spotlight
could
on Mr.
they could
Batista, who
they could
I know from
start
our youth worker days.
they
and I
could
know
have
that
a
his heart
search.
is
I
in
mean,
the right
if they
place,
want to name him
for
acting
all
in
residents of
city
the
manager, that's
This
totally
isn't,
fine. But
though,
guess what?
about,
According to the charter,
Assistant Manager Batista,
he's not allowed to
I
become the
want to
permanent city
start by
manager then.
appreciating you for calling it acting city
And
manager.
yeah, then maybe they'll find a way to wiggle
and
out
I
of
do
that.
wanna
Maybe it's not
express
completely
that
concrete
we
language, but
have
that's not
an
what the
absolute
intent
right
of that.
as a
No, the
community
spirit of it is very much
to
that that
not
person does not go on
abide
the
by what
search.
happened in the past. Just because we did things
Right.
in the
The
past
process is that we do a
shouldn't
national
dictate how we do
search and
things in
find the right
future.
person for the job. And that's
I
what we were talking
value
about
the
earlier
process
before
of
Bill came on.
community input. I
If
value
that's
who
not to
has
say
a
Eric
say
couldn't be
in
that guy,
choosing,
but if you're the
one of
guy,
the
you
biggest,
remain that guy
decisions that we make as a city
alongside
council, and I
millions of
take
other
that very
applications that come in from
I
throughout
feel
the entire
really,
universe.
really uncomfortable.
We just have this very provincial
already
view
making
that
the
only somebody that's
determination
really
of who our
familiar with
next
the
city
inner
manager will
machinations
be
of City Hall
without proper
is
process.
capable of that
And so
job.
whether the
just a
ad hoc
bullshit
committee
provincial
is a
worldview.
combination of MO
And that's exactly what Attell's
or
saying
other,
right now. And that's
other people in the community, or
hopefully
the
she's not
city
the only person
council,
that thinks that.
I really urge us as a body to follow the process, to have community input. Community input is extremely important to this. It is the crux of why we do this work. There's 99% of people out there in the community who are not represented in the 200 people that maybe are in the
Venmo me
inner
$10
circles of
and I'll
Worcester,
make
or
you
who
another
are
shirt,
tuned in
Bo Bergman.
every single night on city council. I want those voices to be represented. I want us to go to every neighborhood and seek input from our constituents, especially those that have been traditionally marginalized from city processes, to see what they need to see in the next city manager. And so bypassing that process for me is extremely dangerous. I am opposed to it. And I would like to have us a very clear direction of what we're going to do in the next 6, 10, 9 months, whatever the timeline that we propose, and then we're extremely clear with our constituents and our community how the process is going to play out, what are the criteria that we need in the next city manager, and how this process is going to unfold. Anything else other than those things, in my view, we're not fulfilling our duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Council.
There you go.
Council King.
I
Thank
don't
you,
know if he's
Mr.
still
Chair.
here, but
I rise
is it
to support Eric Batista.
AJ? AJ?
I've known Eric for 10 years.
That's the guy that was
The
in the
work
meeting
that he's
before
done
making jokes
in this
public.
city.
AJ
His
Pottle?
heart and his soul
No.
are
Uh,
with this city. He's a professional.
I
have always
sorry.
looked at him as
Am I
someone who does his homework,
positive how to pronounce
due
it?
diligence, and that's
I believe it's
certainly
AJ.
those are certainly attributes that our current
I
city
emailed
manager
with
has
AJ
as well.
when I was painting a mural.
And he's
He was one of the
worked
people that
underneath
helped get me
the
paid.
city
Yeah.
manager.
I mean, I'd be interested
I
in,
think
to
knows every
to
single step
speak
of the
more
way,
about it.
all that has to
If
be
you have
done.
thoughts about
And
how
I
this
have
is a
full
cool
faith,
process, but
that he
or
will
what they're
do a
doing
good
right now is
job.
cool, but
I just hope that
yeah.
he still has time for his family. But I believe that he will be an exemplary.
That's the
advocate
thing
for
is
our
that
city,
like if that's your
and,
argument is that
do an
people is like,
incredible
well,
job
AJ's a
and
good guy.
continue
I mean,
the,
that Eric's a good
positive,
guy. Yeah, that's not
trajectory,
really the
that
what's
we
at
have
issue
seen
here,
over the past
and
decade,
that's a not
in the city, and continue
that's
to
a
make it an
specious
even better
argument,
place.
I
Thank you.
think, to make that. Oh, we should do it. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, that's
Thank you,
just not
Mr.
a good
Chairman.
argument.
He might be the best choice for the
Just wanted to
spot,
talk
but if
a
you
little
don't do
bit
it correctly,
about
then it doesn't mean
the
anything.
importance of this decision. We know that the city manager is the chief administrative and executive officer. He's the conservative of peace. And there's a
I'd love to know
number
what that conversation between Petty and the law office
who's
was.
responsible.
It's like, hey, can I call him acting and not interim and still do everything I want to do?
Is absolutely
A lot of departments like, yeah, probably, sure. What are they gonna do? Sue you?
I
Going
love the
back
reliance on the law department
2019,
who have gotten us
2020,
sued so many times.
Yeah,
filed very
we literally
early.
have like it's like
Council,
the Arrested Development
supported,
joke. Like, oh, I have the
asking
worst fucking
city
attorneys. We have
manager
Henry Winkler
to
from
do
Arrested
strategic
Development
and
as our
affirmative
law
action
department.
plans.
Currently batting
There
zero.
is succession of people of color to cabinet and high-level positions within the city. In 2020, same requests moved forward by this body to create action plans as it relates to the cabinet and high-level positions and diversity. We know that process is important. I can tell you that when this first appeared on the agenda, I had concerns about process, Mr. Chairman. I know that the intent is absolutely to ensure that our government operates efficiently and continuously as we move through our current city manager leaving. And that's of the utmost importance.
I didn't know he was into gas stations. I thought it was college students.
This process. We're talking about 2 years for some folks. We're talking about 9 months. The charter
What is this
says-
2 years, 9 month
charter
bullshit?
Indicates that an acting city manager is to serve until the city manager, a new city manager, is appointed. With respect,
I mean, as far as
to
the acting,
the
I don't think
prior appointment not being an acting, but being a permanent. Per the
Pretty sure it
charter,
says in
you
the
have to
charter that you
be
can't have served in an
coming from
elected
within
capacity
the
for 2 years
confines of
prior to
city
being
government
city
to be
manager.
acting. There was no choice but to make someone from outside of city government permanent for the extent of their contract. Process is important. And for me, the most important thing is that we have successful succession planning. Successful succession planning.
These long pauses.
In order to move forward. I think with respect to candidate Batista, Assistant City Manager Batista.
You should team up with Sarai and
the work.
in his pregnant
Glad to
pauses,
see
she
that
just
he was
fills up the dead
promoted
air with nonsense.
recently.
Keeps the ball forward.
Acting. I think that that certainly was perhaps long overdue. process. In this position,
Mo,
we have
you'll
not
know
had
when you
before
know.
us any
Yeah,
public discussion.
it's a delicate
I know that there was
process.
a article,
But everyone on
Tuesday,
the stream
and
here
that's
knows
live I
about
didn't
it.
have a chance to thoroughly read. That reads.
I'm
like
just
a
choosing not to
cover
tell
letter.
you.
But this body, Mr. Chairman, deserves.
Yeah,
an
we're
opportunity
part of the inner circle,
to
and that
engage
comes
with
with
the
certain
community
responsibilities,
and
I
to
guess.
explore what qualifications are necessary for a permanent position.
I cannot wait till you
Time
guys
has
see the
elapsed.
Worcester
We're
Business
now
Journal
a couple
on May
of maybe
2nd.
3 meetings were moved, or this is the 3rd meeting.
Everyone is
since
going
our
to be
city
so
manager
bummed.
announced, his resignation. And time
What's
doesn't
coming?
stop for anyone, Mr. Chairman.
Myself included. I can't talk about it yet.
Oh, God damn it.
As far as
Speaking of Worcester Business
the
Journal, some great
motion to appoint
an op-ed
his
from
acting,
Danielle
I'll
from
certainly support
from
that.
Redemption Rock.
I'm not happy with the process.
I didn't see
Kind
that
of
actually.
It is what
a
it is.
counterpoint to
Think
the
that,
Inner Circle article is
we will do better
incredibly
moving forward.
well
I know
written
that my
and
committee
said.
is prepared.
Oh, cool.
Kind of
lead
stated
this
the thing
search.
perfectly in less than a
We've,
page.
At
Nice.
least under my
She's a
leadership,
great
that
writer.
particular
Great.
committee.
I
And
gotta
that,
look that up.
the longer
hiring a new
story,
clerk.
Unheard,
We did multiple
that kind of
meetings
touches
in
on
the
it as well.
community as it
Was
relates
exceptionally
to
well done as well.
new
Maria Ravelli,
districting for the
friend of the
school
show,
committee. We're certainly
was
willing to replicate
extensively
that.
quoted in it, and I think she also nailed it.
I'm not
I think
really,
we'll talk about it more. I think it's a really good discussion to have,
focusing upon
especially because we are included in the
any
original
sort of,
article. I think we have a
Yeah,
a
bewilderingly so.
responsibility. Yes,
Mr.
yeah.
Batista, as we heard, he is a graduate of
What a
Worcester
fucking-
schools. He
An article
is a
that's so
product
bullshit that people have to
He
talk
is,
about it. Like,
or
you just
has
shouldn't have run
been
it.
with this administration for a decade.
Like, they do good stuff at the
But
Worcester Business Journal. Why didn't they recognize that
we
that was a
need to
very
have a
stupid
process.
story?
When you think
I
about
think
the
the
diversity that we've
stupidest
talked
part, the
about,
stupid part about it is
as it relates to
including
this
us
position,
Yeah,
as real
we
people.
need to make
We're
sure
not
that
real
we
people.
include
yeah.
Most are real
women,
people.
people of various
The mistake was not
identities
showing
who
more of
might be
Brendan's tank
interested in
top.
this particular
I'm so bullshit
position.
about that.
I agree.
People who have executive leadership experience, political
I think
experience,
it's important that
and
the
perhaps,
piss freaks of the city are
and based on what some of the
recognized.
folks here are acting. Will
Just want to
become
be
our permanent.
presented correctly.
Yep, 4 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have to get the process started. I'd be happy to lead an ad hoc contingency through municipal operations and legislative affairs. What I would like to see, and I'll be transparent enough to share that I'm sure the city manager, to his
All right, well, while he
consternation,
drones
has
on,
had many
I
inquiries
bought a
over the
bunch
last
of
couple of
these.
years of when he would be moving
These are
on
my
because I
bootleg
knew
Worcester
the weight
300 stickers.
of the position.
Oh, nice.
The
I
sacrifices
got a bunch. I got to figure out what to do with
that
them.
the manager made. Mr. Augustus' sacrifice.
Slap them on
personally,
police cars when you're walking by.
Yeah.
contracted COVID while keeping all of us safe and saving lives. And I always wondered how much more
I have an
this
awesome
man
story though about
take.
those.
We're all human. And of course, all the other positives and negatives of the position.
So I order these things from Sticker Mule, and I live
So,
at 9
I'd
something,
really
right?
like to see, as way of
Whatever
motion,
happened, it
I'd like the
corrected my
administration to present
address
to the
from
council
my 9 address
a
to
report,
9
an
Harrison
actual white
Street.
paper detailing and
So
outlining
my
the
package was
transitional-
delivered
the
to
transitory
somebody else.
operational
Just Google it
and
quickly.
planning for this office.
It's good
of city
chemistry.
manager.
It got brought to good
How the
chemistry. So I
cabinet
drive down to
operationalized
good
Mr.
chemistry,
Chairman,
talk to the
currently,
people at the front
Mr.
desk.
Batista's
They're like,
acting
I don't
role
know what you're talking
or in
about.
the
And then
role
some
of
guy over
Chief
the radio will be
Diversity
like,
Officer
is that
in
guy
addition
named
to being
Travis? Tell him I'll be right there. He
urban.
runs down with my
We
stickers.
know that some of our
He's like, sorry, I opened them. I thought they were for us. I'm like, that's reasonable.
need
No,
help
no
in
worries, man.
engineering, law department, we've lost some folks, and more. I'd like to know, and I think this body should know exactly what that planning is.
Well, and that's just it. Like the last time we did a
the
mock
utmost
search
confidence in the
before Ed
administration,
took
but we
over, some
certainly
really
know-
talented
know
people
that
did apply for the job.
As I continue to think about process, I haven't seen
And then they
resume,
handed it to somebody
haven't
who's,
seen
you know,
any sort
Jim
of
McGovern's guy.
formalized anything.
A purely
And,
political
I
appointee.
think the fact that this is internal
Purely political.
gives us a little bit of leeway. But moving forward, we need and we have a
That I think yes,
responsibility and
Yenny, that is
obligation
perfect.
to be thorough.
Yes, It really, like, again,
to appoint
nothing. I'm
someone
sure
for 2
Eric
years
is
to
like exceptionally
simply circumvents
qualified to
that process.
for his
And it
for
certainly
many positions. But I just think that
gives us
it's
less of an
important to at least
opportunity to have
explore
a
this
diverse
because
and
Worcester is in a
broad
position right
approach.
now that
I
needs
move, Mr. Chairman,
somebody with
that we as a council, as a way of a motion,
the ability
request
to
that
navigate,
the administration ensure
where the
that
city
the
is, where it needs to be.
the Finance and Purchasing
And
Division via the purchasing
yeah, it might
agent
be
should
somebody. It might be
procure
somebody
and
from very
prepare
far away
documents
that's
for
the
an
best at
RFP
that.
for premier
And I
executive
guess
search
yes, I
firms
don't know
such
how
as
tall
Isaac
Eric
and
is, so
Miller
I don't know if that
for the
is,
selection of a permanent city
a strong
manager
factor.
in the search process, an executive search.
I believe they must be.
I also move, Mr. Chairman, that the mayor, the Standing Committee on Municipal Operations and Legislative Affairs, if it's the will of this council and the mayor, work with a selected premier executive search firm, such as I mentioned, Isaac and Miller, to create, designate, and obtain a list of job qualifications routinely required in the attainment of a permanent city manager in order to aid us in the process. Mr. Chairman, this is important. We've been waiting to move forward with regards to this, and now is the time to have the first Latino city manager is historic. I'm very, very much aware that in some aspects our cupboards are bare with regards to folks who have left. And it will be my intent to make sure that Mr. Batista has my support and the support of the folks in the community as well. But this process has to be better. I'd like to see women, once again, people of color.
There's not a
folks from
single
diverse
adjacent town
backgrounds
that
and
I would let
identities
anyone
as part
even
of this
into
act
Worcester, never mind in a
order
position
to
of power.
ensure-
There's
Yep.
too
I
many
don't know,
people
I
from
think
Shrewsbury speaking right now.
No, those.
I think that
interviews
Auburn
pertain
is
to
pretty
other
good.
High-level cabinet.
That's where we send our
Bill.
former
not just
city
the
managers.
Who
manager.
are
Yeah.
you, Bill?
Yeah,
don't
we
think
do
we should
not
be,
speak that type of nonsense on this channel.
I think Auburn's pretty good. They would never.
It may happen in 5 months.
Bill's
Who
on
knows?
some shit tonight. He's just letting all types of heinous things come out of his
Bill's
mouth.
saying so much toxic things. This being the most toxic that Auburn's
Character.
okay.
I've said a lot of toxic things tonight, but I'm Toxic Bill, and Auburn's great.
No doubt about. As it relates to Mr. Batista.
The time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Auburn's great.
Appreciate the time. And,
Women can't do
looking forward
men's
to the
work.
vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? So, Councilman One.
Get
I'll
outta
be
here.
brief. I just want to echo a lot of my colleagues who says a call for transparency. I believe that, we are tasked with stabilizing,
I'm hungry.
succession and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
I do
same.
believe and agree that it is dangerous for us to not have a transparent process that communities can be a part of. And also, I think the other thing that I
This
would
is a
like to
good
bring up
dichotomy
is
right here.
having an informed opinion of what the community wants. And
Yeah,
having
I've
that
progressed into
for
someone
our
who
next
loves
city manager
Auburn.
to be able to hold as part of their
You know what I like
priorities
is the
and
mall.
needs that they have to execute. I think that we
Yeah, I mean, you can go
Outback
shopping and then
Steakhouse.
right over to get your colonoscopy done.
on the
It's true.
naming of our
You know, they
next
might give you
city.
ketamine if you
I
do
think
that.
that's super
Oh,
crucial.
fun.
No.
Then you go back to the hot topic over
Remind
at the
us
mall.
that,
And
I don't want
You could
our
that'd be they could you could fall down a K hole while they fall down your B hole.
I know there's
Yeah.
urgency
You get a new
Yeah.
in moving, but I also think that as leaders, we have to move with clarity. We have to move as leaders with a vision. And so with that, I think any city manager that we hire next should step in firm and solid. They should be someone that we're proud of and celebrate by Worcester and everyone here. And so I do support Eric Batista to be our acting manager, but I also urge us to really take seriously the
I would
process.
very much like to know what is on
you,
Two's
Councilor Rivera.
shirt that they are wearing a,
Yeah,
a scarf over
gonna
it.
do
Says
there's a
kids
lot
die
that's already
someday.
been said, I think, and echo. I think just again, this is a really good opportunity. This isn't
All right.
necessarily.
While she starts,
I think
I'm gonna go walk my
many
dogs
of
real
us who
quick.
have worked with
See you in an hour.
Batista for the number of years.
Is that true?
Have seen the caliber of his work, have no doubt. That's one thing. And then the second thing is being able to have an opportunity right now to engage community that probably will be very excited to be part of this process. There's never going to be 100% agreement across the board, but I think what we will see is a lot of engagement. And I think this is a really good opportunity for us to continue to be working on being an open government, open city hall, where we're welcoming and we're, inviting people to the decision-making table and really listening and taking their input into place. And so again, I think this is a really exciting time as far as I think many people said it here. If you've had the opportunity to work with Mr. Batista, you know the caliber of work that he presents, that he brings forth, that he brings to the table is amazing. And so
up or down, Yanni?
We're extremely excited and happy to be able to have someone like Mr. Batista. Also, the fact of being able to make history within our city is also an exciting opportunity as well. And then, again, making sure that we as this council body take an opportunity to really engage our community and get them excited about knowing that they have a voice and that they have an opportunity.
Yeah, good fucking luck.
To be part of
good fucking luck, Sarai.
Such an important process.
What are you playing, Bill?
Government.
Elden Ring.
All right. I think that it's going to be really important. I think it was Councilor IGI who mentioned that. I think
thinking about getting dominoes.
Put out, a clear plan. So we can communicate.
Maybe the long boy.
All that colonoscopy talk. Yeah.
Whether it's going to be an ad hoc, whether it's going to be a municipal operation, which I would imagine would go to that committee, and what this process is like, so we can encourage our constituents.
I just don't think that the person that they're putting up is the issue, is at issue here. And I don't have any doubt that he's the least objectionable. That's totally fine. But we don't know that he's the least objectionable because they're not going through. They're just putting him in there. And is that going to be it, or are we going to is it going to be another situation where he's just
it's certainly using the exact same roadmap they have in the past to do something like this, where they just install somebody completely undemocratically without input from anybody? This has absolutely nothing to do with Eric. It could be freaking Joe Hart would be the same shit.
So I think AJ, the way I would look at it is if you can acknowledge that the process is lacking, then we need to fix that process. And even if it ends up meaning that Eric has the role, at least we know we have a process going forward. But this happens every time we go to appoint a city manager. We find some flaw in the process and we don't fix the process. And now we've gone through, this will be the 5th city manager since Franny McGraw, who was our first city manager under this plan of government, and we haven't changed anything. That's the broken part.
Yeah. He had the ability, and he also was following.
The city is only admitting that, though, because they've gotten so much negative feedback just saying over that this is bullshit.
And it's not that there isn't a process, it's they haven't followed the one that's there.
Yeah, right. And AJ, saying this comment right here, that's not an argument. That's just like that's not an argument. Like, yeah, any process is flawed, but like no one's saying that it needs to be a perfect process. They're just saying that it needs to be a process. It just can't be. Saying this just makes it sound like you want Eric in there for some like against better, against what is the right thing to do, and that makes it weirder than if Eric is in there. If people are making this argument, which I've seen other people say, like, "Oh, well, he's a great guy," and what's the best solution, and that doesn't make me confident. That it just makes me more confident that people want Eric in there for some reason, and that skeeves me out.
We know we don't
And
have a diversity.
it also is,
officer
just to be
anymore
clear, like I'm not
because
suggesting
he made a
our process
decision
should
to
be internal
leave and
because
get
it's the
another
exact
job.
opposite of that, right?
We
Like
know that
there are
we have a
literally
fire
firms
chief
whose
who
job
made
it
a
is
decision to
to
retire.
find out executives for
We
municipal
know we have a
service.
city manager
We should be
who is
contracting those
moving
firms,
on.
engaging them more, and finding
And the
out
other elephant
who
in
is
the
the best
room
person
is we
suited for
also
this job
know
on the
we have a
planet,
mayor
not
who is running for the
in a
Senate
particular
seat.
section of the city.
I think this council does owe it to the city of Worcester and to the residents to give them some of that stability. And the longer we wait to do these things, it makes
And also
our
the part
our
that they are
residents
not acknowledging right
extremely
now is that they
I know
allowed
I have
for such a
received more
messy
calls in the
succession of
last month
command by
over
letting
what's
Augustus
happening to
retire
us as a city.
from the
And
job
do we
whenever
have
he
more
fucking wants with
department
30
heads
days
who
notice. His
will be
contract goes to
leaving? We know we
2025
have,
and he
at least at
completely
this point, I know
blindsided
of
the city
3 folks in
with
the law department that
a
have
two
left. We know we have
months to find a
a
new
writer
person.
who's left.
That's
We
you should
know
not be
that
able to do that as the
able
chief
to fill
executive of
positions in
anywhere, not
our
a
DPW.
city,
There's a lot of
not a
work that
company.
city
The
should
state of
do,
Alaska,
and there is
Yeah.
2014.
that has to be done.
It should be written into the contract that you need to give at least like 9 months or a year. Like you can't break your contract
History has
without
been
penalties.
the guy who, at least since I've been here, been around for the budgets. I know some folks says, well, what kind of experience does he have? I think the experience speaks to itself.
It's only for
given
drones,
the
man.
fact that he was the assistant city manager. I, for one, stand here tonight and very proudly say that I am happy to say to
I mean, yeah, we
Eric
should
Batista that
find
he
him out
should
of
be
existence.
an
I agree,
ex-interim
and
city
I don't even care
manager.
what for.
And I will stand here tonight as a city councilor and say that Eric Batista, if he makes the
Batista.
decision
Batista.
to go for this city manager's job, I, for one, will vote for Eric Batista.
The good
Oh
thing
my
about
God, they just did it. Kenny just did the Rick Rushton.
What we were elected to do.
Oh boy.
And that's to
He's
serve
gonna
the
Eric
people
Batista's gonna be the city
of
manager.
city. And again, I just would say,
Batista.
as I always say, District
Candy
2
just
is the
did it.
economic engine of this city.
Candy,
And I will
enjoy
tell
saying
you
that
there
now
are a
because
lot of
you
people
there's
who
not
are
a chance you're going to be the District 2
very
counselor after the next
uncomfortable with
election.
what's
I mean,
gonna
I don't have a
happen
problem
next
saying this because I'll say it without the name, but
So I believe
one
that
of the elected
we
officials
should,
in this room made it very,
tonight
very
make
clear to me
sure
that the
that
reason Eric
before we leave
Batista needs
here
to be in this
tonight,
role
that
is
we
because
have,
the
and
developers like
regardless
him.
if you wanna
Like it
call
was
him
stated
interim or
that
you wanna
plainly.
call
Like
him
the
acting,
developers
I
like
think
him.
that that's our
And it's, I mean,
responsibility
at what
tonight
point in
to
time,
make sure that
especially
that
now,
job
where
gets done.
whether
And as
whether
far
it's
as
bullshit
process,
or there is some sort of
talk
economic
about
renaissance
process
taking place in Worcester,
all
it's
the
happening
time.
everywhere. Like this is
There's
one of
no
those times we have to be able to look in the mirror and
talk
acknowledge we're
about
not
process
special.
more than us.
The economy has spun
And
in a
I
way that
believe
second-tier
with what
cities
we've done in
across
the
the known
past,
universe
there's nothing
are
wrong
seeing
with what
themselves
we've done
lifted
in
up
the past
economically.
because we have
So you go very
followed
quickly
what is
from
in the
being
book
like the
of
cheap
the
date
city
that we
council.
always
That was put
refer
there
to
because
ourselves as
that's what this council
to just
believes
being
in.
easy.
There
And
is a
yeah,
process, and
there's no
yes,
reason to be
we
doing
should
that. Like
follow
we're
that
past the
process.
point where we should be
And the
handing out,
process that you
deals
outlined,
to developers
Mr.
coming to
Chairman,
Worcester
is
because
Yeah.
we need them.
ways
They
that
need
this can
us.
be done.
This is
And
it's the
I,
other way
for
around now. Take
one,
advantage of
Yeah.
that.
am
And
not
they have
ready to
not
be voting on something in
seen that
some
or wanted to.
firm who I know nothing about. It got brought to us tonight. That's not something that I am ready to vote on.
What should
I
we
don't
do
even
to
know
get
who that firm
revenge
is.
for
That's
this?
brought to us tonight. I don't think that
Destroy
quite frankly,
Joe
is
Petty's
something
campaign for
that
state senate?
should be put on the floor just
Yeah.
for him. Thank you.
Robin
so.
Kennedy. Robin Kennedy would be a great state senator. Joe Petty wouldn't.
No, Joe Petty would be an awful state senator. Look at how he operates. Look at what he's letting happen in his city right now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm getting ready to screenshot.
Yes, I can, Councilman.
Show your video, you son of a bitch.
I apologize. I'm having a connection problem.
I have a podcast interview
Without
with
the video, that'd be
Robin
fine.
Kennedy that I'm waiting for the right time to publish. It's a really good interview.
Can't wait to
think
hear
there are
it.
several things that I'd just like to.
Sorry, Maureen Bennenda, but Joe Petty's going to be running for mayor next year.
Said, perhaps I do think somebody needs to step forward and take the control of the city manager's position. I think Mr. Batista has stepped forward, and
I do think he has experience to take the acting position. I do think a 6-month period of time is a wise number of months. It gets us to the end of the
Mo,
year.
your Venmo still
and
hasn't
it
come
also
through.
doesn't interfere with the budget cycle next year. I would also say that Mr. Batista's skill set is certainly there, but we owe it to the residents of the city of Worcester to see if there are other skill sets out there that should be looked at. So I do think there should be a process in place. I hope Mr. Batista wants to be part of that process because I think that he'll show himself well in the next 6 months. And all things being equal, I have no issue with giving somebody that's already in that position a fair chance. And I also think that one thing that hasn't been said should be, it may turn out to be after 6 months that Mr. Batista says thanks, but no thanks. There's a tremendous amount of pressure that comes with this job. The city manager.
That would be very funny
knows
if
that
they
better than
offer the
anyone
job
else.
to Eric and he
There's a
turns
lot
it
of
down.
credit, but there's a lot of criticism.
That would be the most Worcester thing that could happen.
Have you heard the things they're saying about me on the internet?
Yeah.
I don't want anything to do with this shit.
Yeah.
So I do think there needs to be a process in place, in addition to the fact that the residents of the city of Worcester deserve us to do our best to make sure that the person with the strongest skill set is the person that becomes the next permanent city manager. So I'm comfortable and happy.
Yeah,
to
they just
support
can't be over 70, if I
the
remember
6 month,
correctly.
acting.
I don't think there's a minimum.
Do we know how old
is
is
in place to see what other
over 70?
skill sets are out there? I will say that to me,
More
what matters
pinwheels.
most, is the person's
you know why the
ability
camera's
to
off.
help the city of Worcester. I am less interested.
The camera's off to hide the like Scarface level of blow that's on the center console of Mo Bergman's car right now.
Looking for, and I hope we're welcoming to all people in a diversified way. I trust we will be. But at the end of the day, I'm looking for the strongest skill set to work with us to move Worcester forward. I think Mr. Batista is an excellent choice for the acting city manager, and it may turn out at the end of the day he's an excellent choice for the permanent city manager. But I do also think a process needs to be in place. I will just add one last thing, and I do think that an ad hoc committee makes sense. And before we start making decisions on firms to interview potential candidates, I think we ought to have some ideas in place as to what the role of the ad hoc committee is going to be. If they're going to be participating fully, making decisions with respect to who the candidate should be, then we should be making decisions on who's going to be the firm that's going to try to find us a city manager before that ad hoc committee is put into place. So that's really what I have to say.
I mean, unfortunately, every once in a great while, he makes sense.
Yeah, Mo's
it gives me no pleasure.
Mo's 100% right here.
Already said. I just want to say that I do support Eric Batista moving forward. And one of the things that's really important is that Worcester has been.
Yeah, because I mean, it's easy for them to say too, because he knows that they'll just
forward.
like
And
use the
we don't want to
process
stop that. We
to
want to keep it going.
keep
And
him in
Eric has
there.
the
But
skill set to do this. He's been with the city manager. He
whatever.
knows what
I'm not
he's
gonna
doing,
I'm not
and
gonna
he
fight.
knows what the community wants.
I'm not going to
So
say
I,
he shouldn't be named acting city manager.
am
He's
supporting
the
Eric
assistant city
Batista.
manager.
Thank
Of
you.
course, it makes sense to
Thank you.
name.
I
It's
think
just
a
a matter of what
clarification
you're
on
doing
the,
concurrently
order.
with that.
Yeah, just some clarification.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order regarding your motions. First, I know that you had mentioned when you spoke.
I bet they are.
Break the period of 9 months.
Yeah,
the order, so I'm just wondering if that actually happened.
All right, guys, what do you think? Should I get the chicken broccoli Alfredo pizza or the steak special pizza?
The next acting instead of interim.
Ooh,
We'll change that.
I'd say chicken broccoli Alfredo.
Manager for the term beginning
What
of
makes the
first,
special and special?
2022. You know, I was thinking of just changing it to permanent. City
Just
manager.
peppers, onions, mushrooms.
So it could be 4 months, it could be 6 months.
The greens would
Alfredo.
be good.
That could be subject to negotiations too.
Yes.
And the
AJ, that's another part of it too. Is I mean, a lot of us were hearing
other thing is
this exact
regarding my order,
conversation
I'm not
taking
sure, it
place
sounds like
last
some of my
fall
colleagues perhaps,
about Eric
misunderstood
taking
the
over
language that was
this role when Ed left.
It suggested such as.
Oh, Papa, I'm so sorry, Papa.
Opportunity to try to prescribe. So if
Listen, J&J
it's
pizza all the
necessary,
way.
certainly remove the name Isaac Miller and have it say.
Go Grande's
an
been my
executive
spot,
search firm.
mostly because they're one of the only places open
I
late
just
around me.
said such as. It wasn't to necessarily find that, and it didn't indicate that we were going to use a search firm. It's that particular motion is about getting the pieces in place.
Sean
in
Rose
preparation,
fighting
If in fact
Lethargy.
that decision is made, and if it's not made, it can be used by the ad hoc, MLO.
That crab rangoon
in
pizza is
the committee
damn good.
meetings, that information that will be garnered, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to clarify that.
You're saying no, it's not?
Unsubscribe. I'm good with the ragoon.
you're
More for you.
asking, I believe, is this.
I don't want to
I
yuck
can
your yum.
repeat it if you
No, I
like.
just want to
You might be fired.
I just want to. You're looking for
More for you, Brian.
the process of doing an
No, I'll order
RFP
2. You're having some.
I'm gonna
then
shove it in your
having a
gullet.
Procurement officer come in with the city council
Ooh,
with
Thanksgiving
a
pizza.
RFP that we can send the committee for review. Is that
Right,
correct?
I'd like it.
Their
worded as I
pastrami
stated,
pizza
but
at
yes, that's
Newton Square is
absolutely the
really good
intent.
too.
And, again, it's very important, Mr. Chairman, when I'm talking about this particular motion, not speaking on
Bill,
the
I
other
know.
matter,
You know what? You should
that,
go to
it's
Auburn Town
important
Pizza.
that we have,
That's probably your favorite pizza.
I'm all about Ciao Bella.
successful succession processes. And
Serious,
every
the pizza from
all
Ciao
the
Bella?
folks that
It's
have reached
incredible.
out to me wanted
You
this
can
process.
have
It's
it.
pretty all right.
And this will jumpstart that,
can
Mr.
have it.
Chairman.
Okay.
So we'd certainly like to see that happen. And the other thing I wanted to
I was
mention
thinking
real
about
quickly
like
regarding
what's
this
the
particular
most
motion
embarrassing thing you could
is,
do
you
like
know,
in Worcester, and I think
living
dining in
a
at
world
Ciao
as-
Bella is one of them.
as, a diverse world.
What's wrong
There's
with you?
always folks who want to
Go
take
home.
away from accomplishments. And a thorough process.
All right,
yes,
pizza
a
ordered.
thorough process disallows that, Mr. Chairman.
I had a great meal at Zorba's recently.
So the motion is to
Full order
skip the item
boss.
back to the council. and
Never
send
been
it
there
to committee
before.
And
Good food.
for review, whether or not we issue one or not.
So this is a good hang. I went to high school with the guy that runs that
Chairman,
place.
I just want to.
Okay,
be clear
and
on
he
what
was
I
at the top dog
said earlier
competition.
in Form of the motion. And
Was he Phil?
and
I think so,
counted.
because
I
I
think
definitely saw a
looked around the
dude
room and I don't think
that looked
I
way
have support
familiar,
on
and
it,
I
but,
couldn't figure out why.
Just stop and think of what we're asking one
I
person.
don't know. Maybe he was there.
We're asking one person to be the city manager, to be the diversity officer, to be the innovation officer, or to find new people that are willing to come to work, to quit their job now that they're at.
Oh, this
and come
sounds
to
hard. We
work
should
for
just
this
shut the city down.
For someone that we're only willing to make a commitment to for a few months. So my motion, Mr. Chairman, was to change 9
I like
months
Zorba's.
to 2 years and to delete the word interim.
9 months to 2 years.
The amendment first is to change have a 2-year contract with the 9 months to 2 years. So the vote, which I've changed that, but so basically the vote is to give a 2-year contract to Mr. Batista. Is that correct? That's correct. So that will be the first vote we take.
Can we?
Oh
can
my
we- can we
God.
motion to file on that, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it's the yes or a no. It's the same.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So a yes vote would be yes for a 2-year contract. A no would be a not. Would be a no for a 2-year.
That
So I
is
think
not
Knock-
acting.
Just for point of clarification, it's a 2-year contract as well.
Holy
Remove
shit.
the Interim or acting word out of it for a permanent 2-year. Is everybody in
Yep.
agreement with that?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Okay.
So a yes would be yes. and a
Fuck
no would be
this.
no to do that.
Yeah. This could pass right now. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
And I,
No. Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor GA,
No.
Councilor King,
No.
Councilor Mara Carlson,
No.
Councilor Nguyen,
Huh.
No.
All right, it's not going
Rivera,
to pass.
No.
Councilor Rose,
No.
Councilor Russell,
Good, we're
Yes.
good.
Councilor
Yeah.
Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No. Okay, so the next one would be 12
The motion
point
fails.
as amended, which is that the city council of the city of Worcester does hereby appoint Eric C. Batista, the acting city manager, with the term to begin June 1st, 2022, for a permanent city manager is appointed. And, roll call.
Councilor Burke,
Feel that ketamine he's on right now.
Mr. Chairman, some clarification. Was that a 6-month period? I don't think I heard that.
Okay, I put until a permanent city manager is appointed, which could be probably most likely 6 months, yes. Councilmember Carlson?
Or never.
So, Mr. Chairman, that was my.
Yeah, Mom's back.
I thought we were talking about 6 months. Originally, you had 9 months in the order.
Yeah.
Now then we were at 6 months. Now we're at indefinite.
Well, it's not indefinite. Either way, we put, either way it works. But 6 months, it could be longer than 6 months. That's the only issue,
So I guess my question is, after the 6 months, could we extend that 6 months? Is a question.
Yes.
As
Mo, please stop asking my mom's birthday.
Yeah, Mo's getting creepy again.
Yeah, come on, Mo.
if we were tonight to say 6 months, and we find that the process hasn't been able to play out in that 6 months, we then could vote an additional 3 months or an additional 6 months or a year, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So.
That is correct.
I was an
I would
incredible
ask
baby.
if you would put the 6 months back on there.
No, I was not
Yeah,
weird.
I think it's also the 6 months that people understand on the 6 month period is that when the manager signed his contract, it also gave the manager protection. And when they said 9 months, so that if something did happen, he would have a sort of a package to leave. That's something we can talk about in the MO committee when we do Mr. Batista's
What are they
contract.
talking about on the
But I
Facebook
don't mind doing
comments?
the 6 months.
I would,
You want to amend it to do the 6 months, correct?
if that works.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Like,
Train-
about what?
Mr. Chairman.
Hang on, I'm train on that.
Just been interrupted by a human mustache.
Chairman, just on the question of the term.
What a bad power play by George Russell there, huh?
3-9 of the charter says that the acting city manager serves until a new city.
Why is Maria wasting her
the right
time with
language.
those like weirdos?
That's what I'm saying.
You didn't hear Maria.
6 months, 9 months, 4 months, whatever that period takes.
Okay, so that's the right way to do it. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But it also says that the acting
this
city
is
manager
also-
cannot
no,
be
I
appointed
appreciate
the
it.
permanent city manager,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So we
So
are going to take a
It
roll
says
call
that in a
vote.
way that you could wiggle out of it.
So,
Though,
Mr. Mayor,
I
just
think.
for clarification on the amendments, it's going to be.
Also,
acting
props
city
to
manager
Wolfpaw for still being in
Batista
the audience.
until a permanent city
And
manager
she's
is
just continuously flipping off the mayor.
They're still sitting there. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Yenny said earlier that
Wolfpaw's
Wolfpaw's
back.
pronouns are
You're
they.
out of order.
Oh,
You're out of
here it
order.
is.
Okay, please be respectful.
It's on Indigenous
Thank you.
TikTok.
Yep, thank you. Okay.
Council Bergman.
And Joe was just waiting for that.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Yes.
Council Rose.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. And 12B is asking for the reports of 93, 2004, and 2013-14. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, point of clarification.
Back,
there's a few,
turn
motions
back
from council
time.
roll call because of virtual. The motions from council. Can't be a roll call.
Mr. Chairman, should we reconsideration on that?
Other people reconsideration on 12A. Okay, we'll go back to 12A, reconsideration. Roll
Oh
call.
no! Did my battery?
Council Bergman.
No.
Council Calorio.
No.
Council Haji.
No.
Council King.
No.
What's
Council
your
Merrill
sign, Mo
Carlson.
Bergman?
Council Nguyen.
No.
Council Rivera.
Oh my God! What's your sign?
Council Rose.
No.
Council Russell.
No.
Council Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
I'm looking for a sign.
Then we have the request to provide council with additional information. 93, 2004, and 2013.
Thanks for all the commentary on this, AJ. It's
Council
I
Bergman.
think that's kind of the thing is like everybody
Calorio.
tends to
Yes.
be saying the same thing,
Yes.
but in a slightly different way to get to the same point, which is just to have a
Council
what
Nguyen.
seems like an
Yes.
honest process all the way through.
Yes.
Council Rose.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council
I'm
Toomey.
not.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have Council King's order. One is for the city manager to come back with a continuation of government or work.
Listen, the developers love this guy. We gotta have him.
And, as he transitions.
Anyone who thinks
drop
the
off
development in
applications
Worcester
to the manager
is
to decide
corny,
drop off
overblown,
applications.
and gets too much public money
I think
can suck my dick. Eric Batista, get in here.
As a start, anyways. And also looking at begin the RFP process, ask our procurement officer to come in with what in.
I'm a Gemini. with a rising sign that a girl told me once, and the other one that I can't remember. And I actually made it up because I told the girl that I was gonna text my mom and ask when I was born, but I just didn't. I just said a random time of day.
Oh wait, time of day. I thought you were gonna ask what your birthday was.
No.
I gotta text my mom and ask what my birthday is.
No, like when you first start hanging out with a girl and she's like, "Oh my god, what time of day were you born?" And you're like, "Oh,
Councilmember Carlson.
all right, I'll text my mom."
Yes.
Mom, what time of day was I born?
Yes.
Council Rose.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a red flag to me, Bill.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Didn't last long, that one.
We'll go back to the regular agenda.
Agenda.
And thank you for everyone.
Yeah, that's me.
We try to not
all of that.
Go through it real quick here. 10.3 A, B.
All right, I'm in the inner circle now, so it doesn't matter what I say.
Roll call.
Yeah, we're untouchable.
You probably should have just stayed napping, Bill.
Yeah.
I was very,
you know to the minute, man. I am your favorite kid.
We're at 10 A, B.
I was very, very upset to be woken up.
Oh, we're blowing right through that 9 p.m.
Agenda, probably the
estimate.
third page in, second, third page in.
It's all right. I ordered a Big Mac pizza, and the guy said that it's really good, and somebody down the street orders it all the time.
Weird. From where?
J&J.
The Big Mac pizza at Burncoat's really good too. Mom, do not tell anybody where I was born. Do not dox me.
Yeah, really.
Yes.
Council GA.
Yes.
Council King.
You were born in the Auburn Mall.
Council Leanne.
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Jess, please stop doxing me.
Council Russell. Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Well, it was in Framingham at the time. The car was
She's
going
just
to
showing
Boston.
off that she knows that. Yeah.
It was going to a Van Halen concert.
10-year lease for the adoption of stand for 2 additional 5-year terms with Southbridge Associates, provide office space for the Division of Workforce Development at 14 Mechanic Street. Roll call.
It is so weird that they didn't even have Eric Batista speak.
Council Caloria.
Isn't that weird?
Yes.
Yeah.
Council King.
Am I alone in thinking that that's weird?
Yeah.
Like,
Councilmember Carlson.
If I found out I was born in Auburn, it would be like that King of the Hill episode when he finds out he wasn't born in Texas.
Yes. Council Toomey.
yeah, right.
Just
B, transfer information communication.
I might never come back.
What is there to even want it? That has been totally unacknowledged in this entire process. Whether or not he even wants, like, they can just get back from an executive session. Eric Batista is like, you know what? I changed my mind. Nah, never mind. I don't want to do it.
Nobody asked.
As a number of folks,
He could have done it. He could have done a skit.
Participation. I think this was an important step for the city to take. And just before the pandemic hit, I was invited to go over to the Denholm building and meet with some of the leaders of our not-for-profit, some of our larger not-for-profit organizations, which really are responsible for providing safety net programming and services to the most vulnerable in our community.
Yeah,
And
I always thought it
we're
was a little
facing
cruel that Easter
existential
Seals
threat
is in
to
that
their
building and their
ability to
elevator
continue
sucks
to
so
deliver
hard.
those services, given the deferred maintenance and some of the very
There's absolutely nowhere in that building to shoot free throws.
stared
The Easter
down
Seals should not
by
be in
all
there.
of those organizations, whether it be the roof, the elevator,
Let
the
alone try to
SOA,
play
the
basketball
electrical
or
system.
volleyball.
Not even cosmetic issues, but real core building issues. That if those costs had to be spread in the condo fee amongst all of those agencies, they would be diverting hundreds of thousands of
Mo
millions of
Bergman, as soon as
dollars,
you send me that Venmo, I can
over
give you
the
that
next couple of
information.
years to
That's
pay for
true.
building
Travis does know
repairs,
my date of
not
birth.
pay to provide fuel assistance and other valuable
Quickly taking
services
my
to the
birthday
most
off of
vulnerable.
Facebook.
That was all exacerbated during COVID, and we know how important those agencies were in helping many of our
Your
residents
Facebook profile's active right now?
the darkest days of the pandemic.
Yeah, I was surprisingly not.
We really strongly believe this is the right thing to
Haven't
do
been banned from
for
Facebook
the social
lately.
safety net
Took
of our
a
community,
break from the
protect
Facebook
that
groups,
first
I
and
hear.
foremost.
Fair enough.
And secondly, it is an
Too busy
opportunity
to
for us
mix it up
to
with these
reposition a
dorks in my
building,
neighborhood.
right on our main street that has a very large and substantial footprint in a way that can add to density, probably bring housing. We'll see what the market is interested in doing. Our goal would be to turn this building around as quickly as we purchase it. We've talked to developers, there's interest out there, so I don't think it'll be a situation where the city
I
will
am
have to
become
keep this
Bergman.
building, carry this building for a
Oh, my
significant period
birthday's
of
easy.
time. The goal would be to sell it to the private sector, put it back on the tax
Yep,
roll.
11/22/1963.
A win-win for everyone involved. So with this loan order, we can charge the WRA to take this action. And, time is of the essence. They just had to spend about $125,000.
I used to make money
Just
designing
feedback
MySpace
on
pages.
Who knows? The next time a major system, that's $125,000 that they're not going to get back. And so we want to move in an expeditious
Some
fashion.
glittery HTML code.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you that we have.
Yeah, Rich, exactly.
Council Rose.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I know the building very well. I worked in that building for
exactly
a lot
right.
of years. Very long time ago. It wasn't in great shape then. Certainly has deteriorated over the years. But I think it would be
Venmo me $20. I'll tell you my birthday. That's my Venmo is that's the same is right there in my under my
many of the nonprofits
under my
as
video.
we talked about tonight, but we also need to remember that we have small business owners in there as well, who unfortunately just moved in there not that long ago. So the question really is for the people who are in that building, for us to talk about what kind of services are we going to provide for relocation services. The other question is, and again, I have no way of knowing, but for some of the folks in there, they're saying that the information hasn't been shared. So one of the things that, if I could, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Dunn, if he could talk about what the process is with us taking this building for all of the
We
folks
get a big
in there.
wrecking
I
ball,
know that there's been an
we
awful lot of
just smash
discussion with
into
the nonprofits, which is great.
Well,
and
you
I
know what
think
we
it's,
do is we hand it over to the
really
WRA,
good that
which is
get
technically a
most of them all
corporation,
in one
even more
location.
so than the
But
city
we do
government.
have some
And they do with
smaller,
it something whatever they want. It's unaccountable and
process for them.
What about a second Polar Park?
Mean in terms of
yeah.
And thought about
What if
that.
we made Polar Park but
obligated
vertical
to
instead of
share that
horizontal?
information, or would
So you have
that
to play
now be
baseball in like a
on our
space
doorstep
field
to share that
of
information?
zero
Or is
gravity.
that
Zero gravity
Like
vertical.
Ender's Game.
that would share that information
Yeah.
for the people who are in there who are not part of the larger conversation with
That's what we
all of
need.
the
We need a good
nonprofits.
Ender's
And I
Game
know
arena.
Wait, which
just
shirt is the vaguely threatening one you want me to make?
long way of saying what
I wish I was so sexy.
I wish I was so sexy. I don't understand how that's vaguely threatening. Bipolar Park is great.
Required by the
I
Worcester
am
Development
become
Authority
sexy.
under state law. The WRA is required to hire a relocation advisory agency, and that relocation advisory agency needs to be in place.
I
before
wish
they
I was
actually
so sexy. Worcester, Massachusetts, best place.
And that agency would act as a third party, so somewhat of an objective party to.
That really is the Worcester story, though.
As you know, there are
Worcester,
owner-occupied units,
Massachusetts.
but also
I wish I was so sexy.
really dealing with legal occupancy in the property, and they would get a notice about their.
Oh, that one. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a good one.
Assistance, which would be not only trying to help identify those locations, but also.
I know. I need to get my merge
financial assistance to
brand
help
going
move
here.
Their property from this location to that other location.
Peter Dunn looks
so that is a
like the
requirement
drummer
that
for
will
a
be
pop
conducted
punk band
at-
in the
at-
video
at-
where
at-
they have to be
because in order
straight
to get to
laced
that
for a
stage, we
while.
actually need to know that we have the resources available to get to that step. So that's why that
That's
hasn't
so
happened
true.
yet. But as it relates to communications with the owners, I know myself, I've been invited.
Bet
and
she's wearing
participated in at least
Converses.
2 meetings that were all unit owner meetings. So anybody, they all received that.
Walter Bird
communication.
confirmed no longer at City Hall.
Perhaps some folks weren't available at the date and time, but we did do it twice.
Did you guys see
Condominium associations, so they do have
the schedule
trustees, and
for
so a lot of our communications
fireworks
have been, led
at
by
Polar
the
Park this year?
trustees just
When you
because of
see it
their
laid out,
role
it's
as trustees of the
intense.
property.
Just every day,
And
all
Is
day.
it every
It's
weekend?
insane.
do know that the property.
Why are they doing so many fireworks? There's no one there for them.
It's crazy. And if you email Dr. Charles about it, he'll like answer and be like, "Well, we just really want to provide some fun for the community." It's like we're literally asking you to stop.
Yeah.
In the building, any stretch of the imagination.
Thank you. And a follow-up question. So my
damn.
understanding is that
Technically, I'm still the most right though for using
condos
Price is
in
Right
there, but
rules.
18 owners.
You're literally just punishing Green
Again,
Island.
out of those
Like,
18
Yeah.
owners,
And
even
they
worse.
can't even while they're like walking back from their car that's parked so far away, they're just being bombarded with fireworks.
obviously is
And like
different.
fireworks
So
are fun
the
if it's like
$3
once a
million
year, but
that
every
would be
week it's
going
like,
to
God damn, it's a fucking war zone, you know?
buy these folks out at the end of the day, I guess.
That is, it'll
that's what we
completely
need to be
juke the
doing. Is
stats
that
for
done on a
ShotSpotter.
percentage basis, or is that, how is that calculated?
Sure, through the chair to the councilor.
I can hear it
they
from
do
my
have
house,
currently
and I
what they
live
would call a
far
beneficial
from
interest
downtown.
for all of the owners of the property, because that's how they base their condo fees. So their maintenance fees that are collected on a monthly basis already. So that was definitely the baseline for the approach to it. If we did try to include
I
some
imagine
information
that
in the item,
Kathy Roy doesn't
what's
have
been
an
proposed is
intellectually
that the
consistent
trustees
argument.
working with the owners
Just a guess.
would provide to the Worcester Redevelopment Authority a dissolution agreement that would dissolve
Yes,
the condo.
100%.
and would
You know
outline
who
the
I think should be
distribution of
our city
proceeds.
manager,
So it's
Jeff
not
Deal.
something that the WRA is dictating. It's actually something that's coming from the owners collectively in terms of how the $3 million will be distributed.
Can we
among
get
them.
Walter Bird to be
But
the city manager?
Beneficial interest of the property.
Dude, he's
certainly
gonna
is,
apply, baby.
Plus and minus there. And
It's true. Kathy Roy does suck fucking fat cock.
to make sure that
She's one of the
acquisition
worst
number
ones.
works for folks. So the goal is 100% consensus on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this building certainly is a building that unfortunately has seen its, lived its life, I guess you would say. So
Yeah, it's true. He is the king of Auburn. If not in reality, then in spirit.
I would support Snow Ghost for city manager. That's a fantastic idea.
Same voice, quite frankly. And the other question I wonder is there a language barrier for some of those folks in there? So that would be the other question in terms of.
Seems like the right time to point out that so far we've heard from every city hall employee on varying issues tonight, with the exception of the one that we're appointing city manager. But he's the only person that we could ever imagine doing this job.
It is so ridiculous that he's not even. Is he in the room?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Is he in there? Is he there?
Oh yeah, he came up earlier when the dance team was there to or the healthcare workers were there to move stuff out of the way for them.
Good.
He moved a water bottle.
Thank you,
He's
Mr.
the
Chairman.
building manager, not the city manager.
Chair of Economic Development.
He's right there, front row.
Rise to
Off
express
on the
my
left.
support of this
Oh, yeah.
plan. I
There
believe
he
the
is.
return on investment is beneficial to the city in the long term. This is a property that it was indicated that paid somewhere in upwards of $70,000 last year. And given
What
its
exactly do we
footprint,
have
we see the
executive session for
opportunity
now?
to
Is it to negotiate the contract with him, or?
Yeah, the contract.
Okay.
So he could realistically be like, all right, I want $300,000
significant gains
for 6 months of
in the
work.
long term
They're like,
due to
no.
the
He's like,
incremental
okay.
tax
Well,
increases that will
see
come
ya.
up
Deuces,
over the
motherfuckers.
years. I think it affords us the opportunity to invest in prosper fiscal.
I like that blood,
the
Travis.
years following.
We'll see what
the
Jess thinks.
payment
But
of this loan. So through the chair to Mr. Dunn, a couple of quick questions. I had a number of.
Yeah, I mean, they
people
can't be
reaching out
cobbling
to
this
me.
together in real time, right?
Put it
It's
up through the clerk's office. You did answer the
Yeah,
question,
right, yeah.
related to the relocation costs. Thank you.
yeah,
I
having
don't want to
like
put you on the spot or mark you in
George
any way,
Russell
but
like tearfully
some
scream that
people
he should
reached
be
out,
here for
you know,
2
asked if there
years.
was an estimate
I want
Probably.
Eric!
for
I
us
want
to,
him! I just want him, okay? I don't care how.
given this
Uh,
footprint. And
I like
keeping in
looking
mind
at him, and I want him
that
here.
It won't be mostly tax exempt over time. Through the chair to Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn?
Do you believe in life before
Clarify
humans?
your question. So we draw down on the loan authorization. It is a general obligation of the city of Worcester, but I think you're referring to economics of the project. And so to your
We
point, in terms of what the
believe
property
in the dinosaurs.
as we know, many of the units are owned by
Dinosaurs,
tax-exempt entities.
dinosaurs.
To your point,
They didn't let him speak on it publicly because they knew he was going to open with the dinosaurs thing.
comparable
Be like,
projects,
listen. I know everyone is talking about how I don't believe in dinosaurs. I believe in some dinosaurs. Okay.
I believe that you believe in dinosaurs.
I just questioned some of these funky color schemes the kids are saying the dinosaurs are these days.
Yeah.
I would anticipate a payback on
Do I
that.
believe in dinosaurs? Maybe. Do I believe they had feathers? Absolutely not.
Draw the line.
On a kind of a good note.
I
and
have
then
nothing
maybe
wrong with the
certainly I would say about 10
T-Rex,
years,
but
I
it's
think
the
that 5 to 10 year,
Bisaurus Rex and the
window would give us,
Trisaurus Rex that
a
I
real
just
good frame of reference.
I can't get behind.
So through the chair to Ms. Simmons, is it fair to say that, incremental taxes over time, we have a good opportunity to prosper in this investment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Are we seeking through the chair any other elements for funding mass development or anything like that through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilor, that's correct. So we do
Through the chair.
hope to maybe secure some external resources so that we don't actually have to draw down on this loan authorization to the full extent. Some of those opportunities require us to own the property, so it's unable to secure them now until we actually own the property. But based on our knowledge of economic development toolbox that exists, particularly through the Commonwealth.
There's been a lot of rumors floating around about my
we do think that there's opportunity
belief
to
in
bring in some of those
dinosaurs,
resources and hopefully not
and I
draw
just want to
down
make
on
it very
this
clear that
loan
you're all wrong.
Through the chair, thank you. Again, I support this
Dinosaurs do
plan.
not exist. Hey, that'd be a really good way to get on like the Late Show.
More
Put Worcester
importantly, I support
on the
the
map.
incredibly valuable work of our nonprofits.
I heard Eric
and,
Batista wants to
allowing
take
them
them to
affording them
Denholm building and
opportunity
put
Eric
a
Batista,
arc-
go on Rogan.
Or physical space.
Put an arc monument
to
there.
Continue to provide optimal care and services to the most vulnerable in our community and our city. Makes me very happy, despite this being sad and it being an old historic building. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have Council Haji.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really quickly, through the chair to the city manager, Mr. Dunn, it would be really great, and this is something, a pattern that story and a request that we hear over and over in the city, whatever developers we are attracting, that the three main pillars of what we want to, you mentioned in your report, inclusive development, make sure that they're
Any questions for Randy from Trailer Park Boys?
There's an abundance market rate housing downtown. It's great to bring some deeply affordable.
Man's got to eat, Mr.
units,
Leahy.
Mixed income, incubate some of our small.
What is the
businesses.
best way to get two
And
birds
most
stoned at the same
importantly,
time?
too, it would be great to attract developers that have a track record of hiring local
Why are you
people
interviewing him?
and
He's coming to Ralph's.
track record of building with green.
He's doing a comedy show at Ralph's,
Our buildings are big.
and he wants to do press for it, even though it's sold out.
Those would be my recommendations.
So I got the hookup on that.
Thank you. We have
Try to get a podcast episode out of it. That'd be awesome.
There was a rad hardcore show there last night.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I meant to go to it, but I fell asleep at 8. Yeah, that was Matt Laverne's and Archie's new band, Sync. They were pretty cool.
I ended up there by accident. I was hanging out with Ricky talking plans for Seltzer time, and we just
cool.
It was cool.
Through the chair, this size of a borrowing of 6.8 million.
I think that's a great idea. I got to get my hands on that. I did not know that website put out a book.
Stacks up, so we wouldn't anticipate this to have.
I'm looking for it now. About to boop
Thank
order
you.
that.
Through the chair, if we could just reiterate, in terms of time frame.
Will there be a sequel to the Kitty Man Sea Shanty?
When would the city sort of, not necessarily be made whole, but at what point do we anticipate that we'd break even in this process?
The book's what it all started with. I don't know. Shit about shit then, I
To the
guess.
counselor, some of it is definitely an estimate. We have some steps that we need to take in order to acquire the property, of course, and then take those steps to identify a redevelopment partner. As the manager alluded to, we are approached often by developers looking for opportunities in the city. And so we've mentioned this a few times to developers that have been looking for opportunities. So we believe there is bona fide interest out there. So we're optimistic around on identifying that partner and then conveying the property to them would be relatively quickly. And so just to kind of maybe reference my answer to Councilor Rose, I would anticipate that a kind of full return on the investment would be in the probably closer to 5-year time frame. Caveat that to say that it is a moving target, so it could be, upwards of a 10-year time frame. But I think that that window is certainly doable. And I
couldn't find you. I came looking for you, Jess.
5 years is probably also doable.
Thank you. And I want to echo my colleagues' sort of encouragement that if there's housing coming out of this, that we're ensuring that there's low income options in that housing. I think some of the things that we've talked about over time as it pertains to community benefit agreements, PLAs, project labor agreements, ensuring we have responsible and reputable developers to ensure that there's no wage theft. I'm just wondering, in your processes, with those sorts of values, given the fact that this is going to be a purchase by the city, how will those sorts of values be
this is
prioritized?
A slog tonight.
Terrible.
Through the chair to the council.
Yeah, I can't wait to go to executive session and then come back to be absolutely punished by just the cops talking about how important body cameras are and how much they need them and shit.
Fuck! I keep forgetting that's coming.
Yeah.
Remember when we did the construction diversity?
God,
I don't know why they're doing that. They said that they're doing it after the executive session,
For public construction, as
which
well
is
as
why.
TIF projects and the TIF policy. And
I'll be impressed if we end before 10.
Employer and inclusionary participation.
Oh, we're not
policy.
ending before 10.
So those elements are in there, but to your point, in terms of making sure that we have some specific intention around that, when we do somewhat of a request for interest or request for proposals process to identify a redevelopment partner,
we might have to make a decision about how we want to handle this once they go to executive session. If it's going to be a long time, we're going to be getting leads from this stream.
For the evaluation of selecting a redevelopment partner.
But we'll address that when we get there.
We've been fighting for local jobs as well.
We're going to get what?
If they go to executive session, what they're going to be there for how long?
Well,
plan to
we have no idea.
Relocate.
There's no time limit.
I'm glad to hear that's already.
We might have to take a little break. Maybe.
That's important.
You're not going to eat the pizza on the show?
Worker.
I'll absolutely review the pizza.
On a regular basis.
Okay.
The importance of
that was kind of the point.
Those sorts of options for.
In fact, I'm looking at it being here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So this might work out perfect for everybody.
With the transportation and the like.
Wouldn't you like to have a review of the J&J Big Mac pizza?
Thank you.
Bite for bite.
See, we got to branch out. This channel needs more diverse content. Unfortunately, it's just going to be white guys. So we just have to talk about different things.
Certainly, some of my colleagues mentioned how
not
such in great shape the building is.
Like my Elden Ring character, guys. I'm up to level 65.
And I can remember. More than
feeling good
15 years ago, actually,
about my character,
but
I'm still getting my ass kicked by everybody all the time.
What's your class?
Being in there when it was Denholmes with my.
I started as a barbarian. Now I'm more like just the hero class, but now I'm kind of just a guy who wears heavy armor and swings a big sword.
I've seen better days. There's no
class.
So like real life.
But I think it's very important.
Yeah.
We also think about. What happens to that?
You guys, I just learned about this recently. Y'all familiar with the term bike shedding?
No.
So bike shedding is it's what happens in meetings like this. This isn't actually, Worcester's not special in this regard too, right? That if you give people, a group of people, a bunch of topics to discuss, like the most complex topic is the one that they're going to spend the less time discussing, because the likelihood that anyone in the room has any idea or any ability to parse that complex subject
interesting.
It's non-existent. So we end up with conversations like this that go on for 17 hours because everyone, Kate Toomey can sit up here and wax poetic for 3 days about memories of being in the Denholm building. as if
Right.
that's somehow relevant to whether or not the
Yeah,
building
a lot
should
of you
or should not
mentioned so
exist.
far what I was going to ask, and some of the
Yeah,
questions that
right,
I just
right.
wanna make
But
sure that
you know,
we,
if talking
you
about the
know,
city manager again,
as we're
like
looking
getting into the
at
weeds on it, we're going to
downtown,
avoid
I've
that.
mentioned
But
this
we can
before, is
debate,
that
you know,
we,
6 months versus
are
9 months
conscious
versus
of
2 years or 3
gentrification,
hours because
definitely
those
really
are
show our
simple
commitment
numbers that anyone
to
can
mixed-use
understand.
housing.
Yeah, the Worcester City Council is
I really
pretty like
appreciate some of the comments that
iconic
Councilmember
for that.
Carlson made regarding our
It's a
small
really
businesses,
interesting thing, but
because
it happens in
again, there are
every
small
organization,
businesses
and
in
it's
there
like you
as
kind of
well.
have to
And my
structure
concern is that we
organizations
don't have,
specifically to
some of the
avoid,
concerns that we
yeah,
saw
it's
with
called
the
bike
Midtown
shedding.
Mall.
Avoid it and focus on the difficult stuff,
And then
so
I
they're
think,
actually spending
one of my
the
goodness, I will be
time
supporting this, but
necessary
one of my
to make sure that
concerns is we saw
we're not
Bike
just talking
shedding, like a
nonsense.
dog hair shedding.
street with the gas station that
Yeah,
has
but
been
it's referring to like a
um,
bike shed, and
having
it
that
the
gas
term
station
comes
even
from the
though there
idea
was
that like an
concerns
organization had to
from the
discuss like
community regarding
building
the
a shed to
development
store
of a gas
bikes in. Like
station,
that's the
and
thing that they're going to spend the most amount of time
Oh,
on
okay,
because
yeah.
it's trivial and it doesn't really impact anything. It's
so I think, we just want to make sure that in
Yeah,
the
I think that Worcester City Council should be introduced to that concept because this is fucking brutal, dude. I cannot listen to this shit.
It's painful.
I turned Sarai way down.
Residency, that we're conscious of gentrification, that we're really supporting small businesses.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like,
And then we
at
have
nothing they're saying right now
plan
is going to change the fact that this is getting sold to the city and the city is transferring it to the WRA and it's going to get turned into whatever the WRA wants to turn it into. So what the shit they're talking about right now is just like pointless drivel. Unless they're really planning on significantly putting a roadblock in the city's plans to sell us to the WRA, but it does not sound like it's the case at all. They're just talking about it.
Right.
It's fucking annoying.
Definitely 100% agree and support. But as we do it, we want to make sure that we are
As we fucking displace all of the nonprofits in the city, we want to make sure we're doing it being conscious of gentrification. There, I said it. My job is over.
We don't just kind of take.
We don't have to think about it anymore because I said that we have to think about gentrification. I'm Sarai Rivera, logging off. I did my job.
And
You know,
not sell
it's like,
ourselves
come on.
as we move forward. My hesitancy is after looking at the Southbridge kind of gas station project. I do appreciate. I've had really good conversations with Peter Dunn, and then hopefully as we move forward.
Hey, here, I got one for you. Ready? Peter Dung.
These issues and stay committed.
Got him, coach.
Zing. Fucking zing, dude.
So the motion would be to file the report and adopt.
You can sit down now, Peter. You're still not going to be city manager.
Yeah.
Collectively.
A little bit too qualified, I'd say.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, you just repeat those.
So taking the ED report, we can file it, but however, we're going to adopt 10.40B to advertise.
Okay. Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
You're right.
Russell?
Right, Rich. Just do that.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. We'll take these all collectively real quick.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just if you will, a reconsideration on that.
Okay.
Last vote, please.
Motion to reconsider. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Caloria?
No.
Councilor G.I.?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
That's pretty good.
No.
Councilor Russell?
That's a pretty good image.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. We can take these next several items together, which is informational, was the file that has this waste collection event on Saturday, June 25th, from 9 to 12 p.m. Also transmitting information communication over to the forest.
I did read deeper. You cannot drop off radioactive or medical waste at this hazardous waste drop-off collection.
What about poop?
I don't. Well, I think that's biological. Maybe.
Celebration of Arbor Day on Friday.
I don't know why, Yenny. I don't know why the culture of the reconsideration in Worcester City Council is very interesting. I don't know why they do it. It usually it's to underscore a point that like it's a significant vote. Basically, is the only thing. But that one seemed really unnecessary because it was unanimous and not even like not even close to being not unanimous. So I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot, I think, on our first stream about why they did that. And the one I think that triggered it was nonsensical as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to ask Sean Rose about that one.
Right now,
Right. Yeah, Main South Mom, that's correct. It's
yeah.
That's the spirit of it, but like
any substantial rain over the next
the way that it gets used in Worcester is very sporadic and weird.
where we are right now, but subject to change.
Like it in terms of like not the rule, but the culture around it and the way councilors use it. My pizza's here. Hello?
Wow.
Take those quarterly roll call.
Council Bergman,
Councilor Bergman, empty chair.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council GA.
Yes.
Take this moment to advertise Seltzer Time coming back next Monday right here on the Wu and Annie Comedy Show.
There you go.
Joshua Lovell of Heartland
Council
Harbor.
Russell, yes. Council Toomey,
That's a good one.
It's going to be fun.
Yes, next is transmit information communication relative to the report concerning the fire
Have you
strategic plan.
written your Stokes and Pokes yet?
Safety.
Oh, you haven't watched the show in a while because we stopped doing that.
I don't care. That's my favorite part. And if you guys don't bring it back, then I'm just going to keep bringing it up.
Delve into
Perfect.
this in more detail, but I do really want to appreciate
We switched Stokes and Pokes to,
hard work of the
oh
acting
shit, what do we call it?
chief and the two
I don't know.
deputies and really
The third part of the show is us just checking in with the community board or some shit like that.
1009 have been
Just talking about
RED.
Yeah, got him, coach.
support staff, my office, everybody's been really working hard on the fire study, on the strategic plan.
Feel free to jump in. Come in as our boss or our manager.
I might do that. I got nothing to do. I don't know if
Yeah.
you heard, but my Monday nights are free now.
And implementing those recommendations mean making an inherently
Can you
unsafe job.
pop the sound up a little bit, Travis?
Yeah.
That's what we're all committed to, and I just want to acknowledge the hard work and the effort of the team.
He's telling a very important lie. His left hand's band is back again.
See?
Thank you. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't know how much this tells about me, but a lot of male porn stars hold like that.
It warrants quite a bit of discussion. I'm very grateful. I know
Pedagog's
that I had asked at
Fox.
the last meeting for all of the reports that we've had brought forward to have all of those steps outlined and what we've done and what we haven't done and what we need to do. And I think that was certainly.
My name's Kate Toomey, and in fact, everything is quite hard for me. In my life, everything is quite hard for me to do. Oh,
I hope people follow her on Twitter. It's
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward.
It's a weird one. It's a weird follow.
And oversight. That being said, I said a question to the chair. One of the things that
All
stood
right.
out to me.
Here's what I'm working with.
Come forward relative to,
Ooh,
Check
look
it
at
out.
that.
This is a pizza that is covered in lettuce and pickles,
and this
and there's little bits of hamburger on it.
Why would you do that?
Good question. Good question, Ren.
But it's got the Big Mac sauce too, right?
You got the Big Macs, yeah.
How that's evolving, Mr. Chairman.
It's fun.
This is turned into Bill's mukbang.
I mean, somebody brought it to you. You really can't complain.
This pizza is
Through you, Mr. Chair.
100% fine.
Man, I love
Not my
that.
recommendation that we move forward
You're wearing
with
too much
the
clothes
fire
for this to go
commission.
viral on Twitch.
I have asked that we move forward.
Yeah, you want to
with
pop
the
those socks off, pal?
assessments to appoint a permanent fire chief.
Listen, we're gonna put some feet in there.
Recommendation.
There it is. Show feet.
Whoa.
The consulting firm.
You did work in the kitchen.
Work Crocs.
Help implement the changes, particularly some of the more
Pretty good.
difficult changes. I have found, that there's been.
How wet does it sound? Should I do a little bit of ASMR?
And that's a tool.
Ooh,
that we
wet-ass
don't need
pizza.
to Implement the changes that
I hate
were
to tell you,
recommended
your
in
mic
that.
hasn't been on this
And
entire
so in
time. It's
my
just whatever
mind,
your surface mic is.
$150,000 can be better spent.
You sound fine, but it's. Oh, I guess
maybe
it
it
is.
Firefighters with new updated
It was picking up your typing.
And
Oh,
so
that's on the same table.
Assessment Center to make a permanent appointment with the fire chief and move forward with that structure.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that Cunty Jess in the flesh?
Oh God, he is misogynist.
Just share a little bit, Mr. Chairman.
That's a nickname that I thought of for one of my friends.
Highlights.
In case you were wondering if I was a misogynist or not.
Before we move on, Mr. Chairman, is that possible?
Chief?
Jesselyn watched me eat a spore. That is a s'more with spam in it.
Ooh.
It's really bad.
I am in an
A
s'more musubi.
Acting Deputy Chief Roach has taken my position as the administrative deputy chief, and Deputy Chief Powers
Bill's
is,
an authentic New Yorker.
the operations chief.
I'm a big New York guy.
What I consider a strong team.
Oh my God! Look at this guy.
With the municipal fire department and
this guy looks like a fucking ghoul.
The bargaining unit to really implement.
Martin's actually a good guy. Our kids grew up together because it's Worcester and everybody has to know everybody.
Yeah, I wasn't saying he's not a good guy. We've been over this before.
To the citizens of Worcester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to give the acting chief the opportunity to be heard on this before it goes to committee.
I think he's a firefighter?
Yeah, he's a firefighter.
He's a fire. He's a fire cop.
From the union leadership
fire
and from your membership. So we thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. So send that to.
Oh yeah, the bodega meat tube.
Dedication.
That was really bad.
What is a bodega meat tube?
It was some sort of weird meat. Bought it at No Name Grocery.
Yes. Mr. Gloria?
Yes.
Mr. RGA?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a fake vax card, but he is less dangerous than a regular cop.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, his truck probably has
Yes.
truck nuts though.
Mr. Rose?
Yes.
Russell?
One time I bought a pound of bacon from a firefighter at the Park Ave fire station.
Announced if anybody's waiting on the.
Out of a freezer in the fire station.
It's going to be held.
Every firefighter has a weird other
We
job.
are now on.
Yeah, this guy was a pig farmer.
Thank you.
Slash
for your
firefighter.
patience tonight,
See?
Transfer information,
Sure.
communication.
Yeah. That's job
unmanned
security. That's what that
aircraft system
is.
Proposal. So the motion is to send that to public safety for discussion. Prior to doing so, Councilman Nguyen. RGI.
Just a few questions. I just wanted to ask through the.
I'm not
chair,
worried about what's
who
in the
was at
vaccine.
Table, especially in the
But
report we
I was
saw.
kinda
just
worried
wanted
about
to
the
know
bodega
who
meat
were
too.
the experts and the community folks who were
Really
included.
bad.
I would like
Yeah.
to see a report on
Some
what
really
was said
great
on best
anecdotes from Bill
practices,
tonight.
Challenges and benefits, as was stated.
You guys
in
got
the
to see me be
proposal. I would
misogynist
also
or
just like
racist.
to
This is
know,
a, this is a reference
can
for
we
just me. Thank
explain,
you.
Or can I hear the explanation of the priority of the need right now, and why it was funded or is trying to be funded now rather than other efforts?
Through chair to the counselor, there's several questions there. I'll try to take them in order.
And if you don't know what the Freebird rule is, then you should be listening to Parts Unknown, a wrestling podcast,
To wrap it all
because
up here,
that's the
we
type of thing
got
that
a
we'll explain.
grant for $100,000. $75,000 was.
Don't explain it to
for
them.
other
They're supposed to be
items,
listening to the
and
podcast.
$25,000 was for this aircraft. We had meetings for the last 2 years with SEMLEC, Central Mass Law Enforcement Council. There's, I
It's
believe,
gross.
16
Anyone's not
committees
familiar, the
involved.
Lex are they're
also
private
the
companies
State Police,
that are made up
they have
of municipal and state law
program
enforcement,
that
but
uses
because they're private companies, they
unmanned
kind of
aircraft
exist and
systems.
operate outside of the realm of normal municipal law enforcement.
Oh, that sounds great.
So it's like they're private bodies made up of people of sworn law enforcement. So they can do all the cop stuff, but they just don't actually report to anybody.
So they do like what, private security or with that or what?
No, these are the groups that tend to like be the ones that buy tons of military gear or like quasi-military gear. Like if you ever are at an event, you see a Bearcat. That's usually like
Oh, okay.
those are the Lex that actually pick those up. Because they
So
pool
how
funds,
do
can
they license them out to police departments, or what? How do they?
It's a weird thing. It's like it's usually when people kind of first became aware that they even existed around the marathon bombing because they were the first cops to show up outside of Boston cops, and they just start rolling into town with armored personnel carriers and Bearcats and whatnot. They're the coordination effort that happens behind the scenes to it even kind of goes beyond that, Hadoken, because they're not municipal entities. They're private corporations made up of municipal employees. It's like it's that weird thing that, like, you if you're a cop 24 hours a day sort of thing. You're still that cop even though you're working for a private company, but you're not actually working for the company. You're just being brought in to serve under them.
Included, which I think you answered. I think
you're just the citizen by the Starship Troopers definition.
That's basically it. Yeah, we found the thing worse.
Yeah, we did Verhoeven's critique of fascism, but cornier and more stupid. I saw like the Lex stuff get deployed one time. I was covering Millis was part of my beat during the first round of Black Lives Matter, and a part-time cop in Millis that was like the high school hero, football quarterback kind of guy, called in a fake shooting to make himself seem like the hero, and it activated like every cop all of a sudden had body armor and an assault rifle, and there were armored patrol cars and helicopters and all that. It was crazy. And then he hung himself when they found out that he made it up.
Yikes.
Cool story.
Yeah. What a good system.
Fire department and other agencies.
It's so weird. It
hazmat incident. You can put this
in theory, I guess.
Yeah, it's like I saw what the police state would do if ever its power was truly threatened.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really what it comes down to. And I mean, and you could make a philosophical argument that it makes sense for like small communities that don't have the resources to, but it doesn't actually make any sense because cities like Worcester and Boston end up being members. So they're kind of automatically invited into those communities without any prior approval necessary. Very, very odd relationship.
And, the benefits, I think a few things that we've heard today was, fear of privacy. And
yeah, it was like watching the police force all of a sudden turn into an occupying army.
Yeah.
And they did so in a matter of like a half hour.
Which I brought up the marathon bombing because it was just that, right? Like you can go back and find the footage and stills from Watertown and Newton when they were actually doing searches and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, you've got dudes hanging off of an APC, like literally flagging, people in their own homes.
Yeah.
So I lived in Brighton at the time. I was actually walking home from work. I was stopped to meet a friend, like right around the corner from the finish line when it happened, and then I had to walk home. Because I couldn't get on a train. My cell phone died. I couldn't get a ride. I had to walk across the city that day, and then for the next few days, I lived right at the edge of Brighton, over near Watertown, basically where they were searching, and they were set up at the Target at the Arsenal Mall, and it was just like tons and tons of equipment, and and there was Black Hawk helicopters flying around the neighborhood all the time. Every time we'd go out on our porch, an armored personnel carrier would roll by, and somebody would stop and tell us to go back inside. Like, fuck you!
Yeah,
that was the craziest week. I didn't go to work for a week. We were just like told everyone we had to stay home.
Like traffic reconstruction.
Just imagine that after they figure out how to make protesting illegal.
Yeah.
License,
It'd be like that times 10, buddy.
I did a little bit of research on this.
Cool times.
To see what governs,
cool
times.
You see the Civilian Review Board in Los Angeles County is actually bringing to task like the 50 years of reports about police gangs in the LA Sheriff's Department. They have their current sheriff is going to be called to actually testify in front of their Civilian Review Board. But it kind of speaks to this, like I think in Massachusetts in particular, we just kind of hear stories about what has been viewed as an actual occupation in other parts of the country, especially in the greater Los Angeles area.
Oh, sorry, we gotta listen to Hotel. We're joining on here.
We're going to have
Sorry, Mo.
Hotel Grace provides about 60 beds for our chronically homeless individuals or folks that are unhoused. That's going to be closing on May 15th. That means that our homeless encampments will increase. And so I don't want this particular community that already feels hostile reactions, not obviously not from the police department, but I worry that these folks might really get intimidated by the idea that potentially the quality of life team will use this technology and support. The other thing is that we committed through the city manager to have that 7-day policy for encampments. And as I understand it, Councilor Nguyen a while ago asked for a vetting of providers and to have folks that do the practitioners on the ground to have a meeting to talk about that policy. I would like to make a motion for making sure that this type of policy is part of that vetting of that 7-day policy, so that we don't run into we don't run into intimidating a community that doesn't need drones over their heads. They need support systems. They need permanent supportive housing. And so while I understand that the intention is not to intimidate this community,
That's so nightmarish. I missed that part that is actually in the report. That they're going to use the drone to spot homeless encampments that they can break up.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just want to assure the council that
God, I fucking hate all of these people.
Drone to potentially identify folks who might be in encampments is just to be able to provide the outreach services.
That's so ghoulishly untrue.
That is so fucking. That's such a lie.
To get them into services that might be, able to get them.
It's such a fucking lie. God, how can he live with himself, get up and saying shit like that? That is such a fucking lie.
And so I don't think.
Look at it. It's right there.
Left hand behind the back.
It's a way to really engage them and get them the help that they need. So I think that's the spirit at which the police department is identifying this. I do think, and I just want to publicly state this, I think this is such an important tool for us as a city. And when I say it as a city. The police department may own the drone, but in conversations just the other day with the fire department, they were talking about multiple ways that this could be helpful.
So then why doesn't the city buy the drone?
To get a perspective
and then it's
on
not
what's going on in a roof before we put firefighters in a dangerous situation.
controlled by
There are
the
so many
police.
applications that I think this is going to help save lives and protect the community with the appropriate protections. And we all want that. And that's why we're going through this process of being very transparent about it, having a discussion in committee, and making sure that the policies we put around it have the right barriers and the right protections. So we strike that right balance of public safety.
You're going to be very transparent about it, just like how we're very transparent about lying every time someone calls on us on unnecessarily demolishing a homeless encampment.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I don't question the integrity of why you're trying to use this tool. All I'm saying is that we have it might jeopardize the relationships of the practitioners on the ground who are trying really hard to build relationships with folks. And so while we have those practitioners,
She's so delicately
on the ground, I would
dancing
just
around
like
the
to get
obvious.
some feedback from them, how they feel, how this is going to impact their work, and also if this could be included in the discussion around the 7-day policy in Canada. 14, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Through the chair to council, if I can just clarify one thing. Anytime we're utilizing this technology, if it's not an imminent situation where we have to go with exigent circumstances, there will be a public information campaign alerting the public that this is occurring. Last week, right here at
Yet
City Hall,
anything can be an exigent
in order to look at
circumstance.
the tower. So different things like that, and that goes out into the public.
Oh, this is pretty fucking grim, huh?
We alert the public, and as the manager noted, this technology can be used, and I believe it's under 20 below zero up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we receive information.
Both conditions where we don't have adequate space for our homeless.
Yeah, so when we want to get rid of our homeless, but it's too cold to go outside, we're going to put out the drone.
We can use this drone to spot the corpses of the unhoused people we couldn't save because we haven't invested in
No, thank you. I
unhomed stuff.
appreciate it, and I know that you all
We
work
hired
with
these great
members
kids from
for
Becker
our
College.
community.
They're going
I
to
think
let
it's
us
just
do it with
important to
goggles. Can you
include
believe that?
practitioners
Goggles.
to just get their perspective on how the unintended.
It'll be like I'm there kicking them in the teeth.
are already vulnerable. I appreciate your service.
Thank you. Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the past several
Yeah,
years,
we live in
I've
the
filed
future.
orders
Just from an optics perspective too, like why would you send up the guy who happens to be your SWAT commander to talk about killer sky robots as opposed to just like find a nerd in a suit who's going to come up and be non-assuming? Peter
Yeah,
Dunn would be great talking about drones all night.
Get your data guy.
Give it 6 months. They'll hire the kid from Connecticut that got his drone to fire a handgun and compensate for the recoil.
Fall River, Duxbury, Quincy, Mass State Police, Sudbury, Milford, Millis.
We
You know they probably will.
We should get those net guns.
Waltham,
Those
Wayland,
are pretty
Huntington,
effective.
Marshall,
All you really need to do is just
Swansea,
disrupt one of the
Westfield,
propellers.
Tewksbury, Wilbraham, and the Norfolk, Berkshire, and Barnstable County Sheriff's Department.
I think that'd be a really fun game.
They're all
Shoot
working
down the
very
shoot down the WPD drone.
Also, their stabilizers are very much magnetic,
all the drones have to comply. With
and
either
so are their
FAA
guidance systems. So if they are
need to have
like
federal
near
authority.
like too much either magnetic
So I understand that,
energy or metal,
from
they
talking
can't
to
fly
the
correctly.
department that
Oh, really?
we have,
Yeah, it's
community outreach,
not
explore
super
options
hard
that
to
are
get them
implemented,
down.
Address it, address community concerns, and ensure the
Interesting.
process for use is explained. And as the
There was a like probably fake news propaganda style
they're going to
thing
have public
that
announcements
said
about
that
when they're gonna be deployed, et cetera. So I
a
think that's
Ukrainian
certainly
woman knocked down a Russian
and I
drone with a
certainly
jar of
want the
pickles.
policy
Yeah,
that
She
off her
threw a jar of
balcony.
pickles out of her.
be put on the city
It
website.
wasn't pickles though. It ended up being something else. It ended up being like beets or something. But yeah, I did hear that story too.
Pickled beets.
It's gonna be
Ukrainian.
Pretty cool.
and for specific causes.
Kate's
the
just
story's
telling us
coming
that
out
because
of
every other small
Also,
town
I wanted to
in
mention
Podunk
that,
Village in Massachusetts has a drone, that we should have them too.
to enact
Oh
laws,
right, yeah, naturally.
for prohibiting
Is there anything
restricting
stopping these officers for
takeoff
going out and
or
procuring one
landing of
themselves and
in
just
certain
using it?
locations to mitigate
I
the
don't
risk of
actually
drones
think
being
so,
used.
to be honest. I mean,
That's
I know the
another
city
part
has
of
some
all of this
regulations now about facial recognition and whatnot, but like,
For instance,
I don't
we
really
have,
think there is. Like, they can buy a lot of some of their own gear as long as it's conforming.
we should have that as a no drone area.
Matt, I just want to say that on April Fool's Day, I saw a lot of beer companies and
right now,
different food
technology,
companies
drones
making
people
like
using
fake
drones
products
to
that were
deliver,
pickle flavored.
deliver,
That's not a joke to me. I think pickle flavored things are amazing. If you made pickle flavored, dill pickle flavored crafty kombucha, I'd buy so much of it. I swear to God. But whatever flavor, make sure you get your crafty kombucha today, everybody. And if your local store doesn't sell crafty kombucha, drone strike them.
are everywhere now. And we have no idea if someone's going to be bringing in some sort of chemical agent.
All right, until we can get the delivery people to get drones, we can't have the police officers have
also
drones.
have other rules and regulations in place to ensure safety. of
Sorry,
everyone.
Sally.
I want to thank the deputy chief for all
We
the
hoped.
research that you've done, and the police department for all the efforts they have.
It's
put
not
into
even.
making sure
Well, it's getting
that
pretty close to
you're
done
gonna be
actually.
engaging the public, that you're going to
So it seems like they were. I don't know what they said they were going to do the cop thing after the executive session.
doing a great job. So
But-
thank you very much. I appreciate
This
it.
isn't the cop thing, right?
Thank you.
This is the cop thing.
Part
They're
of it.
talking about the drones and.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions. One is there any sort of data collection and data storage through the chair?
Chief.
Through the chair to the counselor, when we activate a mission, there is a bunch of paperwork that has to go with it, including a flight plan that goes through the FAA. Once our
A flight. Activate a mission. Listen to these guys.
all that information.
Well, I mean, so that is drone. If you put a drone up in the air anywhere near the city, you have to register a flight plan.
Policy that we currently
Yeah,
utilize.
Like the same
Kinda.
people.
Well, yeah, I know that, but
It's an
like,
app.
just calling it activating a mission is so funny.
Thank you. So there will be some data collection. The other
Just
question
cop
I had
cop
was
speak,
regarding
cop
this.
lingo. great.
In terms of just a point of
So
order, changes,
I grew up on
we're
Airport
voting
Hill,
on what
and when I
exactly
got
this
my
is, a
drone
proposal,
a few years ago, I first
what
flew
are
it
we
up at my
voting
parents'
on? Is
house,
the
up
paper in, or are we voting
like
on it?
within the airspace of the
No,
airport,
so-
and
so-
it didn't really stop me.
Correct.
It said I shouldn't do it, but it didn't
I
stop
do
me.
have some questions. I know that the manager had mentioned.
I'm sure the systems are better now. I'm sure if I kept going, they would have.
folks.
Somebody would have come to my house and shot me.
Yeah, you would have just had like an F-35 drop like
If there's anybody in the chat who actually knows, I would be thrilled to hear any legality involving like a private citizen flying a drone and just hovering it over the Worcester Police Department all day long.
Listed here, I don't know what
Yeah,
I would be happy to invest in that project just to
I know that'll be
make a point.
I want to see the changing of the drone guard, where one
Before I say
leaves
what
and
is
one.
going to committee. You know, I wanted to comment on the provision
Yeah.
of services aspect of this. Again, as a social worker, a clinician, we know that human engagement is what makes most sense. I know for a fact that this administration is not suggesting
filing out a flight plan for your drone, especially if you're a cop, where you can do anything illegal if you want to. It's like filing cash on your taxes.
Way to engage
You know,
with that
just
population.
don't do it and no one knows.
Yeah, yeah.
In clinical, and it's really about putting.
No one's checking.
Well, I'm sure they can't use it as evidence if they don't file a flight plan. There's got to be some kind of.
And trying to understand.
We're gonna have a good drone air force.
Yeah, the only way to stop a bad guy with a drone is a good guy with a drone.
Banning facial.
The only way to stop a bad guy with anthrax is a good guy with anthrax.
And it's a fact, Mr. Chairman, that drones have the ability to gather facial surveillance technology.
It's true.
And you know, I'm
Yep.
of a mind to hold this.
Even the most
matter.
like low key DJI
I'd like to
like
exercise
consumer
the law
drones can
department,
facial
Mr. Chairman,
track. That's how they
from
work.
solicitor,
And the open source software packages out there now to actually match
with
up
an answer
identities
as
it's
to,
off the charts.
in a
Yeah, that's
report
great.
regarding how this ordinance applies to this to use of drones. I certainly understand the importance and the ability to use drones in terms of
No, you
firefighting
don't.
and
You
things of
don't have to say
nature.
that.
I will certainly support.
There's nothing to
that.
understand
But
here.
We're talking about
You're not going to do
surveilling,
anything good with it.
identifying individuals and the storing of said data. I have questions given that we just passed this ordinance, and I'd like a legal opinion on that, Mr. Chairman. That being said, my question to the chair is, as it relates to all of this, I know currently, because we've had these discussions in the past on various orders, that we do access or have the ability to access the state police's drones. I know we've used that in some of our high intense situations with folks in the city. And I'm just wondering if you could share briefly what that process is and the timeliness or the ability in terms of accessing that sort of technology from the state police, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you want to get a report?
If it doesn't work well with dark complexions, does that make it better?
Through the chair of the
Like, does that
council,
make it
as
harder
I
for them
mentioned
to?
earlier,
Honestly, I'm just asking
time
a
is of the
genuine
essence in a
question.
lot of these
Not trying to be a smart
situations.
ass.
And
Yeah.
if we have
Yeah,
a
your
hostage
false positives
situation
are through the
where
roof.
we can put up
There's
our own
a ton
device
of issues that
within
have come up
10
in
minutes or
court
less
cases with
versus
misidentifications of
calling out the state police,
anyone that's
having them
darker
come
than
in,
acting chief.
you know,
What's his name back there?
seconds means lives. So
Understood.
we are not, it's not an advantage of having the technology if you can't use it correctly.
This is a guy who's never done anything illegal in his
No-
career as a
no
police officer.
sense in-
You can just tell.
No, he did steal a stick of bubble gum once when he was 12, just to feel something.
And that was after.
This guy's never done any sort
We
of
have a hostage barricade situation.
sort of abuse of
where you
power.
need to get a bird's eye.
Not a guy that
view
looks like that. That's not a guy. That's not look of a guy who's ever abused his power.
give people on the ground that view, but that can be streamed into our
Yeah.
command post, where commanders can actually watch as we're going.
He's never
as
beaten
things
anybody up.
happen and make,
Honestly, the
like-
most fun thing I ever did with my drone was crash it. So
To clarify, so what the council banned was.
and if I got another one, I'd probably crash it again.
This is a
Too
camera,
much fun.
so it's going to take a picture just like we may take a picture with a standard camera or a digital camera. This is not saying this is this individual. That has been banned because it's unreliable, and we've taken a position until there's a point in time where it is reliable, we don't want to use that. But this is basically a camera that gives it vantage point.
That is
from the
true,
air
Bill.
and more
If they crash the drone
flexibility.
into a tree, then you're on.
Yes. You maimed my tree. Well, no, Ed's got to. I got to get some dirt on Batista, so he appoints me.
Yeah.
I have sent the police department out.
Listen,
multiple
you appoint me
times
to
when
where I
we
want to
have
go,
been advised that we're
or
gonna
I'm talking
have
about
30
dinosaurs, buddy.
weather, 30 below weather.
So if you guys see me, be like, no, Eric Batista believes in dinosaurs. And you know what happened. You know a deal has been struck, and my appointment is imminent.
As a way to protect them.
You better get a sweet hat with that job.
We can only do that when we know where they are. And so
Also, thank you all for sticking with this with us. We've had more more viewers than the Facebook stream all night, and you guys are all awesome.
Unless we have tools like this.
Take that,
to be able to go out there and do
Facebook stream.
Take that, City Hall fucking fuckers.
I won't lie, I did miss you all a little bit last week. Just a little.
Trying to use drones to fucking look at me while I'm in the shower. Oh, and Augustus wants to see me when I'm showering. That's why he wants a drone so bad.
It's
Yeah, the cops just want to make these sweet ass highlight videos of them beating people up. Can you imagine the angles they can get?
Yeah, that's true.
And they want the face tracking so they can ride on their motorcycles or on their horses, and it'll like just keep their face in center and just do that.
Yeah, they want to get like the top view of them just like ramming a wheelie kid with their car.
Here, 41.
That's what you get for riding your bike.
Reduce the facial surveillance, that it shall be unlawful for Worcester or any Worcester official to knowingly obtain, retain, request, access, or use any facial surveillance system or any information obtained from a facial surveillance system. So I don't know if that's different than
Mo.
A drone, but I'd like a report.
Mo.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm gonna
See? Net guns.
Okay.
If we open up a bar, we're going to give one free drink for every police drone you bring in.
No, Council.
And if you have an eagle that's trained to attack drones, then you get to drink for free forever.
Yeah, as long as you bring the eagle.
Yeah. I want to meet that eagle.
Having this conversation in public safety is going to be really important, where we kind of encourage community to ask these questions. I think with anything good, there's always unintended consequences. I really appreciate Deputy Chief and all the information.
I saw a red-tailed hawk the other day, and I almost fucking crashed my car because I was looking at it too long.
There are a lot of like maybe possibly misunderstanding. I definitely.
I was working on the crows in my backyard for a
regarding
while,
that
trying to
section.
befriend them. I
There's
think I might
already
take
been
that back
some
up this summer.
Concerns
That's
regarding
awesome.
providers.
Crows are
and
awesome. They're really
providers
smart.
going out
They're
with
really cool
quality of
birds.
life team. There's all these. So I really think it's kind of going to be a really good opportunity to have conversations, clarify any misconceptions that they might be.
If you bring a bald eagle to the falconry guy at King Richards, you're in.
To the benefit of our community, to making sure that we keep our public safety.
I wish
served,
Driver was less of a shill
and
for the
at the same
cops.
time, our community safe.
them
And
just be
still
nice.
provide good service for our community where they don't feel.
I wish
like
somebody was more like
there's an us
aggressive
against them.
towards the
This is a
cops.
negative situation.
Which
think
I
when we
understand
have
that
this
most of the
conversation in
people
public
that are
safety, it's going to be a really
politically
good
aligned with us on
opportunity
the
to
council
engage
don't have the
community and
privilege
have a
of
more in-depth
being able to do that.
conversation as to
No,
how
that's how you just don't get elected.
what are
Exactly.
the potentials of
You heard
unintended
it in Attell's
consequences and how can we
response.
work
She wanted to
better
be
it?
like,
Thank
well, I think you're doing a good job. That was a lie.
So,
Yeah.
report on the,
This is what I was
petitions and the provisions
giving
they
them
have on the
peanuts
ground,
and cashews.
and also a weak opinion regarding the facial,
and I gotta work on some other stuff this summer.
This policy. Okay, so it's going to be held under privilege. So
I mean,
try to do so,
yeah,
Council.
essentially, yeah, you wouldn't get
I just wanna
elected,
make
but
a
it'd be
statement
nice to
and-
just
and maybe even file
speak openly.
order. The reality of it is that there's a greater invasion of privacy out there with people who own drones, privately owned drones. So I think my concern is more with those folks. than it is with the police
Yeah.
department.
Is it
Oh
though?
my God, Kate, shut the fuck up.
Add Kate Toomey's house to the list of the good drone Air Force.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
You know, in the
He's
form of
playing
an
Elden
order,
Ring.
you know,
Yes.
just
Who's
let's do
playing
some
Elden Ring?
feedback
Yeah.
on,
Mo Bergman if
the
you're
number
if
of
you're
drones
gaming.
that are in the city, and
I'm
find
gaming
out,
hardcore.
how often they're being used, et cetera. There's that
I
information.
keep falling off of
is
shit and
definitely
dying and losing like many
FAA.
thousands of rooms at once.
So I think that would be an important thing to
Very
do, Joe.
annoying.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Russell. Chief, you want to speak first? Yeah.
Just wanted to, through the chair to the councilor, that two different, totally different technologies.
Yeah, it's
The
crazy
facial
how much
recognition
like cops were just
and
openly
the drone, as
threatening
we're calling them,
Shaun
drones here,
Rose.
but they're just two.
Yeah.
They're two separate, totally different technologies. So just you know, so you understand that.
They are two different technologies, but it misses the point entirely. The city of Worcester, through its police department, has a relationship with the Fusion Center, which means any data that's collected by the Worcester Police Department can be shared with state and federal authorities that don't have
You know, this
bans
is
on
already
facial
going on in
recognition.
Worcester. We're
Yeah.
just buying
Right.
other people's equipment and having other folks coming in doing it. And what we're doing is.
Oh, it's all
handcuffing
great.
us.
It's all good. You know what? You know what I think?
My only
The cops are
reason
doing everything good, and it's all
rising,
great.
Mr. Chairman, is to
But it's just
ask
bullshit that like there's probably, I mean, everybody that's wearing a badge knows that, but I'm going to guess that the people on the other side of the fence don't know that, and they should, because it's been common practice for 20 years now.
coming from tax levy money.
Right.
This is coming from a state grant.
Every
or
state
some
has
other-
at least one room where somebody that represents every federal, state, and local authority sits next to each other, and they can share data back and
Through the
forth,
chair to the council, it actually ends in
specifically to
June.
bypass
Just
those
clarify that.
restrictions.
And we'll have to ask for an extension if in order to get it.
So are we okay with the timelines? Agree, Mr. Chairman? That's all I'm asking.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's getting tight. Obviously, it's the beginning of April. I'd ask the solicitor to try to come back maybe on the council calendar next week.
I feel like that's just kind of what you get from
expedite things.
when
Again, all we're asking
your
is it goes
state,
to committee,
local
full hearing and discussion.
governments are just completely beholden to the police and aren't allowed to criticize them in any way.
Thank you. Okay, so we have those orders.
They have a lot of power. They get a lot of power off of that.
Worcester, and,
Yeah.
and,
Not much you can do about it.
Vote, and prior to doing so, I just want to thank you for the report, Chief, and it's a good report.
And everyone just thinks it's good.
other than that,
It's all good.
Roll call.
It's fine.
It's fine, it's great.
So we're just holding 1011A for next week, and then we're voting on all other motions, correct?
Correct.
Councilor Bergman?
It's all good. The cops are on our side.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
For now.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rivera?
God, I gotta say, guys, this Elden Ring game, hard. It's very hard.
I haven't had time to really completely delve into it, but I really do love it.
I don't have time for those kind of games.
Councilor Russell? Yes.
I
Yes.
shouldn't
Let
be
me-
playing this.
Let me
Ever.
rephrase it. I don't have the type of personality where I can just lightly play those games. Y'all wouldn't see me.
Public safety, also transfer information communication over the body.
Yes, Yanni, I believe that's true.
Camera program referred to.
Me and
10.38
at the same time.
GA also, which is the funding issue.
One get called off to a plumbing job, the other to an electrical job.
10.38A.
Fire cops, that's what
Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, I have
responding
a
to.
question on that.
Sure.
I know it's broken down in there, but just, if it just be reiterated.
I don't know what the magic laser is.
Just what the breakdown would look like. I know we're voting on this. There's also the taser portion. I had questions on that. If just through the chair, you can share what portion of this funding, what's the amount that's going to tasers? I know there's a Axon package here that I circled, 3.9. We have 1.5 million, I think, in contingency. So just wondering, what's the amount minus the tasers?
Mr. McGurthy?
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, the Axon, the company that's the Worcester Police Department has selected, has proposed this as a joint proposal.
Look at that head. That's the shiniest head I've ever seen.
And with that joint proposal, we get a significant discount, $1 million discount off the two systems, body-worn cameras and tasers. If we were not to secure the tasers, the body-worn camera component only would be three.
It's like buying internet without cable these days. You have to buy it together, and then they just throw in the landline.
So are you saying it would be like 1.3?
The tasers alone, exactly, they'd be $1,395,000 alone. And that, to be clear, that is over 5 years. That's a kind of 5-year lease of the various items.
I hope somebody asks how often we're deploying tasers, because that seems like an awful lot of money for something I don't think we use them that often, do we?
1.5 right now.
Yeah, I think we just go straight to guns. We're not pussies.
Yeah, they start with a slap, and then if that doesn't work, then they shoot you.
Just re-summarize for me.
I mean, there's no use for a taser. You're already tied up. Taser's not going to do anything. They have to just shoot you dead.
The only taser I've seen was that fight outside the beer garden that was caught on video.
Oh yeah, but they also used a dog as much as they used a taser in that one. The famous effect.
Can you imagine? It must be so hard to be like a canine officer to like resist the urge to shoot your dog. It must be like really tough.
There's certainly folks in the community.
Yeah, right.
Another fun thing I learned recently. You guys familiar with fleet keys? Fleet, like as in like fleet of vehicles?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like police cars, right? Like they're all Ford Interceptors. Like Ford doesn't make a separate key for every Ford Interceptor. There's one key. And you can buy that key on Amazon for like $12.
No way, really?
Yeah, on Amazon, literally on
Amazon. You can buy any cop car key?
On Amazon, you can buy entire key rings for like $50 that have like 100 keys on it. And you could drive away with any municipal vehicle, any piece of heavy equipment that you just see sitting on the side of the road. It looks like fun. I'm going to take that for a ride.
No, that's so cool.
The TNG paper delivery truck for a ride? You can do that. Yeah.
Well, also those keys are definitely either sitting on the tire or in the tailpipe anyways. So you could probably save your $12.
I'm not suggesting anyone just go to Amazon, spend $12 and start taking joyrides in police cars. But if you did, it would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Objectively.
Yeah, as I understand it, police officers don't lock their cars and they have to leave it running in case they have to go.
Well, because you know why? Because they want you to take it. Because then they get
their
to
job
shoot you. They get to shoot you if you take it.
Yeah.
It's a trap. Everything cops do is a trap.
Officers who are going to be outfitted with this and train them on that new equipment.
Like body cameras.
So
yeah,
that's a cost.
They can selectively release information from the cameras that makes you look like you're at fault.
There you go.
Collective bargaining groups that represent.
You don't get to edit that footage. They do though.
Patrolmen and the officials, and we'll see if there's some kind of agreement there on some.
Oh my God!
Additional stipend. Or,
big lizards are kicking my ass.
Remuneration for carrying.
Talk about Ed Augustus.
Yeah. Ed Augustus, you big lizard.
So
you big fucking lizard, you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage the administration to move prudently and intentionally, whether it's this administration.
God, I tell you that pizza was okay.
As it relates to stipends.
Feel better or worse than a Burger King long boy?
Safety. And
same amount of
training.
It's food
opportunities.
Missed.
I just
last week during our last open mic,
make sure
we were standing near the side door at Nick's, and it opened up, and Shaun Connolly just like walked up and like grabbed a bag from the guy that walked through the door. And I was like, what the hell? And he's like, oh, I Grubhub Burger King. And I was like, oh, what'd you get? And he said a chicken sandwich. And I was so excited. I thought it was going to be a long boy. but it was one of the new. It was one of the
Oh,
new
it's one of
fancy
the-
chicken
know,
sandwiches.
Yeah,
the,
no,
you know,
no. What are the
estimated
You
inferior
grubbed
chicken
out
cost
sandwiches?
of what it
Burger
would
King
look
from
like,
down the street.
especially when
Yeah.
you talk about
It was
Yeah, yeah,
amazing.
I would most certainly not reorder this pizza.
as well as I know in the report it mentioned,
I
you know, in order
it's just
for
as good
all,
as a like I would be
WPD
just as
folks
happy with a
to
cheese
be
pizza
equipped,
as with
that
this
160
crazy concoction.
units would kind of
Just get a cheese
be
pizza.
required, and so I would like to know just like a rough estimate of those two things.
Interesting.
For the next
Yeah, they're not allowed to, unless it's like an emergency. They're not, what you would think they all are, but they're not allowed to transport people in their cruisers. They're not set up for it.
Huh.
I was transported in a cruiser.
In Worcester?
Well, just like a rough estimate.
Yeah, they're
maybe
supposed to call
cost of what it would
the
look
wagon
like
for
to
everything.
implement it, right? Training them, using overtime funds, and also cost of installation and the
I was
compensation.
hoping for the wagon of my people to come and get me.
The wagon of my people.
Will depend on what our
That's funny.
negotiations are. And I obviously don't want to negotiate here tonight.
I hate when he says negotiate.
Overtime would
That's
probably
like one of one of my biggest pet peeves with Augustus when he goes negotiate.
300 officers that we need to train in time for the schedule.
Fucking Brahmin ass.
But we again would do it out of the overtime budget that we already
Negotiate. Fucking asshole.
Oh.
Oh, I was exceptionally calm. My bloodlust had been sated for the evening.
So yeah, in the report it said that to equip the rest of the folks on the WPD, 160 units would be required, and so I'm just wondering if that's something we're looking towards and what the estimated cost could possibly be.
You know, I think if you look at the amount that we're spending for the 300 units, you could probably calculate half of that going forward. Again, you know, what the cost might be a couple of years out, you know, whether there's some discount if we went to the full number.
You must have been calm as hell.
Yeah, just a good client.
His team. And we did listening sessions through the Human Rights Commission. We went out to the
He's going to work for a drone manufacturer.
We wanted to
Ed Augustus going to work for Axiom.
Public relations gig, he heard came up.
Yeah.
Government affairs.
Doing traffic stops, traffic division, etc. We wanted to prioritize.
Ed Augustus, the man best known for getting body cameras passed 7 to 8 years after every other city did, is now taking a job with the body camera company.
The council and future administrations can decide whether it makes sense financially and operationally to expand the program to include additional police officers in the future.
Thank you. The other questions I have is a little bit on policy and guidelines. So in the report, it mentioned, you know, the cameras would be turned on when, you know, let's say a firearm or a taser was removed.
I really
And then
appreciate
the
this
other
view,
part of
Bill.
It said when it is considered appropriate to.
Oh, yeah,
activate
thank you.
cameras. And so I would just like some clarification. on
Thank
what that
you
looks
for
like,
appreciating it.
you know, when it's considered appropriate to activate.
Lieutenant Murtha.
Through the chair of the counselor. So just so there's no confusion, the part about the firearms and tasers is technology built into these cameras that Axon has, where it automatically activates all area cameras if there's a firearm or a taser removed. And so in case someone jumped out of their cruiser, they heard shots fired right in front of them, they didn't have time to turn their camera on.
Or a firework.
The firearm would automatically activate all area cameras. So the
Oh,
policy
drawing the firearm. Never
right
mind.
now, but basically anytime someone was dispatched to a call, performing police action, in all but a very few small number of cases.
They have individual exports.
An example of a case where they might not is they go to a victim of a sexual assault, start speaking with that person says, I don't want to be recorded, please. At that point, the officer turned the camera off. But
Yeah,
the
okay.
majority of our policy will have the officers.
Sure.
Thank you for that. And I really appreciate you mentioning the policy. I feel like one of the things I did read is that the policy is not finalized yet. And I know that the timeline here says April 19th. You would like to possibly send it back to the council. And so I hope to be able to see a finalized version of the policy by then, as well as I would like to see a report, you know, presented to the council possibly of the training curriculum, and if possible, like the actual presentation and materials that would be used.
Thank you. So we're going to send that to the report to public safety. We'll pass the funding source and ask for the reports collectively. So 10.38J is the funding. Okay, we all set? Okay. Roll call.
Ed Augustus, the newest employee of Shelley's video game company.
10.38J, which is the funding on the same roll call.
Yeah, it's a new one. It's called City Killer. How do you destroy something good?
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
King.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilor
Do I sound okay?
A little quieter, but you sound fine.
Sultry.
Yeah.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Switching to the new
Cheney.
soundboard.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay.
Sounds sultry.
I'm doing the same type of thing.
Okay,
I just
we are on all.
downloaded
Thanks, Chief.
Descript, which is
Appreciate it.
video editing.
Sorry for the long night.
Yeah, get out of here.
Recommend adoption of an order authorizing the city manager to execute a 3-year lease with the Worcester Community Housing Resources, Inc. Office space located at 801 Main Street. Adoption on a roll call. Roll call.
Yeah, that's a good point. About the state regulations, I mean, I made myself clear on this one. We're so late with body cameras, and body cameras have already been proven to be a policy failure in
Yes.
like every substantive way. So like it's just so stupid that we're doing it.
Yes.
But you know, eventually you just get kind of tired of shouting into the void and you
Yes.
stop caring about it.
Yes. Councilor Russell. Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Pick your battles, I guess.
Just a PSA too. If you ever find yourself in an opportunity to fight Lieutenant Murtha, who spoke last, stay low. He has a blast double leg that is, I mean, when I say it knocks you off your ass and like plants your soul straight through the center of the earth, good Lord.
What? A blast double what?
Double leg. He's a former wrestler. So yeah, like, you know, go low, shoot for the hips and pick you up off the ground, take you straight down.
Where-
Nasty.
Correct.
Yeah, I really hope I don't ever get into a fight with him. That wouldn't be good.
He trains at the same gym I do. He's hit me with it before. When I'm telling you
boy.
first experience, your soul straight to the center of the earth.
Why wouldn't this be going to public safety? Or am I missing something here?
Oh, that's the assessor.
Yeah, either one. Yeah.
10.29A.
You could go to urban technology too, but we can send it to public safety if you want. Yeah.
Urban technology makes.
Dude,
probably
Candy
more
loves
sense.
to squabble about the
I'm sorry.
subcommittee shit so much.
Yeah, I asked earlier that question, and we can send it to urban technology. You get it back to us quickly. Okay.
Yep, we can fit it in, sorry, we can fit it into the next meeting in
Okay,
April,
perfect.
the end of April.
Okay. Thank you. Roll call.
So, Mr. Mayor, going to urban technology, Councilor Bergman.
Yeah, Toomey runs that committee the way that the cops want it run. It just doesn't meet.
Councilor GA.
Oh, yes.
Councilor King.
Yeah, it's
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Yen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Some people here have to
Toomey.
speak for the trees in the morning.
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification, I wasn't.
I swear to God, if he doesn't even appoint me to the tree committee, I'm gonna be so mad.
It's gonna be.
How it
Send
came
the item to the committee for discussion back to us, the city council,
to public safety,
to urban technology.
but it's regarding public safety issues.
It's involved.
Oh, we
whole
can hear you.
technology.
We can hear what you're saying.
Okay,
We'll
okay.
move a rope, so we're gonna finish the rope.
Can we do a joint meeting? I'm on both committees,
Mr.
so.
Manager. It's true, Mr. Chairman, it's really not, it's a tool for the assessor's office, but because it is a technology that could be considered surveillance, we wanted to be
All right,
consistent
okay.
with it. So,
All right, so
Plus you're on-
yes.
Plus you're on the committee, okay.
And Mayor Petty. So just, Mr. Mayor, is going just to urban.
Mind numbing.
Mr. Chairman, could you just repeat where that's going? I missed it.
Jesus.
Okay.
Oh, this hurts.
Um,
This sucks to listen to.
Even
We've been
acting city
streaming
manager Eric
for
Batista's laughing his ass
hours.
off in the corner. At least we know he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Yeah, give him a 2-year contract. Fuck it.
Dude, how about that failed power play from George Russell? That was really funny.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
He like tried to pull the just a straight up coup.
Councilor Leon.
And he got one vote.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
After George Russell talked, everyone on the council was like,
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
After, yeah, right, with the crickets, they were like, "Oh, wait, actually, everyone's right. This does look really bad."
A through K minus J.
Man,
And we are going to adopt those on a roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King.
yes.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Mian.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, finance and loan orders on 10.40 A through D. Minus
All right,
B,
looks
which are
like they're
related. Roll call.
through
Councilor
everything,
Bergman.
pretty much.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Mian.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
But yeah,
Yes.
that was a
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
that was a
Toomey.
very
Yes.
this has been a very good meeting to illustrate like the futility of the city council as a governing body. I think.
Motion to
Mhm.
adopt. Roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
We saw that the powers that be through Joe Petty could just appoint whoever they want. Doesn't really matter.
Yes.
Councilor
Chief
Carlson.
city manager, and that the cops always get what they want.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
It's pretty much the whole story with the current makeup of the Worcester City Council.
Yes. Okay, we are on table.
cool
item
times.
Short of having like 6 twos and a tells on the council, like this is just what it's going to be like.
We have share amendment that would create a additional tax.
We
At
need to
least a
double the
couple more
numbers
of
of the
them.
good people.
Yeah.
$1 million and dedicate the funds raised by this tax to quality public education, affordable public colleges and universities for the repair and maintenance of roads, bridges, and public transportation.
How much you want to bet this fails?
Take a roll call. Councilor King?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just want to thank my colleagues that signed on to this.
It'd be so funny if this failed, like without any discussion.
This is an important,
Just like, nope.
important matter. I know that this has gone.
Yanni,
through,
I don't know if you noticed, but I made you a
legislature
VIP.
previously.
You've been giving us such great
And I just wanted
content.
to point
You're
out,
so tuned in.
when you think about
Wow.
I don't know
Welcome
what
to
it
the inner
This could
circle's
have
inner
on the
circle,
city.
Yanni.
You've heard
Yeah, I don't know what it
numbers
means for our
earlier today.
chat.
I'm not gonna
Let me know if
rehash
it
that
gives
in
you
the interest
anything
of time.
fancy.
When you think about infrastructure,
You're allowed
think
to
about
ban
Worcester
one
East Middle
user
School,
per.
Burncoat Middle. You think about, the lack of sidewalks and all of those things. And, in doing the research on this, some of the stuff that they talk about is, the devil's always in the details. It's always dependent upon how we actually use
Get
the
this
money
man a handhold
once
mic.
this becomes available.
Yeah,
Based on the information.
Really freeing. You should try it.
The research, it shows that with respect
And then
to
you gotta like hold it,
concern
and then how do you
about
game?
those folks who are earning over $1 million.
Well, we'd have to make him
Those
promise that he
tax
can only
avoidance
drop it
techniques
once a
moving
meeting.
over the state border. That when you take all of that into account,
Oh,
there's
there we
a bit
go.
of a decrease. You're looking at
See, she's
around,
even better at Twitch than us.
2.1
Kenny, do you want to
million
just take over the show?
2.1, that we would be able to access 2.1 billion.
right.
And when you take that into consideration, tax avoidance and moving, it goes to around 1.3 billion across the state. And again, the devil's in all the details. It's
That's not
about
true, but thank
how
you.
would those monies be used.
We're
That
doing
will-
fine.
and that's
We're
where
like
we
Bill's
will come
Pizza.
in.
We're okay.
Yeah, it was just okay.
Transit, expanding opportunities versus funding already identified projects. And this will have an amazing impact. It will share and be shared, in a way that will boost equity for families that are much lower and much and earn significantly less, Mr. Chairman. This is a raise up and rise up legislation.
Raise up.
Our city delegation has been extremely supportive of this. And I'm looking forward to the vote tonight. Thank you.
Brenda's
Mr.
just
Chairman.
sending us how-to videos on how to do these moves.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Who's sending them? Oh, Brent.
want to sign on, and I especially want to thank our good representative, Mr. O'Day. He's worked on this for a very long time. This was
I mean, we're
a-
heroes for
something
sure.
that the AFL-CIO had put forward, and Mr. O'Day, our good state
Leave that up for a
representative,
second.
is somebody who's been following this for the last
Yeah.
few years. I think that, again, this is an
Oh, they want to
opportunity
shut
for
down
us,
the bike kids?
here in the city. of
Yeah,
Worcester.
they're gonna use it against the wheelie kids.
God damn.
Man.
I'm now more
Yeah,
against
I
this
too
than ever.
rise to
Yeah.
sign on to this petition. I appreciate it being brought forward by State Rep O'Day. I think this is a good opportunity for us as well to get at some of those things that are pending in the city, like our streets. And we have over $100 million in our pending list to be able to get at some of those things and some of these other areas that we could use some long-term.
It's just a
support.
little bit fucking bleak.
Thank you. I have to sign on myself. We will roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
It's a nice parting gift.
Councilor
Thanks,
Bergman.
Ed.
Mo, I think you're on mute.
God damn it, Mo Bergman.
Jesus fucking Christ, Mo Bergman.
Mo, get your head out of whoever's ass it's in.
Yeah.
No.
And get on the horn.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey. And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Councilor Bergman, what was your vote on 12C?
Oh, you have your hand up, and you can't understand why he's not getting called on.
Who do you have your hand up?
Oh, you can't understand why you're not getting called on. Fucking idiot, dude.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to record it as an absent.
Okay. Reconsideration roll call.
That's very true.
I would suggest that we hold the reconsideration in case Councilor Bergman wants to be recorded on it.
Well,
What
maybe
the-
he should get out of
Oh,
his
right.
fucking car and
Nope.
get
Give
fucking-
a shit.
Oh, he's back. Oh, he's gone again. There he is.
No one gives a shit if you voted to reconsider on this fucking thing.
Give us a thumbs up if it's a yes, thumbs down if it's a no.
That's not official.
Jesus.
This is tough. This is tough, guys.
Dude, we're in his fucking.
Dude, Mo, just show up for the fucking meeting,
Screen
you
grab
asshole.
Somebody needs to screen grab that right now.
So, Councilor, if you
Look
can
at
turn on
that.
the Video, maybe it'll help your quality of connection.
Yeah. John Keogh, I hope you're paying attention.
Holy shit. That is so embarrassing for all of us.
Mo, we'll take.
Oh, you just gotta love Worcester. You just gotta
Do you
love.
want to take a vote on the petition,
The resolution.
the resolution?
That's so good, the sitcom.
He's on the fucking phone with him.
Oh, you're abstaining. Okay, that's fine.
You're abstaining.
Thank
You
you.
want to abstain.
Just wanna get your-
That's what he said in the first place, right?
No, they recorded it as an absent.
Couldn't get his thoughts.
Goddamn horsecock.
Okay, so
Oh,
it's my other phone, the timer. You guys are timed out tonight.
oh, he's got a burner.
No, that's his bedtime.
So we have a motion
Go to bed.
to reconsider. Roll call.
His wife's been waiting to
Councilor
pick him
Bergman?
up for 2 hours.
No.
Councilor Calorio.
No.
Councilor GA.
His wife's gotta come pick him up. He gets too drunk by the end of the meeting.
Councilor Nguyen.
Drive home.
Councilor Rivera.
Last call at
No.
Boynton's not
Councilor
till
Rose.
probably 12:30
Councilor
tonight.
Russell.
Oh yeah, you can get
Councilor
him.
Toomey.
Oh, it's earlier than that,
Mayor
isn't it?
Petty.
They've been closing
We have one
early.
item left, that's the
He's
executive
gotta take his
session.
boner pills.
I don't. I know. I choose to believe Bones pills.
Oh, you want to go on suspension?
I gotta eat my bones pills.
Suspension. Roll call.
Or does my bones leave my body?
My motion is to suspend the rules so that someone has a short item they want to put on, usually like a street or something like that.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if Eric Batista is still here, but under suspension, I certainly think it's appropriate to hear from him.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
wow.
Hear from him if he'd like to address the council,
Holy
Mr. Chairman.
shit.
I'll stick around for another hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody go get him.
Oh, here he is.
I hope he opens with "I believe in dinosaurs."
Mr. Batista.
Through the
Wait,
chair,
how
you would like to
can you
hear from
tell?
me in regards to
The
fact that you're a
proceedings
city
tonight that I
manager?
couldn't anticipate.
okay. I just want to first. I just want to thank the city manager and the mayor for their leadership, their support throughout the years, and their mentorship as well. And then I just want to thank council
Oh my God.
for the decision you've made tonight. I think it's a very tough decision. It's an important decision for the city. The city.
Thank you for appointing me city manager for
to
life.
elect and appoint the 7th city manager in the history of the city of Worcester. That's important.
He just
and so every decision that you make in this floor, it's a decision that impacts our community.
He
it
just
also
called
impacts
himself the
those-
7th city manager. Like that, he didn't even try to hide it.
It's important that the decisions are made in a concise, knowledgeable, informed way. And I think tonight was a process in which you did that. You tried to take your time by holding the item and having conversations with the community and talking to community leaders and speaking with the leadership as well here in the city. And that gave
Dude.
you an opportunity to kind of have a perspective.
They were gonna appoint him for life until this right
So
here.
I'm
Now
honored
they're
and
gonna
privileged
like
for
try to
the
fire him as
opportunity
soon
to
as
serve as
possible.
an acting city manager. There is a lot of work to do, as you've all talked tonight, in terms of all the items that have come forward. So there's a lot of, responsibility with this role, as you all know. But I have a great mentor, someone who I've, looked up to literally.
Yeah.
Aha, he's
And so
tall.
I think during this next couple of months,
Kiss his little bums.
it'll be a good opportunity for me to
Well, if you're
work alongside
transferring
Greg Gustin
your
to
crush
try to,
on me
take
onto
his
Eric,
brain as
I'm
much
not
as I
cool with
can,
that.
and then also work with the departments to ensure that there's stability in the work that they're doing, because they're going to need the support in the next six to 9 months, depending on the time the council takes to elect or appoint the next city manager. So I'm honored and privileged for
That's
the
right.
opportunity, and I look forward to serving this community the best that I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know this is a historic appointment, and it's important that we hear the voice of.
I mean, call it what you want. That's
soon to
fine.
be acting city manager.
Well, it's only pointed at me.
Thank you, Mr. Batista. Congratulations again. Yeah.
Yay.
Yay! City manager for life.
Yeah, you know what's the biggest problem with tonight? The Burn Coat dance team is
Yes,
still in
Mr.
the
Chairman.
gallery.
I just wanted
Really?
to rise tonight because District 2 over the last
They're just
month
waiting to do
has
their
had,
celebratory dance at the end of the
um,
meeting.
a heck of a ride. And I just want to rise tonight to say thank you to the administration and to the men and women in our police department.
The men and women.
Not sure if people know, but the Canal District went through a rash of break-ins, 9 of them in just a couple of weeks. The Worcester Police Department, because of working through Nicole and the city manager.
Holy shit,
we
Nicole
were
got
able to
mentioned.
Catch the individual
Finally.
doing that. On top of that, the Lincoln Street area, the lower Lincoln Street area went through in the vicinity of 12 different incidents of shots fired in the neighborhoods. And they were
12
terrorized
different incidents of
over
fireworks.
a couple of weeks. And the Worcester last week caught the individual who did
I'm awake,
that.
I promise.
And this past Saturday, again, we had shots fired. We had a house that several shots were fired into that home, along with a car that several shots were put into a vehicle up on Stanton Street. And I stand here tonight and say how, quite frankly, grateful I am for the Worcester Police Department. And I want to stand here
If
and
only they
say
had a
to
drone to
the
shoot
city
those people.
manager, because of ShotSpotter, to all of my colleagues, that we didn't have, and we discussed that to death on this council floor. But because of ShotSpotter, the Lincoln Street, Belmont Street area, we were able to catch those individuals. So again, 3 different incidents, 3 different parts of this city that were terrorized over the last month. So thank you to the administration and certainly to the men and women in the Worcester Police Department.
She said it again, men and women.
Okay, thank you. Well said. Okay, the city council does hereby convene an executive session at the Tuesday, April 5th, 2020 meeting for the purpose of discussing strategy and negotiating the contract for the next acting city manager, Eric D. Batista, the term to begin on June 1st, 2022, remaining until a permanent city manager is appointed. The city council no
Jesus.
You guys hear that?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. Sorry.
We can hear it pretty much more than anything.
Another thought was maybe stop.
I didn't know you guys could hear it. It doesn't make any sense why you didn't hear it.
Next week on Friday.
So the first time when I said I promise I'm awake, it was because you jammed on some like the theme song.
Yeah, I'm trying to find more sound cues to put into the board.
Kind of thing to negotiate with, and that way we can go in and do strategy from there if you like. Okay, so we need a motion to hold this. I need 4 votes. Roll call.
4 votes. Let me get 4 votes.
So Mayor, before you hold it, do you want to just amend it to state the 12?
Oh, the date?
Yeah, just
Okay,
amend
we'll
it so
do as amended. Yep.
I'm gonna go get fucking Taco Bell right after this. I've been enjoying cannabis through this entire thing.
Councilor Bergman?
Here.
Powering through.
Gone. He's gone.
Okay. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Hajiye?
Yes.
Oh, Mergman, those
Holding-
absences are on
They're
your
holding the
record
contract
forever.
negotiation or what?
For the week, yeah.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor
Yeah.
Rose?
Yes, because they're
Councilor Russell?
tired.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yeah, me
Yes.
too.
Mayor Petty?
I should have stayed asleep in my little nap. That was so great.
With that, we have a motion to adjourn. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Hajiye?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
I said those
Yeah.
absents stay on your permanent record forever.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
I'm just diving my Elden Ring character off of steep cliffs to feel something.
Super down with that, Yanni. Holy shit, was that a slog?
Wow, everybody. That was an amazing meeting.
Yeah.
Can't believe we got through it. Yeah, I mean,
Bike shedding.
bike shedding.
We learned about bike shedding.
Yeah.
That's
So
the
do-
most appropriate concept to take away from that. Oh my god. That was just
I wish I was so sexy.
something else.
Well, if there's anything positive to say, though, I mean, at least I think what everybody in the comments here was looking for was some semblance of a process and whatnot. And it sounds like,
Yeah.
from what we were all expecting last week to this week, something clearly changed.
Yeah.
And that's
At least
a
they
good thing.
acknowledge that people think they're being sketchy.
Yeah. And
Definitely.
and I'm not even saying don't end up being like at the end. It
I
can be sketchy.
still think they're
Let
going
it
to be
just the
sketchy.
sketchiness. Yeah.
No, they will be, but it's there was a shift from last week to today, and then if we keep pushing, and that's all we can do because they're not going to listen
Kids
to
die
reason.
eventually.
Kids die eventually.
Not for nothing, Eric Batista did say that he was the 7th city manager.
He did. He very much did. But Christian
So-
King made sure to call him acting city manager. So
Yeah, but
And not
he,
even
he,
that,
the way
yeah.
he described himself, and
Yeah.
he would know the dastardly plan better than anybody.
yeah.
Him being the guy and all.
What a wild night. Thank you all so much for sticking it out. Yeah, 22 of you stuck it out the entire time. Thank you so much. Incredible night. Some great new catchphrases. Thank you, Mo Bergman. And again, if you want to just Venmo Travis or me, we'll make those into t-shirts.
Yeah. We need to make a real Sickos Club T-shirt for everyone who sticks around for the whole meeting.
Yeah, we need a name for you, for our like core fans. The inner circle of
Real
the inner circle.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Real
Keep
piss
thinking about
freaks.
The piss freaks.
You guys
Yeah,
want to be
maybe
called piss freaks?
I think we should probably go and steer away from the piss freaks.
Oh, Rich was only here because they couldn't find the exit button. There isn't one. I'm sorry. You have to stay.
Although I do, yeah, it's definitely not just closing your browser. Don't try that.
That's a good one. Yuck cucks.
Yuck cucks.
That's pretty good.
Poop things. I don't know. We'll find it. Well,
The yuck cucks is really good.
I like it a lot. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining us this evening. You know our stuff. If you liked our stream, please support Crafty Kombucha, the only ethical consumption under capitalism.
It's true.
Try out all their new and exciting flavors, and bring back that pickle flavor. I will buy a lot of it. Check out Bill's Substack, billshaner.substack.com, as well as his podcast, Worcester's Good But Hurts. And hopefully dropping an exciting new guest.
Yeah, Randy, Cheeseburger Randy.
That
so I got
too.
the cheeseburger pizza.
You should definitely check it out. Check out Brendan's podcast, 508. Sorry, I'm getting
numbers.
very
I guess
508 podcast.
I had a bar, but I lost it.
Yeah, that's
Here
right.
it is.
I'm looking for that. There it is. 508, a show about WorcesterPodcast.org. Check that out. Check out my podcast, Parts Unknown, a wrestling podcast. Me and Will, my co-host, are supposed to be going to AEW tomorrow night. We're gonna check that. We're gonna do some recording there. Monday nights, you got nothing else to do. Our open mic is dead, so you should go here to Twitch and check out Seltzer Time, their live stream. You guys got a doozy coming up, so it's going to be a great episode to jump in on.
We
What
actually
else
have
we
the
got?
next 3 months scheduled with guests put in
Holy
slots.
shit.
We're actually taking our shit seriously for once. We'll see
What
how
the
long it lasts.
fuck? We can't have that. We can't have planning on this network. We're gonna have to rethink that.
Yeah, don't take it seriously. You make us all look bad.
I do want to plug again those 2 articles I was talking about in the Worcester Business Journal earlier. Check out Daniel Babineau's op-ed. It's extremely good. We should see if she can come on next week. I'd love to.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd actually be fantastic.
I'll message her. I'll make
yeah.
it up.
Thank you guys again for joining us tonight. You guys were incredible in the comments tonight. We had some really amazing stuff.
Yeah, it was super funny.
We'll keep pushing on this city manager thing. I think that's all we can do at this point. And then, the Worcester Starbucks on Central Street voted to unionize. So
yeah, check it out. My interview with them today.
Hell yeah. Support them. Throw them a shitload of tip money. And yeah, guys, we'll be right back here next Tuesday. We love you all. Thank you so much to all the piss freaks out there in the crowd. See you next Tuesday.
Piss freaks.